Day after day, this boy swung his sword like a man possessed. He even risked his life to absorb the most vile curses just to grow stronger, until even an S-rank monster of the highest threat level could be struck down by him in a single blow. Yet even that was not enough, for he had a vengeance to fulfill. In his past life, he had awakened a tyrannical skill, one that could plunder the abilities of others, and even their curses. He had used it to draw every malevolent curse into his own body to support the heroes, hoping his sacrifice might bring peace to the world. But good people never live long. The ones called heroes saw him as nothing but trash, and in that final battle they betrayed him and cast him aside. High in the sky, the Blue Reaper Knight, mounted upon a steed brimming with power, bore down with a terrifying pressure. Witnessing the sight, one member of the group could not help but tremble, wondering, "Are we truly going to defeat the Blue Reaper Knight with so few people?" In their stunned disbelief, the treasured sword plunged into the ground. It could not be. The names Sigrun, Abella, and Mary rang out one after another. The girls rushed over in a panic, gathering around to support their hero. Crash, his body covered in bizarre tattoos and wounds all over, could only force out the words, bitter to the core. "Arthur, you bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Arthur's gaze was cold, a wound still lingering at the corner of his mouth. He declared, "I will end this here, right now." The world's last hope seemed to have been severed. Now all that remained was a desolate ruin amid the white snow. Crash ground his teeth in fury and roared, "You mean you're giving up? After everything we did to bring you this far? Do you have any idea how many people died for this?" His rage erupting, he kept shouting in the hero's face, "All because you were too busy fooling around with those girls. Have you finally lost your mind?" At once, a furious scream cut him off. "Shut your mouth. Crash, Arthur has done everything he could." Sigrun, the third princess of the Empire and a prodigy of the Azer generation, screamed in anger. She spared no insult against Crash. He's nothing but garbage who can do nothing but steal. "Don't you dare talk back to Arthur." They no longer held anything back, hurling unthinkable words right in his face. Crash was stunned. Ha! He could not believe his own ears. His blood-soaked face contorted with fury. "Garbage. Who are you calling garbage? How dare you say that to the one who saved your lives?" He pointed straight at the group standing there and roared, "Listen to me! You couldn't even have made it here if not for my skill." A fit of violent coughing seized him, but Crash forced down the pain to repeat the bitter truth. "If you've forgotten, then let me remind you, starting with you, Abella." Abella, the Red Witch of the Mage Tower, was at that moment fretting anxiously by Arthur's side. But Crash exposed her true face. "You were the one who said you couldn't use your magic if you lost your voice. Didn't you beg me to take that curse away? When they needed him, they pleaded. When they didn't, they treated him like trash. And now it was Crash who bore those merciless curses in her place. Yet in return for that sacrifice, Abella had cruelly attacked him the very moment he went to fetch painkillers." Crash gritted his teeth. "Then, and now, your habit of looking down on others hasn't changed one bit." Crash's gaze shifted to Mary Diana, the one hailed as the strongest spear in the Empire. He sneered in contempt. "A brainless fool who charges in without a single thought. You got hit with every curse imaginable, then begged me to take the pain away." Mary stood there, silent before the scathing accusations. Finally, he looked straight at Sigrun, the benefactor she had just called garbage. Crash's voice choked. "So the one who sacrificed his own eyes for you is garbage, is he?" Memories of his days at the academy came flooding back, when Sigrun had always pointed her blade at him simply because he belonged to the kingdom of Steron. Bullied, beaten until he could no longer resist, mocked by everyone around him as a worthless failure, Crash had endured it all in silence. He had borne all the pain, both of body and of spirit, only for these traitors to turn around and bite him. He had accepted every humiliation just to find a way to heal Sigrun's eyes. Crash laughed bitterly at his own naivety. "Why? Because you were of the Azer generation, the ones who could save this nation. While he was hated and shunned by the entire kingdom simply because he had no power to fight. I've been cleaning up your messes this whole time. What did any of it mean in the end?" Blood kept trickling from the corner of his mouth. He stared at AZ, the one in whom he had once placed his trust, then shouted, "But you're supposed to be the one who saves the world, aren't you? AZ, you're supposed to lead those fools." Memories of the early days returned, when Crash had once knelt at AZ's feet, watching him stand at the forefront of the Azer generation. He had been determined to fight at his side to the very end, only to be left now with nothing but despair. So why are you giving up so easily? The more he had hoped, the more deeply Arthur let him down. Arthur looked down quietly, his face cold and unchanging though his own body was riddled with wounds. He calmly declared now, "I can tell you the truth. As I said, this world is finished, so I will start everything over from the beginning." Crash's eyes went wide with shock, cold sweat running down his face, twisted in disbelief. "Start over? What are you talking about?" In answer to his bewilderment, Arthur kept his terrifying composure. "That's right. This is not the first time I've witnessed the end of the world, because my skill is regression." Arthur's confession was like a dagger driven through every effort Crash had ever made. He went on explaining his ruthless plan. "Now I will cast the memory preservation technique, and we can return to the past with our memories intact." Arthur's gaze swept over Sigrun, Abella, and Mary, the ones he deemed necessary. He believed that if they started over with their current experience, the chance of stopping the apocalypse in the new timeline would soar. "I will begin again with these three." Every word from Arthur seemed to crush Crash's heart. Trembling, he clutched his bleeding chest and stammered out a question in utter shock. "The four of you, then what about me?" He was counting only the four of them. In his eyes, Crash did not even exist. A smile full of hidden meaning crossed Arthur's lips, yet his gaze was cold enough to chill the bone. He spoke the cruel words, officially casting aside the one comrade who had sacrificed everything for him. "I don't need you." Crash stood rooted to the spot, struck speechless by the bitter betrayal as the chains of fate began to close in around him. Arthur curled his lips into a frigid smile. "You truly are someone who can steal even the most inviolable of curses." He looked at Crash, collapsing with blood streaming from his mouth, and went on mocking him. "But what good is regressing with a half-dead wretch like you? Honestly, what use are you for anything?" He calmly proposed something horrifying. "So wouldn't it be better to wipe your memories clean, to make you a completely different person in the new world?" Crash's eyes shook violently as he came to a brutal realization. "So I was nothing but a disposable tool to you. So this bastard saw me as a throwaway instrument from the very start." Arthur kept that false smile on his face. He turned his back, the women beside him, and left one final message. "Don't worry. I'll put you to good use in the next world, and the one after that as well. See you again, Crash." Crash barely managed to cry out in despair. "Wait, hold on," as his legs gave out in the cold, frozen snow. Watching the retreating backs of those who had once been his comrades fade into the distance, Crash bitterly realized something deep in his heart. "I always knew this would happen." While the Azer generation now ignored him, AZ simply stood and watched without lifting a finger. He knew full well that the man had never truly seen him as a comrade. In the depths of his rage, Crash howled, "Take me with you, you bastard!" He collapsed, his breathing ragged. His consciousness slowly faded as the curses he had accumulated all this time gnawed away at his body. A trembling hand clung to the snow-covered ground. "This life of mine will be snuffed out before the world even has the chance to fall." The thought flashed through his mind as Crash felt death drawing near. But then, a frenzied light flared up. He gritted his teeth. "No, I won't let it end like this." He revealed an earth-shattering secret. Black Hat is a skill that doesn't only steal curses, but skills as well. Crash resolved to become the strongest, the most important figure of all, to cast aside every shred of pride and slay the dragon and defeat the Demon King alone. Though he had never tried it on Arthur, since his skill was not a mere curse, this time he decided to take the gamble. A jet-black surge of energy erupted as Crash formally activated his skill, Black Hat. He refused to give up in such disgrace. A brilliant light enveloped Arthur as he prepared to activate the time loop for his regression. But in that very instant, a colossal hand of darkness with furious purple eyes suddenly reached out from the void and seized the hero from behind. Crash, though his face was covered in blood and wounds, broke into a wild, knowing smile. "Wait!" That pitch-black shadow was the very embodiment of the Black Hat skill, slowly devouring the space around Arthur. Witnessing his former comrade's frenzied stubbornness, Arthur gasped for breath and looked at Crash with weary eyes. "Crash, you still won't let go." In his heart, Crash answered bitterly, "Arthur, You've lived through countless apocalypses, and every time, the moment I outlived my usefulness, you threw me away like garbage. You abandoned me in a dying world again and again. Memories of corpses piled into mountains returned, a testament to the cruelty Arthur had wrought across the previous timelines. Crash wondered just how many times he had been made to taste that despair. Now the tables had turned completely. He coldly declared, "Like this time, Arthur, you are the one being left behind. I deserve it for betraying you so many times." He looked up at the Blue Reaper Knight bearing down from the sky. Crash pointed at the traitor and smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps so. Standing before the Reaper's scythe, drawing ever closer, Crash threw Arthur's own cruel words back at him. "Didn't you say it yourself? This world is about to perish." He looked straight into Arthur's face, contorted with fear, and gave a merciless command. "If you don't want to die, then struggle for your life, just once." At once, the Blue Reaper Knight swung his colossal greatsword, bringing down a slash laden with deadly green energy that swallowed Arthur whole in an earth-shaking explosion. "I will be the one to save the new world." A blinding light suddenly pierced through the curtain of bone. Crash slowly came to, dazed. His eyes flew open as he felt life returning to him. He bolted upright and let out a cry of pure terror. Looking up at the ceiling and its ornate chandelier, Crash raised his small hand, trembling, unable to believe his own reality. "Where is this?" he wondered in shock, taking in the lavish room with its all-too-familiar furnishings. "Isn't this my home from childhood? Have I been reborn into my younger years?" A line of text appeared in confirmation. Crash Van Heem, age 13. The regression process is complete. Crash stared at himself in stunned silence. He stammered, unable to hide his astonishment. I've grown young again? The erosion of the world, a horrifying phenomenon in which the world is invaded by another dimension. When this erosion occurs, the surrounding environment is utterly transformed for the worse. But the worst part of all was that the invading creatures from that other world began pouring into the continent. Among them, those who bore the shape of humans were called world invaders. The appearance of these power-laden beings spread terror everywhere, leaving the people to flee in despair, screaming, "There's a world invader. Run, sound the alarm for the knights." Amid the ruins and the chaos, there were still those who rose up to fight against the world's erosion. They formed an organization to unite the strong and do battle. The war erupted in full fury. The elite warriors who stood at the front lines were called the Azer generation. Crash bitterly recalled that time. And I, with a body that could only seal away curses, joined the Azer generation. Though comrades in name, in truth, he was always met with scorn. His body was relentlessly ravaged by the curses to the point of vomiting blood. Crash woke with a start. The eyes of the 13-year-old boy went wide with astonishment as he realized he had truly returned to the past. Crash bolted upright, his breathing ragged in utter bewilderment. He looked around the lavish room, dazed. This is my room? Just moments ago, he had been standing on a frozen winter battlefield. And yet now, the heat of summer left him drenched in sweat. Crash realized he was in the Green Pie estate, the place where he had lived as a child. A thought flashed through his mind. So this means the final card I played, using Black Hat on Arthur, succeeded in stealing his regression skill. That's why I returned to the past still holding the memories of a grown man. Sitting dazed on the bed, Crash raised a hand to his head, still not over his shock. But how on earth was I able to steal it? People often assume the Black Hat skill can be used freely without limit, but in truth, it has a fatal weakness. Black Hat can only steal a target's possession when the user manages to unlock its lock. That magical lock is forged based on the value its owner assigns to the item. Even a stone by the roadside, if its owner regards it as a treasure, will see the conditions to unlock it skyrocket, such as having to transfer 99% of the world's wealth to its owner. For something like a unique skill the opponent treasures immensely, the difficulty of stealing it should have been impossibly high. The greater the value, the more conditions there are, and the harder they are to meet. Crash pondered. Arthur, what on earth were you thinking? He recalled that moment. Black Hat had clearly activated, yet he had not seen a single lock appear. The absence of any lock at all led to an unbelievable truth, meaning he truly wanted to throw this skill away. The one revered as Arthur, the hero king, actually wished to abandon his own regression skill, and that was why I had the chance to steal it back. Come to think of it, Arthur would sometimes let slip an utterly exhausted expression, acting as though he were reluctantly carrying out some duty. In a world forever marching toward destruction, if he had to repeat it alone again and again, could it be that he had gone mad within his own tragedy? Putting on the act of saving the world alone, he must have lost his sanity at last. Perhaps to Arthur, regression was no different from a curse. That was the very reason he wanted those three to inherit their memories and regress alongside him, while deliberately leaving me out. But my stealing the skill with Black Hat meant that the Arthur I knew had lost his ability to turn back time. He had been left behind in that dying world and perished beneath the meteor shower of the Blue Reaper night. Which means he has truly vanished. Standing in the quiet room of the past, I murmured to myself, "I have taken the very thing you wished most to discard. You ought to thank me. Consider it that I freed them from their curse." Ha ha! A bitter smile crossed his lips. He always singled out me alone for rejection. He took it for granted that I would bear those merciless curses, as if it were something anyone could do. He never once spared a thought for the comrade writhing in agony in the dark. Looking back on the memories of how gravely he had been wounded, of how miserably he had collapsed while they calmly turned their backs, my heart seethed with resentment once more. "You deserve it, you garbage," I muttered. A cold, sharp glint showed in the eyes of a mere child. Stepping out into the corridor of the Green Pie estate, I realized how small my body was now. Before leaving the room, I stood before the mirror and studied myself carefully. I was only about 10 years old now. My frame was short, yet my muscles were remarkably firm and toned. This was the fruit of days upon days of grueling sword training, all to survive within the Van Heem family, the mightiest house of martial arts in the entire kingdom of Starin. You too had to train brutally from a young age to earn a body like this. If I'm in the Green Pie estate, that means the right to prove one's coming of age at 10 has just ended, Crash mused. That was the compulsory right of the Van Heem family, where every member had to prove their worth by revealing the god they had formed a pact with and the skill they had been granted. The more exceptional the patron deity and the higher its rank, the firmer one's standing within the family. The main Van Heem line always commanded absolute reverence, but Crash was the one and only exception. He had been born entirely without any martial talent, for not a single god had deigned to choose him. And so he was cast out of the main mansion without a shred of mercy. He was banished to the Green Pie Villa, a place that was in truth a prison for confining the family's failures. Standing by the window, Crash gazed into the distance with a troubled heart. Now, I alone, the most worthless of the Van Heem line, am the one who knows of the coming apocalypse. It was a catastrophe so terrible that even the illustrious Azer generation could not hope to stop it. He wondered whether he could truly prevent the day the world met its end. "Stop your whining." Crash steadied himself, his small hand clenching into a fist. This was no longer a matter of whether he could do it, but of what he was forced to do. If he had been given the chance to be reborn, then there had to be a way to save the world. Because if the world perished, he would die along with it. With no other choice, the eyes of the 10-year-old boy suddenly turned cold, sharp, and full of resolve. Just then, the dry sound of footsteps echoed across the corridor floor. He looked at the man before him and thought to himself, "What are you doing here?" At this point in time, he's still alive. Arius was the sole steward of the Green Pie Villa. Crash drew closer, gripped the hem of the old steward's coat, and called out loudly, "Arius." The man kept his composure, bowed his head, and asked, "Is something the matter, young master?" In Crash's memory, Arius was the only one who had cared for a failure like him, but the truth behind it was utterly cruel. He looked straight into Arius's eyes, broke into a haunting smile, and asked outright, "The poison my brother gave you to kill me, when exactly do you intend to use it?" At the family's arena, even the most elite knights were no match for that girl. With just a few clean strikes, she sent the whole squad flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground with no strength to resist. This overwhelming power belonged to a young woman with long black hair and sharp eyes, one who utterly dominated the arena. Sarcloth Van Heem stood tall and proud amid the defeated. A blue-violet aura of pure power radiated all around her. She's truly only 15? Those who witnessed it could not help but be stunned by such innate talent. The knights could not so much as lay a finger on her. The title of the sword was no mere decoration, and it was rumored she was the once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Van Heem family. While everyone lavished her with praise, Sarkloth merely looked down coldly and sighed in disappointment. How dull. The hopes of the entire family rested upon her shoulders. They believed that with a prodigy born of fresh blood like Sarkloth, the Van Heem house would never fall. The whole family took pride in this gifted girl, yet behind all that praise lurked the murderous gaze of Billokin Van Heem, Crash's half-brother by a different mother. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and plotted a cruel scheme. I will wipe out that entire bloodline. Though he saw Sarkloth as a threat to be wary of, the easiest target for him to strike at now was that useless failure, Crash. A glint of madness flashed in Billokin's eyes as he thought of disposing of his own blood brother. In a dark room, Billokin sat across from Arius and calmly declared, I intend to kill him first. He did not hesitate to dig into the old steward's pain to drag him into the crime. You must be in dire straits, aren't you? It's all because of Crash that your career has been left to rot, isn't it? He held out a vial of poison shimmering with an eerie, mystical light. Billokin offered a deal that was as tempting as it was utterly ruthless. If you make Crash drink just a single drop of this, your daughter's treatment and all your debts will be taken care of. Understood? Faced with the man's hesitation, he pressed on. So what is there to hesitate about? Arius trembled as he answered in anguish. Young Master Crash is someone I have raised as my own son. How could I do such a thing to him? Heedless of that plea, Billokin coldly spoke his name like a final command. Arius, will you choose someone else's child over your own daughter? He had seized upon the weakness in the man's heart to threaten him. The old steward stood frozen stiff, his face contorted with shock and fear. In the cruel memories of the previous timeline, Arius had once coldly denied that affection. But reality had unfolded in the most painful way. When grave wounds suddenly stained an entire plate of food red, Crash had once cried out in despair. Arius, upon witnessing the one closest to him fall into a critical state. I am so sorry, young Master Crash. Those final feeble words rose from Arius's broken, faltering breath. Before Crash's regression, this steward had in fact received the order to assassinate him. But in the final moment, deep affection triumphed over reason. He choked out through his tears. Young Master Crash is as precious to me as my own flesh and blood. And yet, what have I done? Arius's hand fell limp, dropping to the cold floor as the life left him entirely. It turned out that, unable to bear the guilt tearing him apart, he had eaten the poisoned soup himself to end his own life, rather than harm the one he loved, and then passed quietly away right before Crash's eyes. Back in the present, Crash looked straight at Arius with a gaze as cold as if it saw through to his very soul. The poison my brother gave you to kill me. When do you plan to use it? The direct exposure left Arius trembling, cold sweat streaming down. He stammered in utter terror. What poison? Crash gave him no chance to make excuses. He growled, Are you going to play dumb? You meant to kill me for your daughter's sake. A mere failure, isn't that right? You think I don't know? Crash's question left Arius with nothing to do but bow his head in silence, not daring to face the harsh truth that had been laid bare. Looking at the steward's crushed expression, Crash thought to himself, If I keep on like this, I'll only drive him into a corner the way I did in my past life. He suppressed a sigh, then coldly declared, In any case, if you insist on pretending, then suit yourself. Before turning to leave, he left behind one bitter remark. If I had not been a failure from the start, you would never have taken that order. Arius stood rooted to the spot, struck speechless by the terrifying change in the young master, whom he had assumed would be afraid or weep in fury upon learning of the betrayal. But he never expected the boy could be as calm as a grown man. Crash walked away coldly, leaving Arius behind in turmoil. The old steward stood stunned, wondering to himself, Has young Master Crash changed? The boy led him to the vast study of the mansion. Arius was bewildered, not understanding why the boy had suddenly come here, when Crash spoke his name, Arius. Standing before an ordinary wall, Crash coldly gave an order. He spoke mockingly. For the steward of the Van Heem family, this should be easy, shouldn't it? Unable to refuse, Arius bowed his head. Of course. He drew his sword, took his stance, and unleashed a powerful slash carrying a brilliant blue-violet surge of energy. The precise strike brought the wall crumbling down, revealing a dark, secret passage within. Crash gave a small, approving nod. Oh, a clean cut indeed. Arius was stunned, for even he had not known of this passage's existence. There was a secret passage here. Ignoring the steward's astonishment, Crash strode calmly into the darkness. Before he stepped in, he even praised the steward. "Well done, Arius." Watching the young master's small back, Arius broke into a cold sweat. He realized Crash was utterly different from the day before. The boy calmly took out a luminous pearl to light the way, exuding a dignified aura that reminded him of the powerful head of the house. They went deeper inside until they came upon a door bound tightly shut with chains. Crash stood frozen as old memories came flooding back. He recalled that in the previous timeline, by the time he found this place, everything had already been burned to ash. But this time I've arrived before that could happen. Standing before the door locked tight by dense magical chains, Crash murmured to himself with firm resolve. Seeing this, Arius stepped forward and offered, "Young master, allow me to sever the chains." But Crash coldly stopped him. "No, you can't cut through these chains." He wanted to seize the chance to test his own strength, or rather to try his hand this time and see how it went. At once, a surge of dark energy erupted violently as he cried out, "Skill! Black Hat!" A grotesque hand with furious purple eyes and razor-sharp teeth reached out from the void and lunged straight at the chains. With the force and power of that hand of darkness, in but a moment the dry crack of shattering iron chains rang out. Crash calmly caught the enormous lock as it fell and silently appraised it. The power of the skill hasn't faded after all. Meanwhile, Arius rushed over in a panic to take the heavy object from the boy's hands. "So heavy?" the old steward asked in shock. "Young master, could it be that you formed a pact with a god?" Crash realized that at this point in the past, he had not yet formed any pact, so he calmly lied to cover it up. "Yes, I just signed one with a nameless god." He calmly gave his next order. "As for the matter of this library, feel free to report it to my father." Arius stood frozen, his eyes unable to hide the shock at the young master's transformation. In his heart, he told himself, just yesterday, Crash's eyes had still looked like those of one who had utterly lost any reason to exist. And yet after a single night, the boy had been reborn through forming a pact with a god. Arius believed Crash must have received an extremely powerful skill. After all, he carried the blood of the mighty Van Heem family, sharing the same lineage as the great prodigy Sarkloth. He thought to himself, even if he may not match Sarkloth, the Crash before him now was no longer the useless failure he had once been. Arius swallowed hard. He placed a hand over his left chest, bowed his head, and pledged with the utmost reverence, "Young master, at the very least, until you have accomplished what you set out to do, I will not breathe a word of this to anyone." Seeing the steward's changed demeanor, Crash quietly observed the shift and realized one crucial truth. "I see. So this is the weakness of regression. Because my actions differ from the past, Arius too is changing along with them. Even so, his gaze still betrayed wariness as he thought of the man before him. But Arius, the one who once betrayed me." The image of Arius collapsing in the past would live on forever in Crash's memory. Looking at the steward before him, he wondered whether Arthur too had once endured this very paradox, and that was why he had forced himself to learn the regression skill. Crash's gaze sank as he calculated. "Arius, if I cure your daughter's illness, surely you'll stay loyal to me. I should add to the number of chess pieces I can use while living here." Crash turned away coldly and tossed out a remark, "Do as you please." He decided the matter of curing Arius's daughter could wait, for right now, the secret library was what he ought to prioritize. The heavy wooden door slowly swung open, releasing a surge of blazing red energy thick with pressure. Crash was stunned as a colossal pillar of light and magical flames erupted violently from within, as if to incinerate anyone who dared trespass. His eyes went wide in amazement at the grandeur and might of this place. He could scarcely believe a place like this could ever have been burned to utter ruin. Though he had lived through so many erosions of the world, Crash still felt a shiver as he stepped inside. "There's no mistaking it. That person's secret manual is surely here," he murmured as he surveyed the colossal bookshelves towering beyond sight. At last, he exclaimed with satisfaction, "Found it." This place was the secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion, where the ancestors of the Van Heem family deemed failures had recorded all of their techniques and memories. This was no mere collection of skills, but the great achievement of humanity, a place that preserved the secret manuals that reached the highest realm. At first, anyone could enter this place, but because of a single person, it became a secret library. That person was Damaris Van Heem. He had once been regarded as the worst failure in Van Heem history, but after being devoured by the erosion of the world, he returned and became the strongest of all. Crash broke into an ambitious smile as he approached the light. The secret manual left behind by that terrifying failure is, Crash reached out and grasped the manual blazing with roaring flames. He whispered, "Forgive me for arriving late, ancestors, now then. It belongs to me. All this treasury of knowledge now has its master, Damaris Van Heem, a name that had once struck terror across the entire continent. The one deemed the worst failure in the history of the Van Heem family, yet at the same time the strongest warrior ever to appear here. When he stood at the pinnacle of power, his presence was like a god of destruction stepping out of myth. The mightiest warriors of the world at the time banded together to challenge him, but before that absolute strength, not a single one could halt Damaris in his stride. He swept through every line of defense, reducing the most fortified magic formations to flat ruin in the blink of an eye. The secret behind that terrifying power was the extreme blood poison, a deadly toxin that had seeped deep into his every vein. Damaris had committed the insane act of fusing the very erosion of the world into his own body and held the secret manual to control that malevolent energy. He had learned to fight poison with poison and turn it into strength. Crash lifted the manual in his hands and mused, recalling that in his past life, half of this book had been burned away, leaving him unable to learn the fate of this ancestor. Could it be that Damaris had truly gone mad, unable to control the raging erosion energy within him? Recalling when he was assailed by curses, Crash realized he had once used Black Hat to weaken and balance the various curses against one another in order to survive. If the same principle applied, he could use a stolen curse to restrain and control the rampage of the extreme blood poison. The image of a divine serpent and a fierce beast clashing against each other burst forth within the brilliant light, proof of the interplay of opposing forces of power gradually being subdued. Crash focused his entire spirit. A surge of dark energy and lightning began to converge between his two hands, forming an immense sphere of pressure. He curled his lips into a confident smile, believing that with this method, he too could grow strong beyond all ordinary laws, as strong as Damaris. That yearning burned within Crash as he called the steward's name, Arius. He coldly issued a supreme command, from this day on, see to it that no one enters the Blue Pine Pavilion. That is an order. Arius bowed his head in obedience. Yes, I understand. From the moment he swore his oath, the steward had been wholeheartedly loyal to him. Walking down the resplendent corridor, the old steward silently resolved to repay the kindness, for Crash had overlooked his mistake. He decided he would formally refuse young Master Bilokin's cruel proposal. The news was like a bucket of cold water thrown straight in Bilokin's face, making him roar in fury. What did you just say? He tore the papers on his desk to shreds in a frenzy. He could not believe Arius dared refuse his offer all for that fool Crash. In the depths of his rage, Bilokin cursed Crash as garbage who had no right to exist in the Van Heem family. He glared bitterly at the newspapers praising the prodigy Sarcloth. If not for Crash's bloodline, both he and Lilith would already have earned their rightful place in the main house. Bilokin gritted his teeth and summoned his subordinate, ordering him to go at once to the Blue Pine Pavilion and investigate why that steward had changed his mind. But the subordinate trembled as he reported a stunning truth. We cannot get inside. Bilokin asked again in disbelief, only to receive an astonishing answer. Young Master Crash's steward, Arius, has sealed off the entrance and forbidden everyone, even the head of the house, from setting foot in the Blue Pine Pavilion. Outside the gate, Arius stood imposing with a sword in hand. His piercing gaze was ready to stop anyone who dared trespass upon his master's domain. Forbidding even the head of the house, Bilokin was stunned and seething at the arrogance of the one he had always regarded as a failure. Nor could he understand why a failure like Crash was held in such high regard by the steward. Meanwhile, inside the secret library, Crash sat in meditation, a surge of dark purple energy blazing around his small body slick with sweat. He let out a long, satisfied breath. At last I've reached the first stage of a Qi user. According to the hierarchy, Qi has many ranks, such as Qi Emperor, Qi Master, and Qi Expert. And Crash had officially stepped into the Qi Master rank, the starting state of one newly learning to wield this energy. The second stage is Qi Expert, the most common rank, yet also the harsh boundary that divides the ordinary from the genius. At present, Crash considered himself to have only just touched the threshold of an ordinary practitioner. Meanwhile, Sarcloth, the sister only 2 years his elder, had long since reached the realm of Chi Master. Her talent was likened to that of a freakish monster, but even a prodigy like Sarcloth had been forced to kneel helpless before the world's brutal destruction in the previous timeline. Compared to Sarcloth, Crash saw himself as still a mere novice. He wondered whether, at this pace, he could save the world in time. But then he cast aside his doubt. You never know until you try. Whining is pointless. He recalled that in his past life, because he carried countless curses, he could not wield Ki. But now, everything was different. Though he could not match Sarcloth in raw talent, Crash still believed he could break through if he could master the secret manual left behind by the failure, Damaris. He would learn it gradually, one idea at a time from this book. I can grow stronger. A glint of confidence flashed in Crash's eyes as he envisioned a future full of power. He drew back the dark energy swirling around his body and told himself, for now, this is enough. Right after, the door of the training room slowly opened. Arius walked in with a towel in hand and bowed respectfully. Young master, congratulations on reaching the first stage of the expert realm. Crash calmly took the towel and wiped his sweat, replying, it's nothing worth mentioning. More importantly, why were you waiting in a place like this? The old steward delivered news that left him stunned. Your betrothed, Lady Bianca Hardenhouse, has arrived at the Blue Pine Pavilion. Crash froze, his eyes going wide in astonishment. The white demon Bianca? In his memory, though she had been a ringleader, she had become a pawn for those who sought to seize and destroy this world. She was also the one who had defeated one of the 10 heavenly kings to claim the proud title of White Demon. Though for now she was merely the youngest daughter of the Hardenhouse family, in truth this was nothing but a political marriage. Ha! The Van Heem family got the chance to be rid of a useless failure, and the Hardenhouse family would become lords of the North and forge ties with the mightiest martial house. Crash bitterly realized both of us were being used by our families. They were nothing but chess pieces in the schemes of two houses. Even so, he broke into a calculating smile. As it happens, I have business with Bianca as well. I never expected she would come find me herself. Bianca Hardenhouse, the youngest daughter of the family that ruled the North, was burdened with a cruel fate. Because her mother had been afflicted by the curse of the world's erosion before she was born, Bianca had come into the world with no sense of feeling at all. The curse had sunk deep into her soul, impossible to break with any exorcism. With a body so tainted, she could not even form a pact with a god. She was even regarded as a cursed child, born by trading away her own mother's life, and so Bianca had always been treated coldly by the Hardenhouse family. Crash mused, thinking back, I wonder if Bianca hates me. But then he brushed the thought aside. As long as it doesn't get in the way of stealing Bianca's curse, it doesn't matter. Because the snow doll was the very curse he needed to suppress the frenzy when the extreme blood poison seeped into his blood. Seeing that Crash was still in his training clothes, Arius said with concern, Going out dressed like that won't do. I'll prepare a change of clothes for you right away. Yes, thank you, Crash replied, then broke into a mysterious smile. He had forgotten he was still just a growing boy. He gave the steward an order, show her inside and tell her I'll be a moment. Outside, his betrothed Bianca stood quietly, her silver hair adorned with a snowflake hairpin, her expression blank as she waited for the meeting. 5 months earlier, in a fit of rage, Crash had not hesitated to shout right in Bianca's face, "Get out." He had looked at her with eyes full of hatred and scorn. All you care about is the power of the Van Heem family, so don't pretend to be my betrothed. The answer to that dismissal had been the cold slam of a door. Bianca had quietly left, thinking, I never wanted to come here either. She recalled the crushing pressure from the Hardenhouse family, where her relatives had forced her to trade away herself for the common good. The only way for the Hardenhouse family to survive was to lean on the Van Heem house. They had told her to use her pleasing face to win the affection of the young master. Though Bianca had no emotions, she understood this cruel truth all too clearly. Deep down, she was certain that if not for this political marriage, she would never have entangled herself with someone as foul-mouthed, gloomy, and worthless as him. Surely if they met now, he would only curse at her as before. Back in the present, the moment Crash stepped into the room, a chill ran down his spine as he recalled how cruelly he had treated her in the previous timeline. He murmured to himself in remorse, "Oh no, To break the suffocating atmosphere, Crash scratched his head awkwardly. I never imagined they'd serve such hot tea to someone with a sensitive palate like yours. I'll remind the servants later. Just leave it for now. He took the initiative to change his manner. Gently, he invited her. The weather is lovely today. Shall we take a stroll in the garden? There must be many flowers there that can't grow in the north. Bianca answered only briefly. Very well. Crash immediately ordered the steward. Arius, bring some macadamia cookies out to the garden. Arius bowed in obedience. Yes, my lord. Bianca, it must have been quite a journey for you to get here. Crash opened the conversation as the two of them strolled down the splendid corridor. He went on with a polite smile. Since we are betrothed, meetings like this are rather necessary. Bianca only followed quietly behind, wondering inwardly. Is that so? Crash suddenly turned to tease her. Even so, I feel as though you're speaking with a superior rather than with someone you love. Faced with Bianca's silence, he realized her tone was far too formal. Is she like this because I cursed at her before, or simply because she has no emotions? Meanwhile, Bianca clearly felt something was off. She recalled their last meeting, when Crash's gaze had been sharp as a blade, but today it was entirely different. What stunned her most was that he knew she liked macadamia cookies, a preference she was certain she had never revealed to him. Stepping out into the garden, Crash stretched and let out a sigh of relief. Ah, so peaceful. His ease left Bianca questioning herself. Are you truly Crash? He noticed her doubt and wondered whether he had changed too much from before. Suddenly, a thin but sharp pressure unintentionally radiated from Crash, startling Bianca in fright, killing intent. Frightened by that pressure, Bianca immediately bowed her head and apologized. Forgive me, Lord Crash, I have overstepped. Crash was alarmed, cursing inwardly, for he had not meant to frighten her at all. His memories of this period were too faint, and he could not recall just how badly he had once treated Bianca. But there was one thing he remembered clearly, and that was this very expression of hers. Bianca's face right now was exactly like the day she collapsed in blood before the North Sea ice villa in the old timeline. To ease the situation, Crash scratched his head and laughed it off, deciding to use a lie to smooth things over. Well, let's set that aside for now. I can't blame you for doubting, Bianca. I recently formed a pact with a god, so perhaps that's why my temperament has changed. As he made his excuse to move past it, Bianca could only reply mechanically. Congratulations, young Master Crash. Seeing that the moment had come, Crash looked straight into his betrothed's eyes and said, In that case, I have something I'd like to propose to you. Bianca echoed in shock. A proposal. She could not believe that one who had just gained the power of a god would want to propose anything to her. A negative thought flashed through her mind, leaving Bianca pale. Could it be breaking off the engagement? Seeing her panicked expression, Crash could only exclaim, Why would you think that? Crash hesitated, then bowed his head and humbled himself. What I mean is, if you don't want to marry someone like me, if you wish to break off the engagement, then please feel free. Bianca looked at him, her heart heavy with thought. He's belittling himself again. Though he carries the blood of the Van Heem, why is Lord Crash so full of self-doubt? She looked straight into his eyes and declared firmly, I will be your betrothed, Lord Crash. That will not change. Crash was stunned, frozen before the little girl's resolute declaration. How long has it been since I heard words as sincere as those? Crash thought to himself, an unfamiliar warmth seeping into his heart. He cleared his throat softly to regain his composure. I see. Well then, let's get to the main matter. So she had been afraid all this time that he would break off the engagement. Crash's gaze suddenly turned cold, a surge of dark purple energy erupting over his scar-covered hand from the power he had just awakened. Would you be willing to hand over to me the curse that even expert breakers can do nothing about? Bianca was stunned, unable to believe her ears. He said, hand over that unbreakable curse? You mean you wish to take that curse upon yourself? Crash nodded in confirmation. Yes, I need to use it. If you're willing to give it to me, I'll grant you any wish, even destruction, Bianca pondered. She realized this was a situation in which her emotionless curse actually gave her an advantage. She knew Crash had always been seen as a failure and was surely in fierce conflict with the main line. Looking at Crash's demeanor now, Bianca silently guessed. Perhaps he became this way because he was simply too exhausted, so exhausted that he wants to erase his emotions entirely. She suddenly recalled the words of a mind mage who had once spoken to her as a child. When a person reaches the limit of their spirit, they collapse before the sickness of the heart. The old mage's warning came back vividly in her mind. Once afflicted, they may take their own life, or suddenly become gentle, as if they were a completely different person. He had warned that it was an extremely dangerous moment, a sign foretelling a heartbreaking end. Bianca, if someone dear to you ever falls into such a state, stay by their side. At that thought, Bianca grew certain he had fallen into that very state. She suddenly reached out and clasped Crash's hand, calloused and covered in wounds. She looked at him with eyes full of resolve and comfort. It will be all right. I know you can get through this, Crash. You only need to master your emotions without relying on a curse. Bianca's words left Crash dumbfounded. He stammered, "Huh? Bianca, there seems to be some misunderstanding here." Heedless of Crash's confusion, the girl went on. "From now on, I'll visit you often. If I ask my father's permission, I could even move close by to be near you." Crash was stunned. "Why are you suddenly saying this? Wait, you don't hate me? You don't actually want this engagement, do you?" Bianca gripped his hand, her gaze unwavering. "Even so, I cannot abandon someone standing at the edge of such a difficult precipice." Crash realized she had not denied not wanting the engagement, but once she decided on something, she would throw herself into seeing it through. He thought to himself, "I get the feeling she's seriously misunderstanding this whole thing." Realizing he could not obtain the curse immediately through persuasion, Crash decided to try activating his skill in secret. A surge of dark purple energy enveloped Bianca as he cried out, "Skill Black Hat." At once, a magic circle appeared and began setting the conditions to unlock and steal the curse from her. But her curse had already been locked. Condition 1, become Bianca's friend. Crash frowned, troubled. A double lock, how vexing. He realized that because this was a curse Bianca had borne since birth, it was treated as part of her body and had been valued extremely high. This was even harder than becoming her husband. Bianca, having no emotions, rarely showed interest in anything. Crash worried that if he returned her to Harden House, she would soon turn into the cruel white demon. He decided to keep Bianca by his side to wait for a chance to unlock it, both to keep her from becoming the white demon and to seize the snow doll, killing two birds with one stone. That makes me very happy. I'm grateful to be able to meet my betrothed so often. Crash suppressed his calculations and smiled in reply to Bianca's plan. The girl gave a small nod. I'll confirm it with my father and return. Until next time. Crash watched Bianca's back fade into the sunset, thinking he would have a month to read as many secret manuals as he could. He let out a breath of relief. Phew. Things are about to get busy. But the very next day, at the Green Pie Villa, the clamor of moving cargo shattered the quiet. Crash watched in bewilderment as men hauled large crates into the house. "Hello, Lord Crash." A familiar voice rang out, making him jump. Bianca stood there amid the wind and the drifting leaves and calmly declared, "From today, I shall live at the Green Pie Villa. I hope you'll look after me." Crash stood frozen, his eyes flying wide in shock. She means to live here with me? Was what she said yesterday for real? Why did she come back so quickly? Bianca, is she sleeping in this spot again? Crash sighed at the sight of his betrothed sleeping soundly right in his room. He worried to himself. If anyone saw us like this, they'd get the wrong idea. Just then, with a long yawn, Bianca opened her eyes groggily. She looked at him and calmly greeted, "Good morning, Lord Crash." "But why are you here?" Crash flared up and snapped, "I'm the one who should be asking that, Bianca." Time slipped quietly by, and snow had blanketed the entire estate white. Amid the bone-deep cold, Crash still trained tirelessly until he was drenched in sweat, a blazing blue aura swirling around his body. He mused, "Come to think of it, several months have already passed since I began living with Bianca." The memory of the day she first moved in was still vivid in his mind. Bianca had stood there, elegant in appearance, and coldly declared, "Starting today, I will move into the Blue Pine Pavilion Hall. I hope you'll help me. Crash had gone wide-eyed in astonishment and stammered, You're moving in for good? She had calmly replied that her family agreed at once without the slightest objection. Looking at the girl, Crash had worried inwardly, I mean, having to leave home like this, are you all right? You're only 12, aren't you? Or did she simply not want to stay in a home that always wished to be rid of her? He realized that because Bianca had no emotions, her bond with her family was extremely tenuous, and she could not even comprehend such feelings of sadness or loneliness. But Crash consoled himself. Perhaps that was for the best, since he wanted to become her friend. And so their relationship drifted on in a strange way, like a mother hen and her chick. Wherever he went, she followed. What a cute little pair, wouldn't you say? Back in the present, Crash was straining through his training, his energy bursting forth powerfully. He realized that her moving in had been in summer, and now it was winter, with this year nearly at its end. That meant the start of the term at Rahan Academy was drawing near. This was a place founded through the cooperation of the 4 great kingdoms and the empire to train talents to fight the world's erosion, admitting only students aged 15 to 20. Before Crash returned to the past, this place had produced countless members of the Azer generation with high-level skills. Crash gritted his teeth in fury, vowing to plunder, one by one, the skills of those bastards. The ones who had tormented him like an enemy, now they would soon pay the price. Next year, Crash would turn 14, meaning he had only about a year to prepare and to grow even stronger. But he realized his talent had begun to reach its limit, for these magic books could only carry him to the elementary level of a chi expert. To break through this barrier, Crash knew he had to claim Bianca's Snowdoll curse as soon as possible and learn to wield the extreme blood poison. The moment he stepped out of the training room, Crash again saw Bianca sitting in wait. He asked, Bianca, are you waiting out here again today? The girl answered plainly, Yes, I can't stand to be alone, Crash. From summer until now, she had clung to him like a shadow. Even when Crash irritably asked whether she intended to follow him all the way into the bath, Bianca calmly asked back whether that was forbidden. Crash could only sigh, not knowing when Bianca would truly regard him as a friend so he could accomplish his goal. He tried changing the subject. Would you like to go out for a little walk? Just then, a steward approached to report, Young Master, there is an invitation from the Holy Star Sanctum. Crash repeated in surprise, the Holy Star Sanctum. It was a grand annual banquet for the young nobles of the Kingdom of Starin, where nearly everyone attended to mingle and build connections. Here the nobility came merely to flaunt their wealth and show off their status. Crash held the invitation in his hand and murmured softly, Ah, now I remember. Thank you for the reminder, Arius. In the previous timeline, because he had shut himself away in the Blue Pine Pavilion Hall, his memories of this event were rather faint. However, he knew for certain that the bastard Billokin would be there. Crash's gaze hardened, and he decided he had to go to keep his promise to Arius. He told himself, that way he won't have an excuse to do what he did last time, alluding to preventing the tragedy that had befallen the old steward's daughter. Crash handed the letter back to Arius and said decisively, Tell them I will attend. At once, Bianca, standing beside him, also spoke up, I'm going too. As they strolled down the splendid corridor, Bianca looked at Crash with concern and said, Crash, the people attending the Holy Star Sanctum will surely criticize you. He glanced at his betrothed and replied with worry, Yes, but who knows what they'll say about you? Perhaps it would be better if you didn't go. In answer to that concern, Bianca looked straight into his eyes and affirmed, No, I will go with you. Crash smiled faintly, reached out to pat Bianca's head and said, After all, protecting one's husband is the duty of a betrothed. Realizing he was teasing the girl a bit too far, he quickly corrected himself. I'm not asking as your husband. I just want to hear your honest opinion, Bianca. Bianca froze at that gesture, once again meeting that familiar look of pity. Over these past months, Crash had been kind to her in a way she could not understand. From asking what she wanted for breakfast, to going with her to choose books in the study, to staying up all night to watch over her while she slept. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Sleep a little more. This warmth was something Bianca had never received in the cold Hardenhouse family. Watching Crash train tirelessly with his sword beneath the moonlight, she realized his kindness had almost made her forget the dreadful first meeting between them. Deep down, Bianca told herself, that is why I no longer hate Crash. She gazed deep into his eyes and repeated her declaration, "I will go with you. Not as your betrothed, but as myself. That is how I truly feel." Crash was stunned by that sudden sincerity. He could only manage to say, "I understand." The carriage rolled on, carrying them away from the estate beneath a brilliant sunset. When the magnificent castle came into view, Crash looked out the window and murmured, "So this is Gararyu? Truly the most famous place in the region? They rented out the entire venue? Just how wealthy are they?" Crash could not help but marvel at the grand scale of the banquet's setting. These nobles live in luxury, spending money like water. He pondered the reason the nobility of this world were so revered. It was because they fought against the world's erosion in place of the common folk. And yet, looking at the fools before him who knew nothing but feasting through the night without ever training, Crash bitterly wondered whether this was truly the future of Starin. The moment he stepped into the banquet hall, an announcement rang out clearly. "Lord Crash Van Heem and Lady Bianca Hardenhouse have arrived." At once, malicious whispers swarmed around the two of them. Crash, the failure son of the Van Heem house? And the cursed girl from the northern family as well? What a match made in heaven. The hypocritical nobles looked at them with contemptuous eyes. They even reminded one another not to stare, lest they catch Bianca's curse. Amid the chaotic crowd, Crash sensed the presence of some intriguing figures. These were the true nobles who would later join the Azer generation. There was Balakovma, dubbed the Young Tiger with his piercing gaze, Emilia the Magpie with mysterious blazing red eyes, and Annex Reiser, who wielded a wooden bow with consummate skill. These three were the famed Starin trio, now turning all their attention toward him. They looked at him with contempt. Crash realized they were watching him, and he was certain the reason was his sister, Sarcloth. He recalled Sarcloth once telling him how she had worn a dazzling red dress, drawing an endless stream of people who came to strike up conversation. But in the end, no one could best her in single combat. Sarcloth had come to despise this place, calling it the sanctum of trash and swearing she would never return. Judging by the present atmosphere, Crash knew for certain his sister had caused quite the commotion. Suddenly, Bianca gently tugged at his sleeve and consoled him. "Lord Crash, don't mind what others say." Crash was taken aback. He had not expected the girl who had just been gravely insulted to be the one worrying about him. He reached out to pat Bianca's head and smiled. "I don't mind in the least. I was just thinking about Sarcloth," just as he wondered when that fellow would show up. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears. The announcement rang out again. "Lord Durling Danphalion has arrived." A figure with the most eccentric style among the nobles appeared, beaming brightly and waving an excited greeting. "Hello, everyone!" That was the renowned alchemist prodigy, Durling Danphalion. He cared nothing for appearances, and so he dressed quite unlike anyone else. He recalled his past life. "Oh my, your whole body is covered in curses. What on earth made you end up in such a terrible state?" Durling had exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Crash's body riddled with brutal marks in the old timeline. He had stroked his chin, muttering calculations with great excitement. For this kind of corrosive curse. Then combine this with this. All right, it seems feasible. Right after, Durling had eagerly proposed something insane. "Say, would you be interested in becoming my test subject? I'll heal you." A blinding light had flared up as Durling forcibly cast a healing technique, leaving Crash only able to shout, "Stop! Stop it! Have you lost your mind? Stay away from me." He had deliberately toyed with Crash for his own amusement. He was Durling Danphalion, lord of the famed Alchemy Tower. That was also the first time Crash had been reunited with the one who would later be hailed as the foremost alchemy king in the world. Durling strode into the banquet hall with the utmost confidence. He waved an excited greeting. "Hello, everyone!" His arrival instantly stirred up a divided reaction. While the young ladies cried out in admiration, "Look! Lord Durling is splendid again today," the other nobles sneered at him with scorn, as a freak who deliberately arrived late to draw attention. Crash stood watching from afar. He thought to himself, a show-off like that would of course choose a place crowded with peers his own age to make his entrance. He turned to check on Bianca, who was engrossed in a plate of food. "Bianca, wait for me here," the girl answered obediently as she chewed. Yes. Crash quietly walked off, heading straight toward Durling, drawing the alchemist lord's attention. Who is that boy? I feel as though I've seen him somewhere before. Crash Van Heem's sharp gaze fixed straight on him. Seeing Crash drawing nearer, Durling stared at him and exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he looks just like Sarkloth. He wondered curiously whether Crash had something to say or was simply drawn in by his appearance. But then his tone suddenly turned grave. Lately, it seems you've been digging up information about the world's erosion. Crash did not flinch in the slightest. He curled his lips in challenge. If I say so, I wonder if that makes you any more interested in me. Durling broke into a sly smile. You really are a provocative little brat. Since you've roused my curiosity, prepare yourself. He led Crash into a private room. Admiring the treasured swords there, he asked the boy's age. When Crash answered that he was only 13, Durling remarked that though he was young, the aura he gave off was something else entirely. Crash suppressed a sigh. He declared frankly, well then, I don't have much time, so I'd like to get straight to the point. Durling drew a sword from its sheath and coldly replied, Go ahead. Without warning, he tossed a sword toward Crash with a mischievous invitation. Here, catch. The moment Crash caught the weapon, Durling lunged to attack at terrifying speed. The two got better acquainted through the blades they aimed at each other. Crash struggled to fend off the relentless strikes. He roared in fury. What the hell are you doing? Durling Danphalion. Durling calmly kept pressing the attack while explaining that he only wanted to test the skills of Sarkloth's younger brother. Crash gritted his teeth in fury. What a troublesome fellow! Heedless of the fierce clash underway, Durling urged him on. By the way, didn't you say you had something to discuss? I'm listening. Go ahead, Crash answered as he held his stance. That. The sword in Crash's hand clashed against Durling's weapon. Watching his opponent parry, Durling sneered. Aren't you supposed to be a failure with no skills at all? Crash gritted his teeth and calmly replied, despite how it looks, I train every single day. In his mind, he quickly calculated. Should I use the secret manual to deal with this alchemist? Or should I give him a bit of a shock? Suddenly, Crash put forth an enticing lure. The research on neutralizing curses. I can help you with that. The words left Durling stunned. What? Pressing on with razor-sharp blade strikes, he demanded to know what Crash, of all people, knew about alchemy to dare propose a partnership. Dodging the treacherous kicks, Crash confidently explained his method for neutralizing curses. It was something the exorcist mages still could not break, but it could be done by using another curse as a counterweight. He had not expected a failure like Crash to understand alchemy so deeply. Durling realized that to become a first-rate alchemist, he absolutely had to prove that body of research. He drew back his stance, his gaze turning more serious. I'll help you with the research. At that moment, a jet-black surge of energy erupted powerfully, enveloping Crash's small body. He declared with pride, with my skill that steals curses. Witnessing this, Durling was utterly shaken, his eyes going wide in astonishment. An aura! Isn't he supposed to be a powerless failure? He thought to himself, if what Crash said was true, then this was truly a perfect opportunity to perfect his research. In a fit of extreme excitement, Durling broke into a mischievous smile and offered, What should I do to repay you? How about becoming my boyfriend? Crash broke out in goosebumps and immediately brushed it off. What on earth are you talking about? This fellow is as eccentric in personality as he is in dress, wouldn't you say? He got straight to the point, asking Durling to use his talent for brewing potions to create medicine that would ease the curses Crash would collect in the future. Crash told himself, relying on the curse-stealing skill alone would surely not be enough to survive in this brutal world. Even the Azer generation, who possessed extraordinary skills, could not stop the destruction of the world. Or anything else, for that matter. Standing before Crash, Durling studied his cold expression carefully and silently appraised him. I heard he'd lost his drive from being constantly compared to Sarkloth, but it seems that isn't the case. He realized he was facing an overwhelming prodigy and a true eccentric. Both Van Heem siblings left Durling astonished. Crash broke the silence with a question. May I ask you something? Durling was curious. What is it? When he heard Crash ask about his intention to attend the soon-to-be-founded Rayhen Academy, Durling could not help but take notice. Looking toward the majestic academy, Crash curled his lips in a calculating smile. Of course I do. Within his heart, a new plan was seething. There are a whole host of skills for me to steal at the academy. Most importantly, I need a legitimate reason to move about freely there. Durling was so thrilled he could not hide his excitement. Then it settled. I'll do anything, brew potions or whatever else. He affirmed that as long as it had to do with curses, he was always glad to welcome it. At the same time, he did not forget to demand a place at Crash's side. Witnessing such excessive enthusiasm, Crash thought to himself, this fellow hasn't changed a bit, before or after. He suddenly shifted to a more serious matter. You know about the discoloration disease, don't you? It was an incurable illness that turned the skin a blue-black hue and led to death. Crash looked straight at Durling and ordered, "Make a cure for that disease." Durling was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief. "Hey," he reacted strongly, "don't you know what incurable means? Even for me, that's impossible." Crash kept his calm expression, for he knew well that in the distant future, it would be Durling himself who completed this cure. He clenched his fist and looked at the alchemist with eyes full of trust. "You can do it." Those words immediately stirred Durling's pride. He curled his lips into a smile, hearing you say that strikes my pride. He had successfully provoked a show-off into the palm of his hand, hey. Crash and Durling bumped fists, formally sealing the pact between them. Crash instructed him, "When the medicine is ready, be sure to contact the Blue Pine Pavilion." Durling replied with great enthusiasm, Okay, I'll bring it to you in person." But then Crash suddenly froze over a question that had long nagged at him. He asked outright, "You like my sister, don't you?" Durling, without the slightest concealment, cried out in excitement, "I love Sarcloth so much." Crash was still not convinced. He pressed about how Durling had earlier said the place beside him was still open and had mentioned a boyfriend. Durling looked bashful and explained that because Crash was still young, he didn't fully understand, then suddenly confessed, "I like boys too. I can love both men and women." Horrified by this confession, Crash shouted, "Well, I don't!" and then immediately bolted away for dear life, heedless of Durling calling wistfully after him, "Oh wait, my future love." Running and gasping for breath, Crash thought to himself, so this alchemist turned out to be that kind of person. When he returned to the banquet hall, he suddenly froze at the sight before his eyes. A man was roughly gripping Bianca's arm, heedless of how the girl trembled in pain. Bianca looked at him with eyes full of resentment, yet also helplessness, silently calling Crash's name in her mind. While he had been away, had she been bullied to this extent? Without a moment's hesitation, Crash lunged and delivered a powerful kick straight to the noble's head, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. The man clutched his head, groaning in pain. A jet-black surge of killing intent erupted, enveloping Crash's body and darkening his face with fury. He growled menacingly, "You dare force yourself on my betrothed. What do you want?" Faced with that fury, the man trembled and stammered, "Force myself." Crash looked at him with utter contempt. "You fine, I'll go." The cowardly noble could only blurt out in fear before hastily backing away from Crash's terrifying pressure. Giving him no chance to recover, Crash coldly declared that instead of going to see the second princess as demanded, he would seek out Annex. The man asked dumbfoundedly why, but Crash had already seen through the truth of the matter. He warned that no matter whom the man served, he had thoroughly absorbed all his master's vices. Crash decisively called Bianca and walked off, leaving the man sitting stunned on the floor, a lowly nobody who dared to imitate his master in harassing a decent girl. Striding down the luxurious red-carpeted corridor, Crash mused, wondering why Bianca had dared refuse to go see the princess. Based on what he had experienced in his past life, he could fully guess the identity of the culprit pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, what puzzled him was that at 12 years old, Bianca should not have been sharp enough to grasp such complex politics. Crash stopped and called softly, "Bianca." He looked straight at his betrothed and asked plainly why she had not obeyed the princess's order. Bianca bowed her head, her silver hair falling to hide her face, and answered softly with utter sincerity, "Because you told me to wait, Lord Crash." That innocent answer, yet brimming with absolute trust, left Crash stunned. He smiled faintly and reached out to pat her head affectionately as the two walked on together down the corridor. Well done. Arriving before a large door, fortunate to have Annex's assistance, Crash and Bianca stepped together into the room beyond. But the moment the door closed, Annex revealed his excitement, blocking their way and proposing, "Well then, but you see, I'm curious about you too, Crash. Have a match with me. Crash never expected to run into yet another formidable fellow. Crash suppressed a weary sigh. So it's come to this, after all, fighting at the Holy Star Sanctum. Annex still would not let it go, arguing provocatively. But you fought Sarcloth, so a match with you should be no problem, since you're weaker than Sarcloth. Crash recalled the rumors about this fellow. When he fought Sarcloth, he had held out longer than even Aparax, a master a notch above him in skill. What made Annex so fearsome was his unpredictable combat instinct, so sharp that opponents could never guess his next blade stroke. Crash told himself he had wanted to avoid fighting this fellow, but looking into the burning hunger in his eyes, he understood he would not be able to refuse so easily. Crash coldly accepted very well. At once, Annex launched a precise strike, attacking at blinding speed, yet it landed without effect. Crash nimbly dodged, clenched his fist, and with a single punch carrying cursed dark energy, sent him flying. Annex could only clutch his stomach in agony. Crash stood firm, silently looking down at the defeated one. Annex clutched his chest and groaned, "Crash, you're merciless." Crash coldly straightened his collar and shot back decisively, "You're the one who challenged me first." Despite his sorry state, Annex still pleaded, "Yes, but wait, let me go get my weapon first, all right?" Crash merely curled his lips and asked back mockingly, "A weapon? More importantly, can you even still stand?" Annex tried to force himself up, but his body was utterly spent, and he collapsed to the floor without an ounce of strength left. Witnessing the scene, Bianca asked curiously, "Crash, what on earth did you do to him?" Crash calmly explained as the two walked on, "I used the secret art passed down through the Van Heem family. The 1-inch punch, a supreme technique created by one once deemed a failure of the Van Heem family long ago. It is a blow that unleashes maximum damage over the shortest distance. Under the right conditions, it can even cause severe internal injury. It was thanks to this 1-inch punch that Crash had survived countless life-or-death situations and saved himself when the Blue Pine Pavilion was ablaze in the past." Crash looked at his hand and affirmed firmly, "I used my strongest move, so he won't be getting up for quite a while." He signaled to Bianca, "Let's head inside," leaving behind an Annex sprawled flat on the ground, muttering in despair. Stepping out onto the balcony beneath the brilliant full moon, Crash suddenly froze upon sensing the presence of two strangers waiting there. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Balakovma?" Balakovma stood there with a cryptic smile and curled his lips mockingly. "It's quite funny that you actually defeated Breshwood." Crash did not flinch in the slightest. He immediately exposed his opponent's scheme. "In any case, you only used the second princess to lure me here. Isn't that the very reason you've been standing here waiting? Well, here I am now." Wasting no time, he stated the man's intent outright. Balakovma seemed surprised at being seen through. He muttered, "How did you figure it out?" "Strange. You're different from what I heard. Perhaps the rumors are false." Crash growled, pointing straight at the man's face. "You're the very one who spread the rumor that I'm a failure, aren't you?" He thrust forward a hand radiating a jet-black aura and declared with a threat, "However, if you lose to me today, the rumors will change a little from now on, because I'll steal your skill." If Crash stood proud upon the balcony, the other one was none other than Annex Riser. In his heart, Crash bitterly recalled the time they had once fought side by side, from their days at the academy until they joined the Azer generation. "You are an old friend of mine. Because we were together so long, I understand you very well." But behind that mask of friendship lay a harsh truth Crash had seen through. The real nature of it was, you only befriended me because I was useful to you. A selfish one who betrayed his mentor and his friend, befriending me only to exploit me. And that so-called usefulness was the worst reason of all that drove him to betray me. Memories of that fateful day came flooding back like a nightmare. Amid the ruined battlefield, when all his comrades had fallen, Crash struggled to cling to the cliffside, his breath ragged with despair, damn it. "Has everyone been taken down? Annex, are you there? Help me!" In answer to that desperate plea for help, Annex merely stood high above, looking down with a gaze cold enough to make the skin crawl. He calmly calculated, "Crash, if they find out that falling into the trap was my fault, I'll surely lose my place in the Azer generation, won't I? But if I'm the only one who survives, then no one will ever know of this." Annex's cold-blooded declaration left Crash utterly stunned. Though on the brink of death, he still managed to scream, "Hey, you think it'll be that easy? The infighting is already brutal enough. You'll surely be thrown out for this. But Annex merely curled his lips in a cunning smile. He had already laid out a ruthless plan. It's fine. I'll pin all the blame on you. Since everyone around hates you, they'll believe me. And so, the truth of this matter will be buried. He bent down and spoke a false farewell. Thank you, Crash, for being my friend until the very end. With those words, he walked away without ever looking back. On the brink of life and death, Crash felt his strength draining away. His bloodied hand slowly slipped from the cold ledge of rock. Could it really end like this for me? The despairing thought flashed through his clouded eyes when a hand suddenly reached out and seized him tight. Arthur appeared like a savior at the last moment, asking after him, "Are you all right?" And he hurriedly pulled the boy up from the bottomless abyss. In the present, Crash mused as he recalled it. Back then, Arthur had saved him simply because they were on the same team, but he also understood well that it had been the beginning of a long new chain of tragedy. After that incident, Annex had been expelled from the Azer generation thanks to Arthur's testimony. Crash had once been furious to see him desperately trying to marry the princess. But now, facing Annex in this timeline, he realized the man had not changed in the slightest. Annex curled his lips in a cold smile. Crash, your face and the way you talk, you really are just like Sarcloth. The remark struck a nerve and enraged Crash. He growled, "Hey, don't speak my sister's name so casually. You say she and I are alike." A surge of dark energy from the black hat skill erupted powerfully, swirling around Crash's body as he prepared to step into battle. He coldly affirmed, "That's right, just like her. I'm the kind of person who never backs down from a fight." Before Annex's composed gaze, Crash lunged like a jet-black phantom and unleashed a powerful attack. A colossal tree root suddenly burst up from the ground, forming a solid shield, but Crash reacted swiftly, stomping hard on the wood, twisting his body to grip a branch and use it to launch himself forward. Confident he was far stronger than Crash, Annex looked down arrogantly as the colossal roots attacked Crash in a frenzy. Despite his efforts to dodge, Crash was caught fast by the wooden tendrils and flung about in midair before falling right beside Bianca. Suppressing an irritated sigh, he muttered, "Just as I thought, what a nuisance." Annex curled his lips in a triumphant smile, the roots writhing around him like venomous snakes. He smugly showed off the Heaven-Earth wood art, the signature secret of the Riser family, which let the user empower and control plants at will with aura. By using a recovery skill to propagate the plants, he could easily make up for the technique's limitations. Annex taunted, "Is that all you've got? You'd better use a weapon." Crash calmly picked up a dry branch from the ground and shot back, "You want me to use a weapon? Then I'll use your own wood to face you." "With that branch, then," Annex roared, commanding a flood of roots to surge forth like a storm. But Crash made him go wide-eyed in astonishment, slipping aside to dodge every attack flawlessly, one after another. Annex was stunned, wondering how a so-called failure like Crash could possess such extraordinary reflexes. He began to suspect whether Crash had awakened the mind's eye, a superior sense reserved only for prodigies like Sarcloth. A mysterious purple light flashed in Crash's eyes. He coldly declared, "To you, I'm nothing less than a natural predator." Deep down, Crash knew well that he had seen through Annex's abilities until he was sick of them in the previous timeline. While his opponent was still preoccupied with thoughts of Sarcloth, Crash unleashed a powerful blow with the very branch in his hand, driving Annex back. Enraged at being looked down upon, Annex roared, "Crash, you'd better watch your words." He immediately cast his fifth move, the Heaven-Earth Giant, summoning a colossal wooden being with the face of a demon to crush Crash. Every blow he threw was meant to take Crash's life. Annex broke into a sinister smile. He looked at Crash with the eyes of one looking down on his inferior and issued a threat. "From now on, you'd best be careful." Just then, a girl rushed over in a panic, her face full of alarm, crying out, "Lord Annex, you mustn't." She knew well that if that attack of devastating power struck Crash directly, the consequences would be beyond saving. The colossal wooden fist of the giant bore down with terrifying pressure, ready to crush everything beneath it. Faced with death drawing near, Crash calmly closed his eyes, heedless of the leaves scattering wildly around him. In his mind appeared the image of the thinnest secret manual, lying quietly in the secret library of the Blue Pine Pavilion estate. Its author had been an ancestor with no innate talent at all, one who had spent his whole life merely repeating ordinary practice strikes until the age of 80. That secret manual was extremely brief, recording only the simplest blows of his final years. Yet precisely because he had been driven into such desperate corners by curses countless times, Crash had come to grasp the ancestors' true family secret, which was not as simple as those written words. The sword is me, and I become the sword. Crash swung the dry branch in his hand. As long as he regarded the object in his grip as a sword, that supremely simple truth would create boundless power. A single vertical slash cleaved the colossal wooden monster in two. To his opponent's utter shock, the giant shattered into pieces. Witnessing the scene, Bianca and those around could only stand frozen, their eyes wide with astonishment. Annex trembled all over, his face pale and sweat streaming down in fear at seeing his strongest skill undone so easily. Crash strode forward coldly, looked straight at the one prostrate on the ground and growled, "Hey, never act so arrogant again." Crash coldly cast aside the dry branch and looked down at Annex, completely collapsed by the balcony. After losing so utterly and so unexpectedly, he could only let out a single groan before slumping down, to the astonishment of all who witnessed it. Crash stood there, his breath ragged, sweat streaming down his weary face after the tense battle. He cursed inwardly, damn it. I meant to keep just enough strength to easily steal his skill, but I poured it all into one blow and now I can't move a muscle. Damn it, I can't even get a word out. Crash's legs trembled unsteadily, his consciousness slowly fading from exhaustion. Just then, Bianca and Durling rushed to his aid. Bianca called out anxiously, "Crash, let me help you!" Durling suddenly grabbed Crash, making him cry out in pain. Seeing his utterly spent state, Durling hurried. At this rate, Crash will die. Leave it to me." Bianca nodded in agreement. "I'm counting on you, and let Durling carry Crash on his back." The whispers of the nobles began to spread throughout the banquet hall. What's all the commotion? That failure really beat Annex. Impossible. That useless youngest son of the Van Heem family? Durling carried Crash and walked off, thinking the rumors truly spread at a dizzying speed. Those who had once looked down on him would now have to see him in a different light. He believed that when Crash awoke, he would surely become the center of attention for the entire kingdom. However, an uneasy feeling suddenly rose in the alchemist's heart as he recalled the look in the defeated one's eyes. By the way, Annex's expression just now left me deeply unsettled. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. Beneath the full moon, Durling carried Crash and instructed him. "Hey kid, you're not allowed to die until you've collaborated on my research, understand?" The scene shifted to Crash's days of grueling training at the estate, when the small boy had to face enormous logs hurtling at him from every direction. Crash braced himself and endured the painful impacts. His eyes still blazed with the determination to break past his own limits, to prepare for the coming upheavals. A week had passed since their return from the Holy Star Sanctum. In the estate's training yard, sweat soaked his small back. He let out a breath of relief. "At last I've recovered from that battle." Thinking back on his clash with Annex, Crash silently judged that if he had deliberately driven the man into a corner then, he might have ended up even worse than Annex himself. Luckily, he knew to hold back and stop in time. Crash suppressed a regretful sigh. If only I hadn't passed out then, I'd at least have had the chance to steal his skill. After all, he possessed two methods for stealing an opponent's skill. One was the ordinary method of unlocking the lock with the black hat skill, and the other was a subtler way of making the opponent undervalue the skill they possessed. With Annex, Crash had already planned to use the second method. This method was extremely easy to carry out if you completely overwhelmed your opponent. Precisely because the Heaven-Earth giant, Annex's strongest move, had been struck down by a single blow from a failure he had always looked down on, the doubt about that skill's worth would surely spread through his mind. Once he began to doubt himself, his mental defenses would weaken. He would no longer value the move that had been defeated. Though it might take some time, Crash was certain that Annex's recovery skill would eventually be his. In the year remaining before he formally set foot in the academy, Crash planned to spend every day training to surpass those prodigies. But the sound of the door opening cut through his thoughts. The steward Arius entered with a respectful but grave demeanor. "Young Master Crash, Master Billiken has come to the Blue Pine Pavilion." Crash curled his lips in a faint, derisive smile. He knew Billiken must have run out of patience after being refused his invitation as many as 22 times. "This can't be put off any longer." Crash calmly gave the order. "Show him in." Arius bowed in obedience and withdrew. Just then, Bianca drew near. She kindly handed him a cup of water. Crash, have some water. He took the cup with a gentle word of thanks. But at once, Bianca suddenly frowned with concern. What's the matter? You're covered in the smell of sweat. Crash was taken aback, stunned. Huh? Really? He wondered whether this was a byproduct expelled from the body when using aura, or whether his nose had simply gone numb from being too used to the stench of the world's erosion in his past life. He no longer paid any mind to the state of his own body. Seeing her betrothed's awkward look, Bianca asked tactfully, Didn't you bathe before meeting Lord Billiken? Crash could only click his tongue and let it pass. He decided to keep exercising rather than fuss over his appearance in front of an enemy. Then don't come near me. Bianca pouted and turned away, leaving Crash with an amused expression. He thought to himself, she even dares to order her betrothed around now. Bianca, you've really grown up, haven't you? Looking at her small figure, Crash was instantly reminded of a penguin puffing up its feathers in a sulk. Unable to resist the urge to tease, he chased after Bianca when he saw her run off. Where do you think you're running to? To Crash now, Bianca was like a little sister, and he could not help but want to tease her. But amid those rare moments of peace, memories of his past life suddenly came flooding back like a haunting ghost. Crash mused, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. The people I knew before I returned to the past must be looking at me with cold eyes now. Though he lived in the present, the sorrowful past still haunted his mind. In his mind, the figure of Arthur loomed, imposing yet utterly cold. It was as if he stood before him, demanding, Crash, have you gone soft from this peaceful life? And yet you think you can stop the world from perishing? Crash could only murmur unconsciously, Arthur, then silently admitted a bitter truth. Apart from that final moment of betrayal, he had always been a pioneering hero, one who never let down his guard. His train of thought was cut short when Crash wondered, by the way, where is Arthur now and what is he doing? Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Flirting with your betrothed, are you? Looks like you're having quite a good time. The one who appeared with such a haughty air was none other than Beloken Van Heem, the third son of the Van Heem family. Everyone needs to relax. Beloken silently appraised him. The one who once feared me so much he dared not look me in the eye, now dares to stare straight at me like this. While Beloken was still half in doubt about the rumor that Crash had defeated Annex, Crash took the initiative with a verbal jab, by the way. Busy as you are, you still found time to come to the Blue Pine Pavilion. Beloken was taken aback and stammered, repeating, busy, not yet grasping the hidden meaning of Crash's words. Crash followed up with another psychological blow. I hear Rayan Academy admit students by examination, regardless of status, so you'd best prepare too, brother. The provocative remark left Beloken's face contorted with shock and fury. This brat! Is he provoking me? He felt his pride deeply wounded, for to him, the Van Heem family stood on an entirely different level, so lofty that even the mightiest empire had to show deference. As a member of the direct line, Beloken regarded being told to sit an entrance exam as the utmost humiliation. He gritted his teeth and told himself, Crash had better not get arrogant just for taking down someone like Annex. However, to save face, Beloken forced out a fake smile and replied, You're joking. Beloken went on, using a mocking tone to belittle Crash. Well, it's understandable. For failures like you, fretting over passing or failing the academy is only natural. He deliberately provoked his brother to corner Crash, but contrary to his expectations. Crash merely answered calmly, Yes, I suppose so, leaving Beloken hot under the collar at that indifferent attitude. He suppressed his anger and got straight to the point. Actually, I came here today to deliver an order. Crash repeated in doubt, an order. Beloken coldly declared, We are going to stop the world's erosion occurring at Mount Gerelak. The news left Crash utterly stunned. What, family missions don't require those under 15 to take part? To corner his younger brother, Beloken reassured him cunningly, Don't worry, I'll go along as your guardian. He leaned close to Crash's face and tossed out a challenge. My little brother, the one said to have defeated Annex, surely won't tremble at something so trivial as this. Seeing through his opponent, Crash silently judged, He's only testing my strength and trying to rein me in. Without the slightest hesitation, he accepted the challenge. Fine, let's go. To Crash, facing the world's erosion was more familiar than this peaceful life of the present. He clenched his fist, confident that even if this was Belokin's trap, he already had a plan to counter it. Just then, Bianca appeared and asked with concern, "Crash, where are you going?" He told her not to follow since he would be away for a while to deal with the erosion. Bianca asked back sadly, "I can't come with you?" Witnessing the scene, Belokin found it utterly grating, silently sneering at the absurdity of a 13-year-old going to stop the world's erosion. Belokin muttered an insult, that cursed little princess. At once, Crash shielded Bianca and snapped, "She is my betrothed." He did not forget to throw the jab back at his brother. Surely a gallant elder brother like you wouldn't take the words of a 12-year-old seriously. Crash's words were like a slap straight to his brother's face without the slightest mercy. The gazes of the two met with tension, and Belokin gritted his teeth in fury before storming off in a huff. Crash gently patted Bianca's head and praised her. "Well done, Bianca." To the girl's bewilderment, he affirmed that her very presence had been a great help. Bianca looked at him with eyes full of worry and pleaded, "Please don't collapse again." Crash answered softly, "All right, I'm off," then resolutely turned and walked away. The world was invaded by another dimension, a horrifying phenomenon that gave rise to erosion creatures and transformed the environment into something monstrous. If the erosion progressed any further, the region would turn completely into another world. At Mount Geralak, a swampland had formed and was rated a 3-star erosion zone. Crash stood among the ranks of knights in deep blue uniforms, coldly asking for news from the purification team. Though he was the youngest in the group, he attended to his mission. A soldier reported that they would begin their work as soon as the master of this zone was destroyed. At a 3-star level, this was a challenge that an average professional knight squad could handle with ease. Belokin, a high-tier expert, would surely defeat the master of this erosion zone without much trouble. He called Crash's name and bluntly stated that his purpose in bringing the boy here was so that an elementary-tier expert could gain more experience. Crash only answered with an indifferent grunt, but inwardly he could not help but mock his brother's patronizing attitude. "Experience? Who do you think you're talking to?" Crash thought to himself with a cold, sharp look. The one and only reason he followed someone like Belokin, who only wished to impose his will, was for a single purpose, to test the temporary method for my frenzy. The real battle erupted when the hideous erosion creatures were cleaved in two beneath powerful slashes, clearing the way for the troops to push deeper into the swamp. A piercing shriek, "Grah!" rang out amid the swarming monsters, making the soldiers start to lose their nerve, damn it. At this rate, we'll never wipe them all out. Their numbers are too overwhelming against our handful of soldiers. Gree! Memories from his 55th year, when his pride was crushed to pieces in this very place, returned like a bitter reminder. And yet how could he so calmly offer advice to the knights? Belokin stared at Crash with the deepest suspicion. He realized his younger brother's calm demeanor now was utterly different from the first time he himself had set foot in an erosion zone. Watching Crash's back as he advanced silently forward, an extreme hypothesis began to take root in Belokin's mind. He trembled as he wondered, if Crash grew up like Sarkloth and surpassed me, would I be the one to become the failure of the Van Heem? He feared this younger brother would leave him behind, that he would be the one cast aside. Crash suddenly stopped and called softly, "Brother, we're almost at where the master dwells." Belokin tried to regain his composure, curling his lips to tell Crash he was in luck, since this time seemed easier than his own first time. Observing that there were no more erosion creatures around, Belokin assumed only the master remained. But Crash immediately spoke up in warning, "That's all the more reason to stay on the highest alert." He explained that a 3-star master strong enough to sustain an erosion zone on its own was a power not to be underestimated, leaving the knights behind him beginning to grow uneasy. Seeing the soldiers' morale waver, Belokin snapped, "Hey, don't let yourselves be shaken like that. They're just the words of a child." He tried to rally their spirits. He ordered the whole squad to deal with this 3-star target quickly so they could return soon. Crash silently watched the men hurrying about, thinking, they'll realize the truth soon enough. He focused intently on what he needed to do, his cold, sharp eyes sensing the erosion energy churning beneath the ground. Thanks to the poison that had seeped deep into his blood before the regression, Crash found his senses now even sharper than in the previous timeline. Then I just need to swallow it. Crash took the cup of medicine, his heart pounding as the decisive moment arrived. He resolutely drained the dark liquid. At once, a violent pain struck, turning his eyes bloodshot, his blood vessels bulging out terrifyingly. Crash collapsed, vomiting a large mouthful of blood amid the shock of those around him. A knight rushed over in a panic to support him. "Lord Crash, are you all right?" He bore the pain, wiped away the fresh blood, and lied to reassure them. "Yes, I just stumbled." Belokin stood beside him and offered with pity, "It's your first time, so don't push yourself. I'll carry you." But Crash coldly refused. No need. Looking at the blood on his hand, he silently judged that the erosion energy was acting like an extreme poison ravaging his body, but he had no choice other than to grit his teeth and endure. What reason could he have for harming himself like this? This was the very reason Crash had trained beforehand, to let the extreme poison seep into his blood. Following the secret manual, he began blending his aura with the erosion energy, forcing the flow of aura to circulate without cease. He imagined his stream of aura as a great river, quietly absorbing and dissolving the erosion energy within to forge a new hue of power that could not be smothered. However, the consequences of this frenzy were utterly devastating, leaving Crash's eyes bloodshot and his body trembling without end. He coughed up blood again, and looking at his crimson-stained hands, told himself that an ordinary person would surely never have been able to endure it. The time has come to use that secret manual, he thought, recalling the history of the Blue Pine Pavilion, the place that had once been sealed and seemed to have sunk into oblivion after Damaris Van Heem vanished. But a blind ancestor had stumbled upon this secret archive by chance. Sadly, because his eyes could not see, he had been unable to read the secret manuals, which led him to seal this place away forever. So that no one would ever have to repeat his tragedy, that ancestor decided to leave behind a single secret manual that could be passed down without sight. And it was that teaching Crash had inherited from him. A surge of aura erupted powerfully around Crash, marking the awakening of a transcendent sense able to perceive the smallest of vibrations through aura. That was the sixth sense. Though for now Crash could only extend the range of his perception to about the width of a finger joint, even that much was more than enough for him to notice the abnormality right where he stood. Crash's eyes went wide, and a manic smile crossed his blood-stained face as he grasped his true situation. It was not that the world was being engulfed in frenzy, but that Crash's own perception was growing sharper than ever before. He noticed the frenzy gradually thinning, all thanks to working through the ancestor's sixth sense manual. Even so, Crash understood well that this was only a temporary solution. If he kept absorbing erosion energy, the madness could strike at any moment. This was also what was called overtraining, which would lead to chi deviation and the loss of his mind. And when that happened, he would still need Bianca's Snowdoll curse to anchor his mind. Though it was only a stopgap measure, there was no denying that Crash had brought his power under control thanks to it. He clenched his fist, feeling clearly that this was the first time he could step up to a new height. But then a sudden chill ran down his spine. Crash's eyes flew wide in astonishment as he whirled around, sensing a presence full of pressure. From the darkness, a hideous creature emerged, its form stitched together from countless human body parts. It stretched out a long neck topped with an ashen gray face, its tightly shut eyes suddenly snapping open, blazing with a deadly red. It was a colossal mass of flesh, sagging with faces screaming in agony. Looking at it, the faint of heart, like us, would surely faint dead away, every last one. "It's the master monster." A piercing scream rang out through the murky space. The monster gave a roar, bearing a gaping maw full of fangs, with grotesque faces swarming all over its body. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Belokin was utterly stunned, his face so contorted with fear he could not utter a word. Crash, too, could not help but be shaken by the appearance of this power-laden entity. A line of information appeared, confirming its identity. Sengen Kai, the thousand-faced demon, a master of an erosion zone rated at 3 stars. Standing before the colossal monster radiating killing intent to the heavens, a resolute shout rang out, shattering the dense, suffocating air. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Prepare for battle!" The cry urged the knights to draw their swords in unison, ready to face the danger drawing near. Amid the murky space of the erosion zone, Belokin began to gather his energy, making his treasured sword radiate a brilliant blue light. At once, a terrifying surge of heat erupted, engulfing him in blazing red flames. The skill Ignis was formally cast, transforming Belokin into a powerful warrior of fire with hair burning like lava. With this formidable power, even against this demon, he had the means to defeat it. Witnessing the scene, those accompanying him could not help but marvel in astonishment. Lord Billiken's Ignis flames never fail to amaze. Not only that, its destructive force is truly terrifying. After all, it's a peak-level skill, able to incinerate everything before it. In contrast to the crowd's praise, Crash stood frozen, his eyes betraying clear resentment as he looked into those flames. He bitterly recalled a horrifying memory from the old timeline. Ignis was the very skill that had once burned his arm. The image of a savage Billiken trampling the small Crash and berating him came back vividly. Now do you see the difference between us? I have no time to waste on garbage like you. Watching the arrogant back of Belokin striding off with his sword of fire, Crash muttered his name with the utmost coldness. He knew well that in his past life, Billiken had completely fallen into a state of madness before the time reversal event occurred. But now, with power in his grasp, Crash was no longer a child for him to bully. He would repay everything Billiken had given him in his past life. A mysterious surge of dark purple energy erupted, enveloping his body as the black hat skill was activated. Eyes and a grotesque mouth appeared on Crash's hand. He curled his lips in a knowing smile. But what now? I do hope you haven't changed a bit. At once, a violent tremor broke out along with cries of pain. A grotesque entity with a hideous face was strangled by the purple energy, its body writhing in vain. The apprentice knights began to panic to the extreme at the horrifying sight. Is that the curse that steals faces? The situation turned to chaos as the monster lashed out with 8 colossal arms, frenziedly attacking and crushing everything around. Even the seniors are struggling hard just to hold it off. The young soldiers trembled in despair. How can apprentices like us hope to avoid that curse? If it's come to this, the only option left is to flee. The despairing cry of a soldier rang out across the chaotic battlefield. The scene descended into utter chaos, some calling to fight, others to run. At once a resolute roar drowned out the whole space. Attack. It was Billiken. In the blazing state of the Ignis skill, he charged straight at the monster like a fiery arrow. Slashes carrying terrifying heat cleaved down the hideous body of the thousand-faced demon, leaving dazzling streaks of fire across the murky swamp. Watching from afar, Crash could not help but be taken aback. He's aiming at the thousand-faced demon instead of at me. He narrowed his eyes, following his brother's every frenzied movement. But the situation suddenly turned bizarre when the faces on the monster's body began to ooze a dark liquid. Crash exclaimed in shock, tears of blood. Streams of jet-black blood poured from the sunken eyes of those masks, creating a sight that was monstrous and utterly haunting. Something's wrong. If this keeps up, it'll be extremely dangerous. The way it keeps flowing, it'll drown everything before long. Crash silently judged as he watched the tears of blood pour ceaselessly from the grotesque masks. Heedless of that terrifying omen, Belokin still charged in frenziedly, raining one fiery blow after another onto his opponent's colossal body. However, a terrifying surge of pressure suddenly burst from the monster, leaving Belokin pale with terror. What is this terrifying pressure? I have to focus and destroy the thousand-faced demon right now, before any more abnormalities occur. Billiken told himself, the flames of Ignis flaring violently along his sword. He shot forward like a fiery arrow and roared an order. All knights, take down the thousand-faced demon. Before him, the soldiers stood motionless as statues, their faces sunk in an eerie darkness. Billiken stammered in utter bewilderment. What on earth is going on? A horrifying thought flashed through his mind, the curse of the thousand-faced demon. He could not believe his own reality, but I haven't even touched it yet. The strange sensation from before suddenly struck. Billiken trembled as he raised a hand to touch his own contorting face. He realized the bitter truth in shock. Don't tell me that strange sensation from before was the colossal monster with its blood-red, fang-filled maw closing in right above his head, looking down on him with the eyes of death. Billiken was struck dumb. It's already caught me? The scene suddenly shifted to a dark forest under pouring rain, where he now lay collapsed on the waterlogged ground, his breath ragged with utter terror. This is bad. This is bad. I'm about to be killed. The boy tried in vain to flee. Mud caked his small body. At this rate, I'll lose my life. Right behind him, a colossal, grotesque hand with a surge of dark purple energy was reaching out, ready to crush him. Why is this happening to me? Die? Me, the strongest of the Van Heem, going to die? Through the blinding white rain, a familiar figure suddenly appeared behind him and spoke a cold, mocking remark. Because you're a fool. Outdone by a sister 3 years your junior. After all your big talk, you went and lost the entire night squad, and now you flee to save your own skin? Truly an idiot. Because you failed so miserably, you will have to die. Those insults seemed to crush Belokin's mind as he was ground beneath the colossal hand of the thousand-faced demon. He could only cry out in despair. He collapsed in both mind and body. Under the pouring rain, the one who had once been so arrogant was now nothing but a pitiful figure crawling through the mud. Blood and rainwater mingled on his wound-covered face. He looked up, his breath broken, and asked in vain, "You, stranger." Before him, Crash appeared with a strangely calm demeanor. Belokin exclaimed in shock, "Crash, why are you here? You're still alive?" Crash curled his lips in a smile and answered in an indifferent tone, "Oh, you're awake? I've been watching everything from afar this whole time." He explained that when he saw his brother swallowed by the swamp after the thousand-faced demon's attack, he had secretly pulled him out of there at once. Belokin forced down the pain, clinging to his last shred of pride. "I see. I'm fine now. I can walk on my own." Crash bored straight into his trembling eyes and silently sneered, "With a body that can't even use aura." Crash drew closer, lending a hand while asking mockingly, "Are you sure you really don't need to lean on me?" Belokin gritted his teeth in fury and shoved away the help of the younger brother he had always looked down on. "I don't need help from a fool like you." Though he had failed so miserably, his pride had not faded in the least. He tried to use his treasured sword as support, but his trembling hands and spent body left him barely able to stand amid the blinding white rain. "Is the thousand-faced demon still nearby?" Belokin asked anxiously. He wanted to know how far they were from the scene. Crash only answered indifferently, "Who knows?" They had walked a good long while, but still could not get out. This world erosion was perhaps a sealed space. He swore in the depths of despair. Crash looked at his collapsing brother and called softly, "Brother?" Crash suddenly revealed a stunning truth. "Actually, I have a secret technique. It's something Sarkloth passed down to me." He affirmed that the reason he had been able to stand against Annex at the Holy Star Sanctum was thanks to this secret technique. Belokin was stunned. He could not believe his ears. Sarkloth's secret technique? Deep down, he wondered in shock. Even someone as cold as Sarkloth holds special affection for her little brother? He looked at Crash in doubt, then asked, "You think we can defeat the thousand-faced demon with that technique?" Crash looked straight into his brother's eyes and answered with confidence, "We can. Alone, he can't defeat this demon, but with his little brother fighting alongside him, is there a chance of winning? Rather than fleeing the thousand-faced demon only to waste away in the erosion zone, I think this is worth a try." Crash stood tall amid the rain, persuading his exhausted brother. He knew well that Belokin did not trust him, so he struck at the crucial point. "But brother, surely you trust your sister's skill." Belokin fell silent for a moment, then admitted the truth. "Yes, after all, Sarkloth is a prodigy." He forced himself up, pulled his sword from the ground, and gave one final warning. "But if we fail, both of us are done for, kid." Crash curled his lips in a smile. A powerful surge of dark purple energy began to erupt around his body as he affirmed firmly, "Rest easy. I absolutely will not fail." "The face-watching demon is closing in," Crash whispered. His cold, sharp eyes watched the enemy drawing near through the pouring rain. He turned to ask his wounded brother, "Belokin, are you ready to cast Ignis?" Belokin bore the pain and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, ready." Flames began to flare up on his hand. Crash spoke decisively. "Then, let's begin." A brilliant, pure surge of azure aura erupted. It enveloped Crash's small body and his sword. Witnessing this scene, Belokin's heart pounded in astonishment. He exclaimed in shock, "What? What astonishing focus!" He stared at the crystal-clear aura he had never seen before, sensing its absolute purity. Deep down, Belokin admitted in shock, "When he told me to combine the Ignis flames with Sarkloth's secret manual, I didn't believe it. But now I've seen it clearly with my own eyes." He could not understand why the aura he himself had never mastered despite years of grueling training could be wielded by Crash so effortlessly. Bilokin, Crash's call pulled him from his thoughts. He gave the order. Use Ignis. Bilokin stammered. All right. Snapping out of his thoughts, Bilokin focused on channeling his flames into Crash's sword. The two powerful sources of energy began to merge, turning the treasured sword into a blazing rocket in the dark of night. Crash gripped the sword tight, his eyes full of resolve as he looked ahead and murmured softly, "Brother, is something the matter?" Crash turned to ask when he saw Bilokin still rooted to the spot in astonishment. He calmly went on, "No, never mind. It seems I'll make it in time. I won't need your support anymore." Bilokin was struck dumb by the excessive confidence of the younger brother he had always looked down on. "What?" Looking into Crash's blazing eyes, he realized in shock that the flames pouring from the boy's sword were even fiercer and purer than his own. Bilokin trembled as he admitted that sword truly had enough power to finish off the thousand-faced demon. In the blink of an eye, humiliating memories came flooding back into his mind, of the battle where he had lost all his subordinates and had to flee in disgrace as he watched every last night fall. He too had been excessively confident, which led to that terrible outcome. A frenzied jealousy rose within him. Bilokin wondered, if Crash truly took down this monster, did that mean he was inferior even to a failure? At that moment, Crash shot forward like a bolt of fiery lightning and swung his sword in a fatal slash into the demon's hideous body. A colossal pillar of fire erupted, incinerating everything in its terrifying heat. Bilokin stood frozen, sweat streaming down his face, contorted with shock as he watched that power-laden entity be wiped out entirely. The erosion zone dissolved, restoring a clear blue sky and lush green meadows beneath the brilliant sunlight. Crash stood tall amid the peaceful scenery. He turned to look at his brother and calmly declared, "Brother, I've taken care of it." Instead of gratitude, Bilokin's face darkened with bitter resentment, so easily, just like that. He gritted his teeth and suddenly drew his sword, lunging to attack Crash from behind with a frenzied howl, then go and die. But Crash was faster. He spun and blocked the slash, to the utter astonishment of the traitor. He had known Bilokin would turn around and bite him sooner or later. Bilokin was stunned to realize he could no longer use the Ignis skill at all. He had no idea that all of his power was being devoured by Crash's dark purple energy. Crash looked straight into his eyes and tossed out a mocking remark. "Thank you, Bilokin." Crash looked at Bilokin with a cold, sharp gaze, his body enveloped in a sinister surge of dark purple aura. He calmly spoke the bitter words, "Because you haven't changed in the slightest." It turned out that everything that had just unfolded was part of Crash's calculation to fulfill the conditions for unlocking the Black Hat skill against Bilokin. The conditions for this theft were simple, yet utterly cruel. First, the opponent had to willingly hand over a portion of Ignis to his rival. Second, they had to believe the rival could wield Ignis better than themselves. And finally, the deciding factor was the complete collapse of their pride. The moment Crash swung his sword, all the power of Ignis officially became his. Bilokin let out a pitiful scream in utter agony as the core source of his power was stripped away. Looking at the one who had once tormented him now lying prostrate at his feet, Crash coldly called his name, Bilokin. The debts of his past life and this one, he would reclaim them all. Memories of his banished childhood suddenly returned when the poor little Crash had once longed to be on good terms with his brother and everyone in the family. But the answer to that goodwill had always been bitter words of rejection. Don't meddle in what isn't your business, or you can't do anything anyway. It was Bilokin's relentless hostility that had cut off every chance Crash had to mend things. Though treated so cruelly, he had once held a fragile hope that just this once, Bilokin would accept him as a true younger brother. Crash's eyes were sorrowful yet full of resolve as he gazed into the empty distance. He mocked his own naivety of the past, when he had still clung to the thought that because they were brothers, this time they would surely acknowledge him. But harsh reality had slapped him in the face. As it turned out, until the very last moment, Bilokin had never harbored a single kind thought for this younger brother. Even at death's door, saved by his brother, he had still intended to kill him. Bilokin now lay curled up on the ground, his breath broken in utter misery. Crash coldly bent down and asked, "It hurts, doesn't it?" He recalled the old grudge from the previous timeline, when Bilokin himself had cruelly burned his arm and his face, leaving him writhing on the ground in pain, just as Bilokin was now. Crash resolutely turned his back, abandoning the defeated one groaning amid the ruins. He curled his lips in a bitter smile. Heh, how ironic that today should be so beautiful. Lord Billowkin's entire squad was wiped out, was it? This shocking news plunged the entire Van Heem main mansion into dismay. The recent erosion zone had been reclassified as a 5-star level, a terrifying degree that only high-ranking experts could suppress. Amid the doubtful whispers, one furious voice cried out, "What is the meaning of this? Only that failure survived?" At once the head steward of the Van Heem coldly cut him off. "Mind your mouth carefully, servant. The day Belokin died protecting his younger brother, let us honor that noble sacrifice. There's quite a serious mix-up here about who the hero really is, wouldn't you say?" Standing amid the funeral, Crash calmly observed it all. He thought to himself, they believe the testimony, so I needn't worry about being suspected. In fact, thanks to Belokin's disappearance, with the extreme poison seeped into his blood, he confirmed that the sixth sense could, to some degree, control the frenzy. In particular, through the stolen Ignis skill, he had gained a new power called Black Flame. A mysterious dark purple fire erupted on Crash's hand, able to incinerate everything. When it touched upon the very essence of the world's erosion, the result was Black Flame, a trump card stronger than he had ever expected. Though its color looked sinister since others could not see it, Crash was entirely at ease. However, the only matter remaining within the family was the investigation into the abnormal phenomenon in the eroded land. Who had caused it without leaving a trace? Entering the meeting room, Crash heard a voice call, "Come in." He knew well that the truth behind those phenomena was the work of the world invaders. The true body of an immortal one slept in an eternal dream, able to observe reality only through its underlings. Their beginning to stir meant that Crash could encounter that immortal's underlings at any moment. The moment he stepped into the room, he met Saphira, a rank 4 investigator of the erosion survey. She announced, "Lord Crash has arrived. We've been waiting for you." At once, Crash noticed something abnormal on her neck. A black star was clearly visible. "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Before Saphira's startled face, Crash coldly pointed straight at her and declared, "Hey, immortal one. I want to negotiate with you. I will erase your immortality." His gaze bored deep into his opponent as he posed a shocking question. "Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you?" When Crash asked him so bluntly, Saphira's face suddenly contorted, her eyes blazing red with a grotesque smile as the entity within spoke up. "I was searching for a different purpose, but it seems fate has sent me to the wrong place." Before the time reversal, under Arthur's command, he had once tried to steal that one's immortality, but the effort had failed miserably. Memories of a body bound by chains came back. At that time, the immortal one had only enough strength left to maintain its regenerative ability, with no power at all to control its underlings. The Sephira of Memory spoke softly. "That is why the reason he commands so many minions is that his true body has been cursed, unable to move." It sounds pitiful, doesn't it? At once, Sigrun snapped. "Pitiful? Have you forgotten it was he who raised the erosion zones and sowed hell upon us?" Sigrun went on berating her. "Stop pretending to be so noble," leaving Saphira able only to fumble for words. "Lady Sigrun, I didn't mean that." She could only stand frozen before Sigrun's scolding. Though the matter of the immortal one seemed to have ended and the meaningless battles would be no more, the reality was bitter indeed. The Crash of the past gave a wry smile and admitted, when asked about stealing the power, "Ha, that's right. No matter how many times one is reborn, it is still considered impossible." The reason was extremely simple. The condition to unlock the Black Hat skill upon immortality was an insurmountable barrier, for its requirement was to be stronger than the immortal one, a goal Crash could in no way achieve at the time. Back in the present, the entity occupying Saphira broke into a grotesque smile and asked outright, "Tell me, you're a regressor, aren't you?" Crash calmly asked back, "A regressor, what makes you think I'm a regressor?" The entity laughed slyly and explained, "The moment a child dared to propose a bargain with one like me, you gave yourself away. Only a regressor would dare do such a thing." It looked with contempt at the boy before it, one trapped in his own endless loop, yet daring to declare he would kill an entity beyond time itself. It threw back its head and laughed in a frenzy. "Don't make me laugh with such blatant lies." After letting it laugh to its heart's content for a while, Crash spoke up. "This is no lie. Crash affirmed coldly, thrusting forward a hand radiating a deep purple surge of energy. A grotesque mouth with sharp fangs suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. Crash explained that thanks to this special black hat skill, he was fully capable of stealing even his opponent's immortality. Hearing this, the entity within Saphira suddenly fell silent, memories of centuries of solitude returning. He admitted he had spent hundreds of years upgrading each erosion zone himself, all for a single purpose, to find one strong enough to end his life. Now, with the one able to steal the curse of immortality at last standing before him, he trembled as he asked about Crash's condition. In reply, Crash asked frankly, "Help me become stronger." He explained that his skill could only activate when he himself was stronger than the target. The entity broke into a satisfied smile and decided, "In that case, I will take you as my disciple." He was ready to do anything, even sell his own soul, so long as he could escape this cursed immortality. Being unable to die was what he loathed and feared most. A blazing red surge of killing intent erupted violently as the entity formally revealed its true identity. "I, Crimson Garden August, will make you the strongest." A colossal, fire-clad projection of a divine being appeared behind it, radiating a soul-shaking pressure that forced Crash to brace himself against it. He realized in shock that the sheer aura of the projection alone was enough to utterly overwhelm everything around. Crash knew well that Crimson Garden had once possessed power on par with Arthur and commanded countless fearsome underlings. He told himself that thanks to this one, he would have the chance to grow even stronger to protect the world from the brink of destruction, even if it meant borrowing the power of a world invader. However, a troubling truth suddenly grew clear in Crash's mind. By the law of the timeline, the regression skill he had stolen from the Arthur of the future had now returned to the hands of the Arthur of this life. That meant Crash no longer held the power to turn back time at will. If this world perished once more in this era, everything would truly be over. He had only one chance to save the world. If this world collapsed, he too would vanish along with it. Crash stared at his trembling hand. Meanwhile, the entity Crimson Garden August within Saphira smiled knowingly. "I'm glad to have a companion, Crash." Crash blankly repeated the unfamiliar name, but at once he took a sharp blow to the head. Saphira growled, "Crash, call me master." Rubbing his throbbing head as he walked down the corridor, Crash sighed. "All right, now I can leave this place." Crimson curiously asked whether he didn't live here. Crash mused and admitted he had not set foot in the main mansion for years, so much so that he had nearly forgotten his parents' faces. As he passed through the splendid Valkyrie Hall, a servant suddenly blocked his way to announce that Lady Arya wished to see him. Crash thought to himself, "Mother is probably curious about the rumors that I've changed, which is why she wants to meet." It did not stop there. The servant added another shocking piece of news. "The clan head says that after returning from the Forbidden Zone, he wishes to see you in private." Crash was stunned. "Father wants to see me?" He knew well that his father was an extremely fearsome existence, having reached the realm of a demigod. After all this, the two of them suddenly want to see him, curious about how grown this son has become. Crash wondered whether his father could sense something abnormal about him through the stars. Though Lady Arya asked him to stay at the main mansion and wait, Crash thought of Bianca waiting at home and the heap of important matters to attend to. He did not want to waste time in this place, so he asked again to be sure. "So, this isn't a direct order from Father, is it? In that case, I'll head back first." Heedless of the servant's astonishment, Crash resolutely turned and walked away. "I'll return when Father deigns to see me, or perhaps he himself will come to find me," Crash thought to himself as the carriage rolled away from the mansion. Sprawled across the seat, he let out a long, satisfied yawn at finally escaping that stifling place. At the same time, he told himself he would not return here for the time to come. Suddenly, the entity Crimson chimed in, scolding him, "Show some manners, you insolent disciple. Open the door." "Crim, don't you think such a vivid red is far too conspicuous?" Crash frowned at the bright red crow perched on his shoulder. Crimson calmly changed his feathers to pitch black and replied smugly, "Don't worry, I can change color anytime. See? Now I look no different from an ordinary crow." He did not forget to sneer that now he was as pitch black as Crash's own soul. Crash snapped back in annoyance. "I'd best take your curse off you soon." The two bantered and traded jabs cheerfully when Crash suddenly remembered and asked about Crimson's true body. Crimson sighed and called Crash a petty-hearted regressor for deliberately touching on the pain of his immovable body. Crash thought to himself that in truth, Arthur was the real regressor, while he was merely borrowing a faded copy of that skill. But he decided there was no need to explain this to Crimson. When the two returned to the Blue Pine Pavilion at dusk, the crow suddenly reminded Crash to treat the white-haired girl inside kindly. It was Bianca in an adorable bird-hooded outfit. The girl clutched a book tightly and said softly, "Welcome home, Crash." Crash smiled triumphantly at Crimson. "See? I told her I'd come back." Just then, the steward Arius hurried over to report that a letter had arrived from Durling. Crash curiously opened the letter and was left speechless to see Durling boasting that he had completed the cure for the discoloration disease thanks to always thinking of him, complete with a bright red kiss mark on the paper. He instructed Arius to treat Durling with the utmost care, for he was their future benefactor. Arius respectfully obeyed, then quietly revealed that Bianca had been so worried she had meant to drive a carriage to the main mansion herself to find Crash the moment she heard about the erosion zone. Crash fell silent, looking at Bianca, never expecting her to worry for him with such genuine feeling. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he last checked the seal upon her. Suddenly, the dark purple energy of Black Hat erupted, revealing a magical lock with the requirement of becoming Bianca's friend. The instant their eyes met, a brilliant notification appeared confirming that condition one had been fulfilled. Bianca's first lock was officially released, to Crash's utter astonishment. Crash stood frozen, his eyes flying wide as he witnessed the brilliant notification from the Black Hat skill, first unlock condition, become Bianca's friend. Everything happened so fast that he could not help but wonder in shock. Bianca's first lock, it's already open? Seeing Crash staring at her, Bianca asked in bewilderment, "Is there something on my face?" He started and fumbled to cover his embarrassment. No, I just wanted to introduce you to a new friend." Crash brought out the crow Crimson and introduced him by the name Crim, a name that sounded far softer and more approachable. Bianca took the crow, held it to her chest, and murmured softly, "Crim. He really is as soft as fresh cream." Looking at that peaceful scene, Crash smiled. "So you like animals too, Bianca?" The word "too" that slipped from his lips showed that the two had found yet another thing in common, but the real challenge had only just begun. A second lock appeared, full of challenge. How was he to open the second lock? The purple text clearly displayed the new condition: become someone important to Bianca. Crash mused and analyzed. Usually the important people are parents, children, friends, or a lover. He told himself in theory, I am her betrothed, so perhaps becoming her lover is the most feasible option. But at once a worry grew clear in Crash's heart. Could he become the lover of an emotionless Bianca? What's more, with the soul of an adult who had been through regression, having to court a girl of only 12 made him feel utterly uneasy. Just then, Crimson suddenly chimed in to tease, It seems that pale little girl likes you. If you keep clinging to her, she probably truly cares for you too." When teased by Crimson, he could only stand there rooted in embarrassment. In any case, listen, Crash. Crimson's voice rang out, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the night. Crash wondered, what is it? The crow with blazing red eyes suddenly radiated a furious, killing intent. It coldly declared, I want to test your strength. Playtime is over. Get out to the training ground. Crash was stunned for a moment, then resolutely accepted. Very well. On the training ground with its shattered earth, Crash lay sprawled flat, his breath ragged in a state of utter exhaustion. Crimson could not help but sneer. How pitiful. A regressor like you, with such wretched talent, Crash bitterly admitted the harsh truth. I told you already, I'm a complete failure. Crimson kept pouring cold water on him. He claimed Crash had only climbed this far thanks to his past experience and his secret manuals. But all that effort would soon be surpassed by a true prodigy in less than 5 years' time. However, that was speaking only of pure talent. Crimson hovered in midair, radiating a blazing red surge of power that engulfed the space. He affirmed that talent of that kind meant nothing before Crash, because the boy possessed a special skill all his own. If you lack talent, then just go and steal it from others. For Crash still lacked a great many things to become strong. He promised to be the one to pull Crash up out of the mire, helping him seize everything from places higher than the clouds in the sky. And finally, to steal even my immortality, Crimson lowered his voice, the projection of a red-haired demon with long horns appearing imposingly right behind the crow. Crash sat on the ground, looked up at the power-laden entity before him with resolute eyes, and affirmed firmly, "That goes without saying." A few days later, at the Green Pie estate, Durling suddenly appeared with a delighted look on his face. He bounded over and called out loudly, "Hey, did you wait long, sweetie?" Diligently training with his sword, Crash could not help but reply with annoyance, "Since when did I become your sweetie?" Heedless of that coldness, Durling stayed cheerful as Crash got straight to the point. "In any case, did you bring the thing I asked for?" When asked about what he had just brewed, he happily handed it to Crash. "Hey, here it is, all done." Durling smugly presented the freshly completed vial of medicine and asked proudly, "What do you think? I really am a genius, aren't I?" Crash plainly admitted, "Why ask the obvious? You've always been a genius." The words left Durling frozen with emotion before he lunged to embrace Crash tightly. He snapped, "Ugh, cut it out already." Durling suddenly switched to another topic. "Oh, right. I wanted to tell you something. I hear Anix has changed." He'd stopped training after losing to Sarcloth, but rumor has it he started again after the incident at the Holy Star Sanctum. Crash held his head in thought. Could it be that traitor has been inspired by me of all people? But then he brushed it aside. "Damn it, I don't care about Anix. If you're done here, then go home." Crash knew Stalin still had many other targets besides the Van Heem. Just then, the Crow Crimson spoke up. "No, it's fine. I was originally going to use an elixir to strengthen your frail constitution. Have that alchemist star brew an elixir for you. So this half-man, half-woman fellow has work to do after all. It was a special medicine that boosted one's physical and aura stats, something extremely expensive, and usually passed down only through family secret manuals. Elixirs are only for a select few. Back then, I never dared to dream of one." Crash thought to himself. Seeing Durling still clinging to him and teasing, he shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The Crow Crimson urged. "I know the formula, just have him follow it." Crash immediately changed his mind. "I have one more thing to ask of you. I need you to brew me an elixir." Durling pouted. "You just chased me home a moment ago, huh? So suddenly?" "Did the news about Anix get you excited?" He asked with concern whether Crash had enough materials, since the Van Heem family certainly wouldn't help. Crash looked ahead with eyes full of determination. "Don't worry, I'll manage. If I use the knowledge from before my regression, it should be possible." Crash calculated inwardly as he decided to make the legendary elixir. Only with it could he quickly gain superior power. Under the guidance of the Crow Crimson, repeat after me now, Crash began listing the ingredients for the elixir, with Durling standing beside him, his eyes wide in astonishment, his hand ceaselessly jotting notes in a notebook. "So do this with that, then that like this?" He could not help but exclaim in admiration. "Whoa, where did you find this information?" Crash plainly replied, "This is a secret recipe passed down through the Van Heem family." Durling nodded in trust, the Van Heem family indeed. However, his excitement was quickly replaced with worry. Durling looked at the notebook and sighed. "I'd love to try, but the problem is how to get the ingredients." He listed the hardest to find. I'd never even get the chance to touch white fire mushroom or golden dragon grass. Durling explained that white fire mushroom grew only in the Hardenhouse lands, but the treacherous high mountain terrain and the erosion had made it all but extinct. Hearing this, Crash had an idea. "I'll ask my betrothed. Her family is in Hardenhouse." He suddenly realized Bianca was the key to the first ingredient. And the golden dragon grass? Crash went on asking about the second component. Durling explained that this was a legendary herb that grew only near the nests of golden dragons in the Empire's distant borderlands. Going there to search for it would most likely be impossible. He hesitantly suggested, "Perhaps I could buy it from the black market." But at once, Durling grew anxious. But if the Empire finds out, it'll be a great deal of trouble. The illegal trade of rare national treasures always came with brutal punishment. Crash crossed his arms in thought, his eyes full of determination. "If there's no other way, then I'll have to hunt down a black market dealer." Just then, Durling raised a finger and eagerly cut in, "Let me show you a better way." Crash blinked. "A better way?" Derling revealed that a youth martial arts tournament for those under 15 was about to be held in the Aphania Empire. He affirmed, "All you need to do is win first place. The prize of that tournament is the Golden Dragon Grass. What do you think? Isn't this idea brilliant?" Crash held his head in stress. "Have you forgotten? I'm a member of the Van Heem family." He worried that the Empire was using this tournament against the Academy, and the appearance of a Van Heem member would throw everything into uproar. But Derling winked mischievously and produced a pink potion. "Of course I already have a plan, sweetie. Just leave it to this genius. He. Drink this." With that, Derling pressed the potion into Crash's hand. Crash looked at the clear pink potion in his hand with suspicion. "What is this? It's this clear, and I have to drink it?" Without much thought, he tipped the whole potion into his mouth. At once, a violent pain struck, making Crash scream in utter agony. When the light faded, he realized in shock that his body had completely transformed into a young girl with long hair and a slender figure. Crash shrieked in horror. "What the hell is this?" Only then did Derling laugh and explain his insane plan. "Anyone can enter the tournament, as long as they don't reveal their identity, right? You just need to take part as a girl, and it'll be fine, Crash." Furious at this wicked prank, Crash grabbed Derling and roared in despair, "Cut it out, change me back right now." Even the Crow Crimson, witnessing the scene, could only hold his tongue, his blazing red eyes full of unease. "Serves you right for being so hasty, drinking it without a single question." Heh. Crash's fury erupted violently. His eyes blazed with killing intent as the dark purple energy of Black Hat began to envelop his hand menacingly. He growled out his charge against the culprit. "Hey, are you toying with me?" Witnessing the terrifying power poised to erupt, Derling went pale, sweat streaming down in fear, able only to stammer out a plea. "I'm sorry." The alchemist's pitiful cry for help echoed through the space. "I'm sorry. Okay. Hick." A few days later, Crash trained tirelessly at the estate under Crimson's strict supervision. Surges of deep blue aura erupted fiercely around his blade as he repeatedly performed powerful attacking and defending forms. He focused intently to face the blazing red bursts of energy Crimson unleashed. He dodged nimbly, parrying every blow in the blink of an eye, sending powerful shockwaves through the training room. After a fierce bout of sparring, Crimson spoke up. "That's enough." Crash collapsed to the floor, his breath ragged with exhaustion. The black crow hovered above him. Satisfied, it remarked, "The dull blade I taught you this time is an advanced technique, the skill of reading your foe. Every movement of your opponent in an instant, without the slightest delay." The training was grueling, but he had absorbed quite a few techniques. Crimson affirmed that with his natural instinct and the sixth sense alone, Crash had reached a state nearly approaching mastery. Crimson encouraged him, "Once you strengthen your constitution with a high-grade elixir, your body will gradually catch up to your combat intuition, and you'll grow even stronger. It's time to leave this place." Crimson's reminder lifted Crash's spirits. He answered with a resolute yes, then donned a brown traveling cloak and packed his bags to set off for the tournament in the Empire. "All right, let's get going," Crash thought to himself as he strode down the estate corridor. He took out a glittering blue potion and felt fortunate to have brought it along. A memory from a few days earlier returned, when Crash had held this very potion and asked Derling with this, "I won't have to worry about my identity being exposed?" Derling eagerly affirmed that not even magic could expose his identity, allowing him to easily disguise himself as a commoner from a neighboring kingdom to enter the tournament. Recalling the wicked prank from before, Crash snapped, "You should have given me this from the start. Why turn me into a woman, you bastard?" Derling could only laugh it off to placate him. "I was just joking around. Don't be so hot-tempered." When he learned the potion's effect lasted about a day, Crash finally calmed down a little. Thank goodness he was only a girl for a single day. Any longer, and he wouldn't have known how to face his betrothed. Back in the present, he formally left the Blue Pine Pavilion to begin his new journey. Derling really is reliable, but dealing with that clingy personality of his is downright exhausting. Crash sighed as he held the disguise potion in his hand. At the estate gate, the steward Arius had everything ready for his trip. He reported, "We've been waiting for you, Lord Crash." I've arranged a broker from the erosion zone and a merchant to assist your secret crossing. Please keep your identity hidden throughout the journey. Crash remarked with satisfaction on the steward's thoughtfulness, a merchant who trades with erosion creatures. With preparations like these, crossing the border will be easy. Just as one would expect of you, Arius. Thanks to Arius's arrangements, Crash could leave the Blue Pine Pavilion with peace of mind, free of any trouble. Arius bowed in acceptance, his eyes blazing with a steady, deep blue guardian's aura. Yes, please leave this place to me. I will let no one set foot inside, not even should the head of the house himself come. This steward had become utterly devoted to his young master, heart and soul. Arius's absolute loyalty stemmed from an event the day before, right after Durling had delivered the cure for the discoloration disease. The old steward had fallen to his knees at Crash's feet, choking out through tears. Thank you for saving my daughter. With this matter resolved, I have no more regrets. Crash looked at the man crushed by gratitude and answered, cold yet full of authority. If you are truly grateful to me, then go on living. No matter what, I will see to it that your daughter stays safe. So spend the rest of your life serving me until I grant you your freedom. Crash thought to himself, compared to the life of Arius's daughter, this price was far too cheap. Arius cried out in utter emotion, Yes, I will go on living to serve you. Witnessing such devotion, Crash told himself that perhaps he could now completely forget Arius's betrayal in his past life. He turned to Bianca, who was now wrapped in a hooded traveling cloak. He said gently, Bianca, thank you for helping me. Knowing she was about to leave on her mission, Crash advised, It's been a while since you visited home. Feel free to enjoy your time there and get plenty of rest. But Bianca immediately refused that concern. She affirmed firmly, No. As soon as I've taken care of Slim, I'll come right back. I'll wait for your return at the Blue Pine Pavilion, Lord Crash. Bianca looked past Crash with a resolute expression, leaving him taken aback. How could a girl of only 12 hold such firm, unwavering thoughts? All right, I'll return as soon as I can. Crash smiled and bid farewell while holding a wicker basket in his hand. Looking at the delicious sandwiches inside, he realized the commotion from the night before had been Bianca laboring to prepare this breakfast for him. He gave a small, grateful nod and promised to eat it later. Bianca pulled her hood low, her eyes sorrowful as she watched him go, and softly wished him well. Then, safe travels, Lord Crash. He did not forget to tell her to take care, then resolutely waved goodbye. The carriage began to roll, heading straight for the Empire under the guidance of the crow Crimson soaring high above. 5 peaceful days passed. Crash made use of his time in the carriage to train diligently, sending the black flame and erosion energy churning ceaselessly around his body. Crimson hovered beside him and asked about the state of his erosion power. Crash calmly answered, Thanks to the 6th sense, it's quite stable. Even so, he felt a little regret that this merchant was overly cautious, constantly choosing safe routes, leaving him no chance to absorb more erosion energy along the way. Looking at the blue-haired merchant girl calmly eating an apple up front, Crimson silently appraised her. That only proves your steward is truly talented. He chose your guide with great care. Suddenly, the apple in the girl's hand dropped to the ground amid the surprise. The crow Crimson instantly grew wary. It seems the carriage has run into trouble. A band of ferocious bandits suddenly appeared, surrounding the poor merchant girl. She could only let out a frightened cry as they cornered her. The masked leader stepped forward coldly, toward the girl, leaving her sobbing in despair. She bitterly blamed herself for not spotting the bandits sooner and feared her life would end in this desolate place. But then, a streak of dark purple light suddenly tore through the space, cutting down the bandits surrounding her in the blink of an eye. Crash revealed himself with a gaze cold as a reaper's, leaving the bandits stunned. Who is that scrawny kid? Furious at being thwarted, the leader roared an order, seize him at once. At once, the whole band of vicious bandits swung axes and spiked maces in unison, charging frenziedly at Crash. They rushed in fiercely, thinking him too small to stand against them. Hey, kid! A bandit's bark rang out as they lunged at Crash all at once. Another sneered smugly. Got anything left? You haven't a single weapon to lean on. Faced with the enemy's encirclement, Crash kept a strangely calm composure. He curled his lips, the dark purple energy erupting on his hand to form a powerful sword of shadow. A weapon. You mean this? In the blink of an eye, Crash swung his sword, the dark energy slashes leaving the whole band of bandits with no power to resist. Crash's cold, sharp gaze fixed straight on the leader, making him shudder. The masked ringleader, gripping a massive axe, began to sense something was wrong. So you're no ordinary child, he roared, swinging the heavy axe down in a fatal blow. I'll finish you off in a single stroke. But before that 1,000-pound force, Crash brought his energy sword up in time to block, creating a clash of sparks that left the leader's eyes wide in astonishment. Crash not only halted the blow, but swiftly counterattacked with a brilliant slash, leaving the leader stunned. He read my attack? He never expected that the very attack he used on others would now be turned on himself. Right after, a blazing surge of fire suddenly erupted, engulfing Crash's body. Seeing those familiar flames and that overwhelming aura, so you're a disciple of the butcher hound, Bertmung. Bertmung was a deranged killer, the one behind the white demon Bianca, and a pawn of the forces invading the world. He had once been ordered to infiltrate Starin to slaughter innocents, but in the end, all those crimes had been brought to an end beneath Sarkloth's blade. Crash swung his hand, the black flame incinerating the enemy in the blink of an eye. He mused, well then, what does all this mean? It was thanks to the feat of taking down Bertmung that Sarkloth had become famous throughout the Empire, with the royal newspaper even reporting on the 16-year-old Van Heem lady who had felled a lackey of the world invaders. However, according to the old timeline, he should not have intended to infiltrate Starin at this point. Why would his disciple appear in this lawless land? Isn't this far too early? Crash felt the disturbance of fate unfolding faster than he had imagined. I have a bad feeling about this, Crash told himself, deciding he had to obtain the golden dragon grass and leave here quickly. The journey carried him on to Ceylon, the gleaming white capital of the Aphania Empire. The air here was abuzz with the opening ceremony of the great martial arts tournament. Crowds poured in, thick with people, leaving everyone thrilled. Look, it's packed. So many fascinating figures, aren't there? Amid the crowd, a young woman with white hair stood out strikingly. She was Sydney Ephania, the Empire's 4th princess, at only 14 years old. Sydney observed the arena with calculating eyes. My rough diamonds. I'll drag every last one of them off to Rayhan Academy. She intended to use this tournament to snatch a few of them back to the palace. Seeing the princess's somewhat freewheeling manner, the lady-in-waiting beside her cautioned with concern, Your Highness, that won't look proper. If His Majesty saw, he'd faint on the spot. At the mention of her father, Sydney could only sigh in weary exasperation. Don't bring up the Emperor. Ugh, speak of the devil again. At once, the image of the Emperor roaring in fury appeared. Sydney, it's that girl again. Sydney Ephania was the Emperor's youngest princess, a prodigy who had shown extraordinary intellect from the age of 7, solving complex mathematical theorems. The ministers had once declared in astonishment that she would rewrite the history of the empire and that this exceptional talent must be reported to His Majesty at once. A candidate for the throne, Sydney stared at the paper in her hand with worried eyes. She knew well that if a weakling like herself were dragged into the brutal struggle for the throne, death would come in the blink of an eye. To preserve her life, Sydney resolutely crumpled the paper and began acting out a mad performance, tossing book pages into the air and laughing senselessly. She told herself she had to make them abandon the idea of naming her heir, or she would never survive amid the palace's treacherous schemes, where even blood siblings sought every means to eliminate one another given the chance. From that day on, Sydney used all her prodigious intellect to carefully craft the image of a wild, destructive, and utterly uncontrollable princess. She wreaked havoc everywhere, sending the elderly scholars in the library scrambling after her in vain to stop her. In the end, even those who had once held great hopes for her began to lose heart and sighed in admission that they had misjudged her. Whispers began to arise, and they came to see her as unworthy of inheriting the throne. Sprawled across a table with a bored expression, Sydney listened as Sarah, the lady-in-waiting who had watched over her for years, spoke up in reminder. Sarah affirmed she knew full well this was all a false facade, but she also warned that the princess had been overdoing the act lately. Suddenly, Sydney shot up, pointed toward the crowd, and called out loudly, "Sarah, look!" Her gaze was drawn to a figure in a black cloak trudging along with a crow perched on his shoulder. Sydney silently appraised him, a dark aura, sly eyes, and even a crow on his shoulder. Every bit of it makes for a striking impression. She affirmed that everything about that stranger reeked of a true villain. Sydney judged that he was a member of the Van Heem clan, the sworn enemy of the Aphania royal family. Though it was hard to believe a Van Heem member would appear openly here, Sydney still trusted her intuition and declared she would investigate the truth herself. Heedless of Sarah's alarmed calls to stop, Princess Sydney leapt down and dashed off with the intent to unmask that suspicious figure at once. In her haste to chase her target, Sydney suddenly tripped and realized in alarm that she was about to fall flat on the ground. But just as she thought she would hit the floor face first, a hand reached out in time to catch her. Sydney looked up in shock to find she had bumped right into that very black-cloaked figure from before. Crash coldly looked at the mischievous girl in his arms and remarked, "You ought to watch where you're going." After helping her steady herself, he calmly walked on through the crowded street, leaving Sydney standing frozen as she watched that mysterious back with a stunned expression. He had left quite an impression on her. Sydney stood frozen, her mind in turmoil over the stranger's manner, that voice, and that attitude. He knows exactly who I am. Meanwhile, Crash walked on quietly, thinking fortune was smiling on him for having met the fourth princess so soon. He reminded himself it was best to avoid any further contact with her to keep his secret safe. Crash took out the registration form with the fake name Claude, age 14, from the Ojuan region of the Empire. After completing the formalities, he set off to find lodging, but everywhere he went he found only cold, no vacancy signs hanging before the doors. Crash sighed in dismay. Everywhere's full. Standing before an inn, Crash sighed in disappointment. Looks like I'll have to sleep on the street tonight. Suddenly, an aged voice called out, "Hey there, young man!" Crash looked up in surprise to find a kindly old woman gazing at him. She asked whether he was a participant in the martial arts tournament, then kindly offered, "If you've nowhere to sleep, you may stay at my home for now." Heedless of the Crow Crimson watching with deep suspicion and judging the whole situation highly dubious, Crash still broke into a bright smile and replied, "Truly." Crimson flew after him, grumbling without end. "Hey, didn't anyone teach you not to follow strangers?" Crash walked on calmly, thinking that in his past life he had slept rough far too many times and was sick of it by now. This indifferent attitude left the crow clicking its tongue in weary dismay at the troublesome nature of regressors. As dusk fell, they stopped before a cozy wooden house in the heart of the capital. The old woman directed him, "You'll use the back room on the second floor. I'll prepare dinner. Come down and join me later." Crash bowed respectfully. "I'm very grateful, ma'am." Climbing the stairs, Crash let out a sigh of relief at finally having a bed to rest in. But just as he was about to head to his room, he suddenly froze in astonishment, Right before his eyes was Princess Sydney, who was no less stunned to recognize a familiar face. You're the one from earlier." Crash buried his face in helplessness at the wicked coincidence, while Crimson scolded furiously. "Tch! What's this? A trap? See? I told you not to follow strangers." Realizing it would be a great deal of trouble to be recognized, Crash decided to ignore her and quietly slip off to his room. Seeing him hurry away without so much as a greeting, "You really are a strange one." Sydney trailed after Crash, chattering endlessly. "Why are you ignoring me when a pretty girl is trying to strike up a conversation? Don't tell me I'm not your type." Crash scratched his cheek in annoyance. He walked on decisively and coldly shot back. "You're not my type." "Oh, then who is, for instance?" Crash kept his distance. He snapped, "I'm under no obligation to answer you." But Sydney seemed not to mind that dismissal in the least. She trailed after him with a smile and a skip. "You really are as mysterious as you look." Her shameless persistence only annoyed Crash all the more. He growled, "Stop following me around." Heedless of his irritable manner, Sydney eagerly proposed, "Come, let's have dinner. I want to understand you better." All she got in answer was Crash's blunt and decisive refusal. "I decline." What a nuisance. The space suddenly grew thick and heavy with pressure as Sydney stopped amid the darkness of the corridor. She gave off an aura entirely different from her playful manner moments before. "You know I'm a princess. Are you truly certain you wish to treat me this way?" She pulled rank to threaten him. Crash froze, his eyes narrowed in wariness. The Crow Crimson on his shoulder also began to sense something abnormal about this girl. Sydney curled her lips in a knowing smile. Her eyes lit up as she watched his back. "My, so the Honorable Sir is from Starin." Crash started. Cold sweat ran down as he realized the little princess's sharpness. "If we keep talking, she'll discover I'm from the Van Heem." He coldly shot back to cut off the conversation. "I have no idea what you're talking about. Children should go to bed after dinner." He had bested this princess, yet dared to call her a child? "Called a child!" Sydney cried out in irritation. "Who are you calling a child? You're nothing but a boy yourself!" Seeing this, the lady-in-waiting Sarah drew near and asked, puzzled, "Your Highness, is that child really from Starin?" Sydney affirmed firmly that it was so. She explained that although the Empire and the people of Starin shared a common language, the people of Starin always had a distinctive accent and intonation that could not be mistaken. While Crash calmly ate his dinner downstairs, Sydney kept on observing and analyzing. His voice sounds like an Imperial's, yet he can't quite hide a few small details. Sarah marveled in admiration. "You have a keen eye indeed, Your Highness. Only someone like you could catch such a subtle difference." Sydney smugly affirmed that ordinary people might overlook it, but she could remember and analyze everything she had seen. She noticed something strange, that although she did not remember his face, from his reactions it was clear he knew exactly who she was. Sarah anxiously suggested, "Should we seize him for interrogation, Your Highness?" But Sydney immediately waved it off, leaping down eagerly. "No. It's just getting interesting. We shouldn't be hasty." She would watch Crash's every move to learn why he had come to this forbidden land. However, her face suddenly turned grave as she asked about news of her sister. Sarah bowed her head in confirmation. "Yes, just as you predicted. Princess Sigrun, the third princess, has changed completely after a year." The thought struck hard at Sydney's mind. The image of Sigrun with a darkened face, crazed eyes, and blood at her lips appeared, deeply haunting. Sydney realized in shock that her sister was no longer the sister she had once known. The situation was growing extremely serious. Sydney gripped the stair railing, her eyes trembling with fear. My suspicion was right. If things go on like this, the first and second princesses will be in danger, and the palace will be drowned in a sea of blood. At this very moment at the arena, a true massacre was unfolding. The dry sounds of clashing left dust billowing and the scene in ruins, with badly wounded opponents sprawled everywhere. The stranger's overwhelming power left the crowd of spectators gaping in astonishment. The announcer's voice rang out clearly. "The preliminary round is over. The 4 victors, please leave the arena." Those who witnessed it had still not gotten over their shock, whispering in stunned disbelief. Crash stood tall amid the rubble, the hood concealing half his face, with the crow crimson perched eerily on his shoulder. Everyone was curious about him and the black crow that always followed him. Whispers began to swarm around him. Who is that hawk-eyed fellow? Could he be a secret assassin? The attention fell not only on him, but also on the strange crow. Even the crow on his shoulder is bizarre. Its wings keep flapping, yet it won't fly off. Crash sensed the pressure of Sydney's scrutiny. He thought to himself, has that girl been watching me since yesterday? Being eyed by someone as clever as her left Crash utterly weary. Even a few words felt dangerous. She might pry information out of me. How exhausting. Still, he reassured himself that at least the preliminary round had passed without any major incident. This preliminary round was truly a brutal culling. 100 people fought in a melee, but only the 4 strongest could advance to the official rounds. The weak stood no chance of winning. That was the unchanging law of this arena. While strolling through the dark corridor of the palace, Crash was suddenly blocked by a fighter whose body was wrapped in bandages and crisscrossed with scars. He looked Crash over with a scrutinizing gaze, then spoke up. Hey, just like the rumors. A crow on the shoulder and a sly face. Crash wondered in annoyance. What is it this time? The man suddenly posed a question that left him stunned. You're a member of the Night Crows, aren't you? Why would he ask Crash such a thing? The name Night Crows put Crash on the highest alert. It was the most notorious assassin organization in the Empire. Famed as the most dangerous underground group, it was also one of the reasons the Empire fell in the old timeline. Crash calculated inwardly. Being an outsider to the Empire, I don't know the details, but I've never heard of a Night Crows member entering the academy. He coldly denied it. You're mistaken. I'm not. Seeing Crash's resolute manner, the bandaged man immediately backed down. He waved his hands frantically. "Hey, calm down. I know who stands behind you. I don't want to cause trouble either." He gave a sheepish laugh and made a brazen proposal. "We're both people of the underworld. Let's be friends. A pleasure to meet you, Night Crow." The bandaged man waved goodbye, then hurried off, having business to attend to. Crash stood frozen, his mind churning over the one this man had just mentioned as standing behind him. Crimson sensed the abnormality. The crow immediately spoke up. "Something seems off." "Leave it to me." At once, it cast a kind of illusion that left the bandaged man frozen stiff. His eyes turned hollow to his utter astonishment. Seeing the crow fly a circle around the man, Crash asked curiously what Crimson had just done. The crow calmly answered that it was merely a simple mind manipulation illusion. It did not forget to sneer that since Crash had talent too, this time it had stepped in to help. Seizing the chance, Crash began to question the man in his trance. "Hey, bandaged one, what happened to the Night Crows?" He whispered in answer that the organization had recently been all but wiped out. Crash was stunned. If they've been wiped out, then why are they still watching this tournament? The bandaged man revealed that it was all by order of a new master, one who had led them to the brink of despair. "Who is this new master?" Crash pressed, and the answer left him shaken. "It's the second prince of the Athenia Empire." The image of a plump prince absorbed in his eating appeared. He was the elder brother of Sigrun and Sydney. Crash mused, for according to his memory, the Night Crows had been merely a secret tool of the royal family, used to monitor and manipulate the nobility by tracking their actions. It's no different from our street cameras nowadays, hey. The appearance of a new master, as the man said, was absurd. The connection between the Night Crows and the royal family was supposed to be kept absolutely secret until the empire's fall. And yet now, a mere nobody knew that the second prince led this organization, proof that someone was deliberately fanning the rumor to make use of him. Crash suddenly realized the second prince was merely a chess piece meant to bolster the faction of the crown prince. But if he killed the crown prince, his own power would collapse along with it, and the one who would profit most from this chaos was the one silently watching Sigrun Athenia. The moment that name surfaced in Crash's mind, it brought a fearful shudder. He realized in shock that the memories Arthur inherited in the previous timeline had indeed succeeded brilliantly, but their outcome had been utterly tragic. According to the information from the future that Crash held, Sigrun's goal was none other than to seize the royal emblem, the White Dragon. To smooth the way for Arthur to ascend the throne as emperor, this crazed woman had even planned to purge her own sister, Sydney. In the end, Sigrun would take her own life, leaving Arthur alone upon the throne. It was he who had plunged the empire into ruin once he no longer had her help. If Sigrun took the throne, the empire would surely fall into ruin, and that collapse would be the fuse that ignited the world erosion pandemic on its most terrible scale. Crash gritted his teeth, the dark purple-black flame erupting fiercely around his hand. To stop the world's destruction, I must shatter his scheme, then steal Sigrun's skill. He understood he could not stand by and watch that tragedy repeat itself once more. Turning to the black crow perched on his shoulder, Crash pleaded, "Crim, I need your help." Crimson flapped his wings, his blazing red eyes boring into Crash in warning. "Don't rely solely on knowledge of the future, but I am the one who decides to help you. So just this once, I'll assist you." Crash smiled faintly and held out his hand for the crow to perch on. He glanced at the bandaged man lying motionless under the illusion's effect and coldly decided, "Leave him. He's played out his role." But then Crash had another, more cunning idea. He cast out a jet-black feather that pierced into the bandaged man's head and declared, "Right, then I'll make him my slave." The black crow did not let him off, continuing its game. Under Crimson's manipulation, the bandaged man staggered to his feet like a living corpse. Quietly walking off at the command, "Return to your post." Watching the man's figure fade into the dark corridor, Crimson asked about the next move. Crash adjusted his hood, his gaze cold and sharp. "It's time to use the disguise. With this new identity, we'll infiltrate the main tournament and hunt down the real Night Crows." Meanwhile, in a dim, dust-covered library, a mysterious figure sat sunken amid towering stacks of books. He flipped through the old yellowed pages, his hoarse voice ringing out full of killing intent. "That slit-eyed bastard, his name is Crash, isn't it? He frenziedly tore the scraps of paper in his hands, his teeth clenched in fury. A horrifying surge of blazing red energy erupted from his withered, mummy-like body. His bloodshot eyes glinted in the darkness as he roared a vengeful declaration. To think you'd dare pose as a member of the Night Crows. I'll make you pay. The man had mistakenly believed Crash was borrowing the Night Crow's name to deal with someone. The official rounds began, gathering the 32 finest contestants of the continent. Amid the fiery arena, Crash, in his full disguise, easily overwhelmed a large opponent. He locked the man's neck, leaving him only able to let out a feeble groan before collapsing onto the arena floor, to the astonishment of thousands of spectators. The announcer's voice boomed across the stands. The winner of the 30-second bout is Eka. The crowd enthusiastically chanted his fake name in a frenzy of excitement. Crimson remarked that everyone had fought with all their might, but it was thanks to Crash's presence that the matches had become so thrilling. Crash quietly adjusted the mask covering his face, thinking that once everyone around was convinced he was Ika, it would be time for the real character to reveal himself. The moment he left the arena, he caught Sydney secretly watching him from above. He sighed to himself in dismay. That girl, I warned her, and yet she's still spying on me? When the official qualifying round closed, Sydney suddenly blocked his path in the corridor and asked curiously, "Hey, I hear you won by a landslide in the qualifiers?" She kept trailing after him to size him up, which only annoyed him more. Sydney narrowed her eyes at Crash with a scrutinizing gaze, affirming he was certainly no ordinary child. Faced with that suspicion, Crash only asked back indifferently, "Huh?" The girl still would not let up, pressing him about the knowing look he had given her. Crash gently closed his eyes and calmly answered with a deeply meaningful remark. "It's nothing. I just thought you two have been through a great many storms." The words struck right at her heart, leaving Sydney startled and stunned, her face plainly betraying her shock at being seen through. Seeing her still frozen in astonishment, Crash brushed past and left one final warning. "I'll say only this. Take care of yourself." "Sydney," he decisively signaled an end to the conversation. "Tomorrow is the main round. I'm off to sleep." The door slammed shut coldly, leaving Sydney clutching her head in utter confusion and bewilderment. She could not for the life of her understand how a stranger could have obtained such secret information about her. He's from somewhere far away? So how does he know me so well? "Sarah, is the royal spy you hired trustworthy?" Sydney asked anxiously. Sarah bowed her head and answered with a serious gaze. "I'll check once more." Sydney sighed softly. "I'm counting on you." Witnessing this scene, Crash silently judged that Sydney still lingering here, despite his warning showed she had perhaps grasped part of his plan. Sydney watched Crash's back and broke into a knowing smile. "Eka, is it? You really are no simple matter, are you?" Crash ignored it and signaled to the crow. "Let's go, Crimson. Now we just wait for the real character to appear." Deep down, he could not help but wonder whether that little princess had truly seen through his disguise. He had walked only a few steps when a hoarse voice full of hatred suddenly rang out from the darkness. "Hey, is it fun playing Ika?" A figure with long, disheveled hair, ragged clothes, and crazed eyes suddenly revealed himself, blocking Crash's path. Yet another uninvited guest had appeared before him. This familiar killing intent made Crash pause. He stared at the heavily bandaged figure and murmured to himself, No way, I didn't expect you to show yourself so soon." At once, the real Eka swung his twin swords and lunged with terrifying speed. He pressed in frenziedly, unleashing treacherous blade strikes that left Crash able only to focus on defense. Suddenly, he reached out, seized Crash, and roared. "If I catch you, there's no problem left." A surge of blazing red energy like demon bone suddenly erupted from his arm, radiating deadly pressure. He laughed madly, then declared cruelly, "Time to end this, kid." A blow carrying 1,000-pound force came down straight at Crash. In a flash, he immediately spun around and delivered a kick straight at the man's avatar. "It's useless. Your world invasion technique has no effect on me," Crash coldly declared as he stood above, the shadow of the crow crimson engulfing the space. Crash had turned the tables, dealing his opponent a sudden crushing defeat. The defeated one lay on the ground, utterly stunned to hear the name. He trembled, sweat streaming down, wondering how his opponent could possibly know the true identity he had so carefully concealed. Crash kept pressing with a razor-sharp tone. "The person was taken by Crimson, wasn't she? Where is she now?" "I have something to discuss." Looking at his opponent's dazed, terrified face, he made an offer that could not be refused. "Let's make a deal." Crash pointed straight at the assassin's chest and made a stunning promise. "I'll use my skill to reclaim your heart for you and expose Sigrun's entire scheme." The horrifying secret was at last laid bare. The one nicknamed Ikadi, the World Invader, was in truth the summoner Erbo Aspinapochi. The image of a frail, bespectacled girl with a panicked, exhausted face appeared. She clutched a tattered cloth bag in despair. Erbo Aspinapochi was one of tragic fate, imprisoned by the Empire for 1,000 years, simply for having lost her heart. Crash looked at her and thought to himself, "Your fate is even more cursed than mine." Looking at her wretched state, memories of his past life returned. He recalled that in the previous timeline, it was Arthur who had brought her in, affirming she would be useful to the whole team. However, because of her status as a world invader, she was always treated coldly and looked down upon by the others of the inheriting generation. Though she bore the proud title of the only summoner in the world, the poor girl could only hide away in her tent, quietly doing heavy manual labor to avoid the contemptuous stares. It was precisely because of that withdrawal that no one knew the truth. She was the legendary Ikadi. Crash walked on quietly, memories of the assassin lineage flooding back into his mind. He knew that with the dead, no amount of sympathy could extract information, but a summoner could easily control those corpses to serve her own ends. Thanks to this, every clue about the notorious assassin organization led straight to Everless. Ikadi had in fact been destroyed back in her academy days and vanished entirely after being captured by Arthur, making her true identity an unsolved mystery to the whole world, leaving the thoughts of his past life behind. "You're being awfully aggressive today, Crash." The shabby room was full of cobwebs. Crash coldly answered, "With this girl, you have to be this firm." He gripped her chin, forcing her to lift her face and look him straight in the eye. Everless trembled, tears streaming down. "Ow, what are you doing?" "A moment ago you said you'd help me find my heart." Giving her no chance to resist, Crash activated his skill, Black Hat. The magical chains and purple energy began to close in on their target, the heart that had once belonged to her. Realizing the complex conditions made using direct force difficult, Crash leaned close to her and made an offer, Everless. "If you agree to hand your heart over to me, then I can reclaim it for you right now." Faced with this one and only chance, the girl cried out through her tears, I agree." Crash was still not satisfied. He demanded, "Don't just say it flatly, put some emotion into it. Only with stronger emotion will your heart give a sign." Heedless of Crimson questioning his excessive seriousness, Crash kept using psychological tactics to strike at her fears. He painted a vision of the future. "You've grown thoroughly sick of your current life, haven't you?" He promised a life of lounging about in her room, letting the dead do all the work, eating well and idling away in comfort. Conversely, if she failed to reclaim her heart, she would have to serve the royal family for the rest of her life, working without a moment's rest like a draft horse. The extreme fear left Everless losing control, grotesque spirits erupting around her as she screamed, "No, never, I don't want to work anymore." The power of the summoner began to burst forth violently under her fury. Everless sobbed that she had been forced into hard labor for 1,000 years. She clung to Crash and begged, "Save me, Crash." Crash coldly drove her to the final step of the bargain. "Then the only way is to hand your heart over to me, isn't it? So you'll never have to be a slave again." "What heart, anyway? I give up. What's more, I'll give you this heart, so help me be free." The girl cried out in despair. Crash calmly answered, "Not yet." He placed a hand on her head, demanding absolute trust. "I'll send the heart here in exchange for your deepest desire. Please trust me." Everless sobbed in utter weakness. "Please, I just want to live in peace and comfort." The magical chains shattered before her will. Everless cried out, "Take my heart at last." The pressure spurred her to willingly offer her heart to him. Crash curled his lips into a satisfied smile at having achieved his goal. He said softly, "Well done," then declared resoundingly, "Everless, now you are free." Though the deal was done, Everless still trembled and demanded it back. Then, give me back my heart right now." Crash coldly reassured her, "Hold on, remember your promise. This is a deal. I'll return your heart when everything is over." Looking at the girl who just sat on the ground, lamenting, "Boo-hoo, I don't want to work at all," Crash could only snap, "Stop crying already." He immediately got to the main point. "Everless, what is Sigrun planning? You know Sarah, the swordmaster of the fourth princess, don't you?" She had in fact received a secret order. "I was ordered to eliminate her, to use Sarah's corpse to assassinate Princess Sydney." But the scene had turned out completely reversed. Sarah was now gravely wounded, her face contorted in shock as she realized her opponent possessed superior power. "Impossible, you're stronger than me?" A spear suddenly pierced through her chest from behind. The one who had struck so cruelly was none other than Mary Diana. She had ambushed Sarah, leaving her gravely wounded and without the strength to resist. Standing in a pool of blood, Mary Diana looked down on the defeated one with contempt. "You should be proud to have been sacrificed for the Empire." While a hideous giant loomed behind her, she muttered about the cruel order from Lady Sigrun. "Everless, an order from Lady Sigrun. Use Sarah to assassinate the fourth princess, Sydney." Looking up at the bright moon, Mary sank into longing for her master, Arthur. A year had passed since she returned to the past, yet her heart still would not give up hope. "Master Arthur, do you see me? Lady Sigrun and I are doing all of this for you, Lord Arthur." The boundless longing for him gnawed at Mary's mind, carrying her back to memories from just before the apocalypse. On the first Saturday afternoon after the regression, Mary remembered Arthur's promise word for word, "Let's meet before the Peace Monument." At the time, her heart had pounded with joy as she rushed eagerly to the rendezvous, full of fervent faith. But Arthur never came. Standing at the foot of the statue with Abela, Mary could only cry out in despair. Why, she had waited until she wore herself thin, yet never met Arthur. Both Abela and Lord Arthur had vanished without a trace, leaving Mary to wander alone through the late-night streets. She wondered where he could have been all through that long year of waiting. Even so, Sigrun's words still echoed, reminding her to trust in Arthur's return. Mary gripped her spear tight and resolved, "Before that day returns, I will restore my former strength and make him proud of his strongest spear." She told herself she had to try even harder to complete this mission at all costs. Turning to the giant, Mary coldly interrogated it. "Hey, Everless, the crowboy in the tournament is a corpse you control, isn't it?" Everless, in her monstrous form, trembled as she admitted it, making Mary curl her lips and praise the clever move of adding a crow to draw the eye. However, she immediately spoke a cold threat. "Oh, and don't try anything foolish while Lady Sigrun is away. You know who holds your heart, don't you?" Before that fearsome authority, Everless betrayed the panicked look of a small, bespectacled girl behind her giant shell. She could only stammer in utter terror, of course. Then, "By your leave," threatened to the point of losing all composure. Everless quietly left, carrying a large sack over her shoulder. Watching from behind, Mary curled her lips in a sinister smile. "Everless, you usually collect only ugly corpses, so why hide away a cute specimen like Crash?" She licked her lips and spoke with regret. What a pity, he's just a corpse. Meanwhile, Crash was still concealed beneath his cloak, gripping his sword hilt as he prepared to step into the decisive battle. He never expected that in the end he would have to face him in the final match. His opponent was Pyre, a 14-year-old commoner contestant with a kindly appearance, ever dreaming of a peaceful world. He looked ordinary on the outside, but in truth, Pyre had once been a renowned warrior of the Azer generation. Cheers thundered through the arena. Oh, the Nightcrow draws his sword for the first time. Is his opponent really that strong? Crash looked straight at his opponent and spoke to persuade him. "Pyre, you don't truly enjoy assassination, do you?" He advised Pyre to seize the chance to enroll at the neutral Rahan Academy, to cast off the title of Nightcrow and live an ordinary life. Hasn't changed one bit, Crash thought as he looked into Pyre's eyes. He's still as kind-hearted a person as ever, always so caring toward others. Pyre, let me give you a piece of advice. If you cling to too much hope, you won't be able to bear true despair. The harsh words made Pyre's face suddenly turn dark and cold. The match erupted at once with a powerful counter from Pyre. The moment the referee declared the start, he lunged to attack as quick as lightning, only to be gently blocked. He suddenly cast the technique 10 Shadows Step, moving at terrifying speed to create deep blue afterimages that surrounded his target. "How disappointing, Crash!" Pyre roared as he swung his sword in a relentless assault. Crash was struck by the familiarity in every blade stroke. Those movements, as the two clashed, Pyre was stunned to realize all his feints were being seen through. He could not believe his opponent could know his swordsmanship by heart, as if they had trained together for a very long time. Every stroke he unleashed was perfectly neutralized by Crash, without a single opening. Crash's eyes now were so cold and deep that they made Pyre tremble. Why doesn't he consider that the two of them shared a bond from a past life? Heh. In fact, Crash was the one who understood Pyre best. He knew Pyre had grown up in a land of white snow, drilling footwork as fluid as flowing water to create the supreme technique, the 10,000 li step. Pyre's grueling training even rivaled Annex's, but his every habit, feint, and finishing blow lay firmly in the palm of Crash's hand, thanks to his memories from the old timeline. Crash told himself he had observed Pyre for a very long time, understanding him even better than Pyre understood himself. Pyre roared in despair as his every heartfelt attack failed to so much as touch his opponent's clothes. At that moment, Crash channeled deep blue energy into his sword and performed the technique of drawing his blade last yet arriving first. Crash used his very own blade to awaken the true potential lying dormant within Pyre. Crash wanted Pyre to grow even stronger, so that even if hope shattered, he could keep fighting on. Crash did not want his friend to be controlled by some bastard for lack of strength. He called it helping, but beating a friend to win still stung all the same. The announcer's voice boomed across the stands, declaring the champion of the tournament, Crash. Amid the fervent cheers, Crash raised his sword high with the crow crimson, like a declaration of his strength. Pyre whispered his farewell with broken breath, wondering whether they would ever have the chance to meet again. Looking at the opponent of years past, memories of Pyre's vow to protect the world and his heartfelt thanks of old suddenly came flooding back into Crash's mind. He fell still as he realized this was the first time in both his lifetimes that anyone had ever said thank you to him. "Yes, I'll see you at the academy." Crash spoke his farewell as Pyre lay collapsed on the arena floor. The answer was his old friend's resolute agreement. "All right, we'll meet at Rahan." Meanwhile, the second prince, Saifeng Ephenia, reveled in his false victory. He laughed smugly to see that the night crow controlled by Everless had not disappointed him. He was convinced Crash was merely a living corpse under his command. In his mind, he had already painted a vision of using this assassin organization to win over the nobility and seize the throne. A fine attitude. Remember, your heart is in my hands. Just stay obedient like a loyal dog. Everless could only bow her head, trembling, "Yes, your highness." But that arrogance was soon snuffed out by the sound of hurried footsteps. Heedless of the guards shouting their challenge at the audacity of barging into the second prince's residence, the executioners of the Black Dragon Knights advanced with terrifying pressure. Amid the air thick with killing intent, a woman coldly declared, "Saifeng Ephenia, second prince, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of the fourth princess, Sydney Ephenia." Saifeng was stunned and denied killing that fool Sydney, but the evidence was damning when an order bearing his signature was found right in the Night Crow's lair. He howled in a frenzy, "This is absurd, I never wrote that." In his desperation, he ordered Everless to deal with the traitors daring to frame him, but the girl could only stammer helplessly in the knight's grip. She had been subdued by the knights before he ever noticed. Amid the extreme tension, a clear voice suddenly rang out, cutting through it all. "So who exactly has been killed?" Sydney Ephenia and the female swordmaster Sarah suddenly appeared, perfectly unharmed. She calmly mocked, "Hey Sarah, when exactly was I killed? We haven't even seen the assassin, let alone been attacked." Witnessing the presence of two who should have been dead, Sigrun Ephenia was utterly shaken. She could not believe her eyes, for the one behind this plan had been certain they had perished. In utter shock, Sigrun could only ask herself, what on earth is happening? The truth began to wind back to the night Sarah was assassinated. Sydney's intuition had been entirely correct when she anxiously asked, "Sarah, can we really trust the royal spy we hired?" Sarah could only suppress her unease and promise, "I'll go and check once more." At the time, they had no idea that all the spies planted in the palace had already turned traitor. Sydney bitterly wondered why she, one who had abandoned the fight for the throne years ago and played the fool, was still being targeted. In the dark of night, Sarah hurried off with an ill premonition. She decided she had to return to the princess at once. But just then, a surge of jet-black energy enveloped her. A muffled voice rang out directly in her mind. "Sarah, in exchange for your life force, I will grant you the power of immortality for a span of time. So play dead." Sarah realized in shock that it was Crash's voice. He's speaking directly inside my head. The dark power wrapped tightly around her to her utter astonishment. A blazing red eye with a star appeared, eerie and grotesque. Sarah came to. She had still not gotten over the shock of what Crash had done in asking her to play dead, but in that very moment, a cold killing intent closed in from behind. Just as the question, "Is someone right behind me?" flashed through her mind, Mary Diana appeared with her Reaper's spear. A cruel thrust pierced through Sarah's body. Mary Diana drove the spear tip straight into my stomach. Had it not been for the immortal power from Crash's crow at that moment, both Sarah and the princess would surely not have survived. "Now," Sydney clearly announced, "our side is back, so brace yourselves for a reckoning. Arrest the deputy commander of the Black Dragon Knights on suspicion of being a spy." The firm declaration rang out amid the tense atmosphere, leaving the deputy commander trembling, sweat streaming down in terror. Standing beside her, Sydney was stunned, unable to hide her shock inside, "What, a spy?" Sydney curled her lips in a mocking smile, her eyes blazing as she looked straight at her stunned sister. "Here to gloat over our deaths, are you? What a pity. We're still very much alive." Sigrun fell silent. Sydney coldly gave the order, "Sarah, finish her." At once, Sarah swung her colossal greatsword, bringing a thunderous blow down upon Sigrun's position. A violent explosion erupted, but Mary blocked Sarah's attack with her spear in time. Sigrun stood rooted to the spot, her mind in turmoil. How did things come to this? She bitterly recalled her own cruel plan. "I ordered Everless to kill Sarah, then to use Sarah's corpse to assassinate Sydney. And yet here they are, acting as if nothing happened." Sigrun gritted her teeth, clenching her fists in resentment as she realized the spies she and Mary had so painstakingly planted in the Black Dragon Knights had been rooted out so easily. Sydney's gaze seemed to see right through her, making Sigrun tremble. "Ah, that cunning fourth princess has surely seen through everything. She's ruined my entire plan. The enemy too strong, my luck too poor." That was why Sigrun had sought to eliminate her. Sigrun told herself, her eyes flashing with an extreme, murderous look. She realized that if she let Sydney live, sooner or later the girl would become an unforeseeable threat to her plans. Deciding she could wait no longer, Sigrun roared, "I must kill her here and now." She reached into her pouch and pulled out a glowing red object, throbbing and pulsing. It was Everless's heart. Sigrun squeezed it tight, activating the blazing red magical seals around it. She gritted her teeth and ordered, "Everless, slay the fourth princess at once." Everless, now under control, her eyes wide in agony. "Ugh, what am I to do? Crash hasn't reclaimed my heart yet. It's like my machines caught a virus, my body moving against my will." Everless screamed in vain as her body began to spin out of control under the seal's effect. Witnessing the delay, Sigrun howled in a frenzy. "Everless! What the hell are you doing?" A blazing red surge of energy erupted from Everless's body, terrifying everyone around. She really is a monster. Hurry and protect the prince and princess." In utter despair, Everless silently called the name of her only savior, Crash. "Save me." At once, a powerful surge of dark purple energy suddenly reached out from the void, seizing Sigrun's arm that held the heart. A powerful blow came down on Sigrun's wrist, forcing her to release her control instantly. Sigrun stared in shock at her empty hand and cried out in despair, "The heart is gone." Unable to believe her own reality, she realized she had come away utterly empty-handed, not only failing to take the fourth princess's life. I also failed to capture the second prince, and even lost Everless's heart on top of it. All her schemes collapsed in an instant, leaving Sigrun to scream in utter resentment as she watched all her efforts wash away to nothing. But madness quickly overtook reason. She gritted her teeth and resolved, "Fine, then I'll finish off the princess with my own hands." Taking advantage of everyone being distracted by Everless, Sigrun saw this as her one and only chance to turn the tables. With absolute speed and maximum acceleration, she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight at Sydney and roaring, "If I can't use my skill, then I'll take you on barehanded, sweetheart." A thrust carrying 1,000-pound force came down, but in that razor's edge instant, Crash appeared in time to block the attack. A surge of dark purple energy erupted and clashed violently with Sigrun's skill, creating a shattering explosion right before the princess. Sigrun was stunned, "Huh? That's my family's secret move?" Yet he blocked it like it was nothing. While Mary Diana was astonished to notice Crash's presence, he was still straining to hold back his opponent's spear tip. Crash looked straight into Sigrun's eyes and tossed out a familiar mocking remark. Same as always, that simplistic way of thinking of yours hasn't changed one bit. Those words left Sigrun stunned, wondering who the one before her could be to know her so well. Seizing the chaos, Prince Saifeng immediately ordered his soldiers, "What are you all doing? Arrest her at once." A hand suddenly reached out and seized Sigrun's weapon. The one suspected of plotting to assassinate the royal family, Mary Diana, was at last captured, to the astonishment of all present. Restrained tightly by the knights, she struggled in a frenzy and screamed, "Let me go, my spear." Though her plan had been completely exposed, Mary still could not hide her resentment. Ugh, damn it all. Watching from afar, Crash silently blamed himself for doing unnecessary things, even knowing the outcome in advance. Meanwhile, Everless too was being led away amid desperate cries for help. "Save me, Sigrun, Arthur." The moment the crowd dispersed, Sydney hurried over to Crash and asked anxiously, "Crash, are you hurt?" Crash bore the pain and answered with difficulty, not too well actually. He silently judged that he had only just managed to block Sigrun's terrifying attack, despite pouring out every ounce of the Black Flame's power. Crash bitterly realized he was still a long way from the masterclass. That was the steep price to pay for daring to face a demigod head-on. Sydney hurriedly reassured him that she also had the royal family's defensive necklace, leaving Crash silently impressed by this princess's thorough preparation. The rich really do go to battle differently. He gently reminded her, "As long as you're safe, that's what matters most." While the soldiers were busy investigating the accomplices, Crash signaled to Everless, "Let's use this chaos to get out of here. Everless, get ready." A surge of jet-black energy erupted beneath their feet, swallowing them both into the darkness. Before vanishing completely, Crash did not forget to leave one final word. "Sydney, take care. Above all, keep an eye on your siblings." Sydney and Sarah could only cry out, trying to stop him to tend his wounds, but Crash firmly refused. "Don't worry about it, I'm used to this. Take good care of yourself." Looking at the faint traces left behind, Sydney was saddened she had not had the chance to thank him for saving her life. She resolved to follow Crash to the academy to repay this debt no matter what. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying Crash and Everless was speeding swiftly along. Crash marveled to himself at the usefulness of the teleportation skill, though it still had quite a few limitations. Everless explained that she could only teleport living people over a short distance. Right after, she took out a brilliant blade of grass and handed it to Crash. "Here, take it. The golden dragon grass you asked for. I nearly died for this thing, so pay me handsomely." Crash took it with satisfaction and held up his end of the bargain. "Now everything's settled. Here's the heart I promised. Take it." Everless took the throbbing, pulsing heart in shock, unable to believe she was truly allowed to keep this precious thing. Everless clutched the heart tightly and said with emotion, "I thought you'd make me work for you forever." She remarked that Crash seemed different from the corrupted ones she had met before, even though he had used that very power to block Mary's attack. Crash mused to himself. Perhaps because the black flame had burned away the power absorbed from the extreme blood poison, in her eyes he looked like one of her own kind. He realized this was the reason Everless trusted him, but he also worried he would later be misunderstood by the truly corrupted ones. Suddenly, the Crow Crimson flew over and cut into the conversation. "Sorry to play the villain while you're enjoying yourselves, but there's big trouble." The Crow's eyes suddenly turned sharp and grave. It looked straight at Crash and delivered a shocking report. "It seems something has happened to your family." The image of Bianca lying collapsed amid the white snow, her breath faint and her face pale. "Your bride-to-be is in trouble. And here you sit at ease." The ominous report from the Crow Crimson left Crash stunned. He could only blurt out in shock, "What?" Crimson continued in a grave tone, revealing that it had just received word from the servants at Harden House. A dangerous figure called the Butcher Hound had secretly slipped into the Harden House mountains. And worst of all, Crash's betrothed, who was there at the time, had vanished without leaving a single trace. Fury and worry erupting, Crash gritted his teeth and recalled, "That bad feeling when I met the Butcher Hound's disciple earlier, so this is what it was about." Not a second could be wasted. He roared an order at Everless. "Everless, my betrothed is in danger. Get to Harden House at once." The carriage immediately changed course, racing off like the wind at terrifying speed. Everless was taken aback by his urgency. She stammered, "Huh? What? Yes." Sitting in the carriage, Everless had still not gotten over her shock. She kept wondering, "Hold on, you're a world invader, yet you have a betrothed? So that means Crash's girlfriend lives in Harden House." She muttered about the terrifying rumors that the betrothed of the Van Heem house also lived there, and she could not believe any family would have the nerve to marry off their daughter to so fearsome a house. Everless's face went pale with fear, but Crash only answered coldly, "That's not it." He stood up, his aura changing completely, and affirmed firmly, "I am no world invader and Crash is only an alias." A mysterious surge of purple energy began to envelop Crash's body, gradually peeling away the disguise he had worn all this time. Amid the brilliant magical vortex, he formally revealed his true identity. "My real name is Crash Van Heem, the youngest son of the Van Heem house." The mere mention of his family register left his opponent trembling. Witnessing the young master's transformation, Everless was utterly struck dumb, her eyes wide with terror to the point of dropping the heart she held in her hands. She stammered, trembling in utter panic. "What, Van Heem?" "So Crash, you're a member of the Van Heem after all?" Her scream echoed across the entire sky as the carriage kept racing frenziedly through the deep forest. Crash snapped to cut off her panic. Now is not the time to talk about that. The scene shifted to the snow-white mountains, cold and desolate. In the Harden House domain, in the Rukon mountain range, the makeshift tents of a search party had been pitched in a gloomy atmosphere. A choked sob full of regret rang out through the night. "It's all my fault. If only I'd been honest then and told her I had the white fire mushroom, Bianca would never have risked going up the mountain like this." Jenica Hardenhouse, the second daughter of the Hardenhouse family, sobbed in belated regret. When asked why she had followed Bianca up the mountain, Jenica choked out an explanation that because that mushroom was not sold on the market, the foolish Bianca had gone to pick it herself with nothing but a guidebook. She had had to hastily gather a search party and chase after her at once. Winding the clock back to a few days before, amid the snow-white Rukon mountains, Jenica led the search party with the intent of obtaining the very thing the Van Heem failure wanted, to bring Bianca home as soon as possible. Seeing Bianca trudging ahead, she called, "Hey." But deep in Bianca's heart, she held an unshakable belief, "My husband is the best, and no one is allowed to mock him." She turned to look at her sister with deep blue eyes full of resolve amid the falling snow. Jenica snapped, asking why her sister was following the search party, while Bianca only stubbornly retorted, "It's none of your business. I'll go where I please." The tension escalated as Jenica spoke bitter words, telling Bianca to take the mushroom and head straight back to Van Heem, for she didn't even want to see her sister's face anymore. Bianca silently endured the pain. She knew well that Jenica had always blamed her for their mother's death and had hated her ever since. In her heart, she silently apologized and promised herself she would return as soon as she found the white fire mushroom. Back in the present, Jenica clenched her fists, racked with guilt, for had she not spoken those hurtful words, this would never have happened. Suddenly, a blood-red surge of killing intent erupted, and a figure in a grotesque mask appeared out of the void with terrifying pressure. He calmly tossed out a taunt, "Mind if we tag along with you, ladies?" Blood began to fall upon the white snow. The scene turned grisly as he coldly spoke, "Hello there, lovely ladies." Jenica was stunned and demanded the stranger's identity, while a loyal guard, though wounded, still cried out, urging the two ladies to run for their lives. The killer roughly seized the soldier's head, clicking his tongue in annoyance. What a nuisance. But today truly is my lucky day. The masked killer licked his lips, his blazing red eyes betraying excitement at the sight of his prey. Up ahead, Bianca bore the pain, supporting and urging on the gravely wounded Jenica. Hurry. Amid the desolate white snow, the butcher calmly watched the two little girls struggling to flee. He smugly told himself, to find such perfect hostages in a wilderness like this. Pleased with the sweet deal, he grinned ear to ear. He was in no hurry to finish them, strolling leisurely after them, his hoarse voice ringing out full of menace. Where have the two ladies hidden? Hiding behind a large boulder, Bianca and Jenica trembled in fear. Bianca gritted her teeth and realized the bitter truth. That one, he's enjoying toying with us. Though caught in a razor's edge situation, Bianca still gripped the blade of grass in her hand, her eyes full of resolve. Sister, I promised Crash I would bring the white fire mushroom back to him. Witnessing her sister's stubbornness, Jenica cried out in despair, "Stop talking about your betrothed. I don't want to die here either." Suddenly, she froze when she spotted a way out. Wait. Jenica came up with a bold idea. She whispered to Bianca, "Bianca, I have an idea." She explained that thanks to being equipped with an ancient treasure, they could move safely over the snow more easily than that killer. Jenica pointed toward the treacherous glacier cliffs and proposed, "If we can reach the ice crevasse, it might slow him down." But the two girls' every scheme had already been seen through by the butcher. He stood right above on the cliff, looking down with a grotesque smile. "Clever ladies, go on and try to run, heh." Drawing near the edge of the ice crevasse, Jenica collapsed from exhaustion, sobbing, "My legs have given out. Leave me here to die." Standing before the deep, yawning abyss, Bianca looked at her sister and asked, "Ready?" Jenica was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, for if they failed, they would surely lose their lives. But Bianca only calmly answered, "We'll die anyway." Just then, the killer caught up. He swung his colossal axe and tossed out a mocking jeer. "Hey ladies, it's dangerous standing over there. Come over here with me." The very instant he reached out his hand, Bianca shouted, "Now!" Bianca suddenly shoved Jenica down into the abyss, to the killer's utter astonishment, who could only blurt out, "What? What was that?" Seeing the two girls fall freely into the deep darkness of the ice crevasse, the butcher frenziedly reached out to save them, but it was too late. Jenica's scream echoed through the murky space. The killer stood at the edge of the abyss, roaring in astonishment mixed with fury. "Are you trying to kill yourselves?" The killer looked down into the crevasse and curled his lips when he spotted the two girls clinging on, climbing. Oh, so there's a foothold down there. Seeing the enemy had discovered their hiding spot, Jenica panicked to the extreme. "We've been found. What do we do?" Giving his prey no time to react, the butcher dove straight down with a manic smile. "Looks fun, let me join in. Showing off too much gets you killed easily." Faced with the perilous situation, Bianca stayed remarkably calm. She looked at her sister with resolute eyes and reassured her. "It's all right, Jenica." While Jenica was still bewildered, it turned out she had thrown herself at the killer to protect her sister. Jenica stood on the ledge, able only to cry out helplessly, "Bianca." That was the last image she saw before her sister vanished amid the snow-white blizzard. Fortunately, the search party reported that the snow had piled up very thickly where Bianca fell, so there was a chance she was still alive. Back in the present, Jenica buried her face and sobbed before Crash. She was racked with belated regret. If only I hadn't suggested the ice crevasse, Bianca would never have had to jump. But the regret came after the jump was already made. She blamed herself, telling that she should have given her sister the one already in the manor from the very start, so the two would never have run into that cold-blooded killer. Hearing this, Crash's gaze hardened. He mused, "So that's how it was." Jenica kept crying out in anguish, "Don't speak such irresponsible words. It's already been a full week since that day." She feared that even if Bianca had escaped the butcher's grasp, someone who did nothing but read books all day would hardly survive deep in these brutal mountains. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy forest, Bianca lay curled up, her breath faint, beside the trunk of an old tree. In her delirium, she still murmured the name of the one person she longed for. "Crash. Save your wife. It's so cold here." Opening her eyes, she murmured softly, then realized she had drifted off to sleep again. These past days, she had kept herself alive only on nuts and the warmth of the sun-warm snow mushrooms, and her body had reached the limit of its endurance. Checking the wound on her leg, Bianca told herself, "My leg seems to have healed." After falling off the ice cliff along with the killer, she had had to drag herself aimlessly toward higher ground to find a way to call for help, and by great fortune, she had found a place full of sun-warm snow mushrooms glowing with warm light. The sun-warm snow mushroom, just as its name suggested, gave off warmth naturally. Bianca thought to herself and decided to rely on this warmth to endure the bone-deep cold. She used the guidebook as a reference to manage her wounds and her food. But the cold, her unhealed wounds, and severe malnutrition had wrung out all her strength. Bianca felt herself drifting off again and again, and she feared, At this rate, I won't be able to hold on. The recent avalanche made her fragile hope even thinner, for she knew for certain the rescue team would surely be delayed. Even so, a vow still ached in her heart. Until I've delivered the gift to my husband, I refuse to give up. Suddenly, the killer Bertmung appeared, full of menace. Damn it, I've finally found you. He curled his lips and declared cruelly, "Let this chase end here, little lady." Meanwhile, Bianca was still struggling forward through the white snow, muttering, "I have to eat something." Suddenly, she froze when she spotted something beneath the snow and exclaimed, "This is nuts! A squirrel must have hidden them." "Sorry, Mr. Squirrel. Let me borrow a little," Bianca muttered as she found the meager bit of food beneath the thick snow. Without warning, something shot down and stabbed into the ground right beside her. Bianca looked up in shock, her breath catching at the sudden appearance of her enemy. A violent burst of snow erupted, flinging Bianca far away, sending her tumbling and rolling across the cold ground. She could only let out a single cry of terror. From within the curtain of snow, the dark figure of the killer Bertmung loomed forward. He sneered that she was a freak, for her face had not changed color in the slightest. He glared at her with cruel malice and said, "Getting money out of the Van Heem house really is no easy task." Bertmung roughly seized Bianca's neck, lifting her into the air. He growled menacingly, "If only you'd quietly played the hostage like an ordinary child, you might have made it home safely." His gaze settled on the glittering snowflake hairpin, and he calmly calculated selling it for a tidy sum. On the brink of life and death, Bianca let out a feeble, painful cry. In her mind, the wish to return home suddenly surged powerfully. Images of the happy days at the estate returned, when she had quietly sat reading beside Crash, with the steward Arius there too. The memory of Crash's warm smile seemed to soothe her present pain. Bianca realized that each day at his side had left something within her, something like emotion. Even one as devoid of feeling as she knew that those days had truly been happy. A single tear slid quietly down Bianca's pale face as she thought to herself, "If only I had emotions. Had I known, I would have loved him sooner. Now, on the verge of parting, I only feel regret." Those final thoughts drifted through Bianca's mind as she was being strangled. In despair, she softly called the name of the one she longed for. "I want to see you, Crash. Crash." At once, a mysterious dark figure appeared like a phantom right behind the killer. With a powerful close-range blow, Crash drove a thunderous punch that sent the butcher flying far away. Caught off guard, he roared in pain. "Ugh, what dog are you?" Heedless of the enemy's howl, Crash gently caught Bianca's frail body in his arms. Looking at her pale face, he tenderly comforted her. "You did well, Bianca. Leave the rest to me." So cool, a perfect 10. But Bianca could only manage to whisper his name in astonishment mixed with relief. Crash smiled faintly, then turned to order the Black Crow. "Crimson, I'm counting on you. Take care of Bianca." Crimson reminded him again of his earlier warning that neither he nor Everless could join the battle directly to avoid breaking the rules of the invaders. What's more, his underlings were utterly useless in actual combat, while Everless was trembling in terror before the master of the Bloodhound. Crash understood that teleporting Bianca away from here was the safest option. However, Crimson still looked uneasy. He looked at Crash with blazing red eyes and warned that the Bloodhound was far stronger than him. Last time there happened to be an opening, but can you really win this time? His eyes blazed with determination. No matter how strong the Bloodhound is, the victor will be me. The killer roared in fury. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs?" Crash coldly demanded. "Give it back." To his opponent's bewilderment, he growled in affirmation. "Give my wife's blade of grass back at once, or I'll roast you right now." "Oh, so you're a Van Heem?" The Bloodhound Bertmung sneered as he realized his opponent's identity. Blazing red axe blows came down one after another, forcing Crash to brace himself to hold them off. He realized in shock that the man's speed was too fast, so fast that even his sixth sense had nearly failed to keep up. The pressure from this butcher was truly terrifying. It seemed he had reached the realm of a peak master. He howled madly that the bounty would increase tenfold if he captured both Crash and Bianca. Crash gritted his teeth, knowing well that he had only just touched the intermediate masterclass, yet he still left the man astonished at the tenacious defense of such a small child. Bertmung laughed with delight, unleashing one storm of attacks after another. "Fwa ha ha ha! Let's see how long you can keep blocking. A fatal opening appeared. He seized the chance to land a tremendous blow that knocked Crash's sword from his grip and sent it stabbing into the ground. Standing before the now weaponless boy, the killer smugly declared, "All right, that was fun. Now I'll finish this." Those who bear their thorns too soon often taste bitter fruit. But just as the axe blade was about to fall, Crash suddenly vanished like a phantom, leaving Bertmung stunned. He's gone. He sniffed the air frantically, roaring as he searched for the boy's whereabouts amid the white snow. Suddenly, Crash burst up from the snow right behind him, pouring all his strength into a close-range blow aimed straight at the man's ribs, sending him flying in pain. Crash thought to himself that even gripping a dull blade, he could not deploy a domain to counter the man's brute strength. The Ignis fire skill was formally activated. Bertmung's eyes went wide in terror at seeing his opponent so determined to defeat him at any cost. "Easy now, kid. Don't be so hot-headed." He unleashed his skill, Echo Resonance. At once Crash froze, unable to move, an invisible oppressive sensation as if he had fallen into another space. The killer slowly advanced. "You can't take it, kid. The rescue team is surely almost here, but let me send you to the underworld first." His axe came driving powerfully toward Crash. He shuddered to realize his senses were being cruelly distorted. This was a kind of secret art that used sound to scatter aura and paralyze the opponent's nervous system. Had this been the Crash of before, he would surely have died before he even understood what was happening. But now he was no longer that weakling, for he had once survived things far worse than this. Crash gritted his teeth and decided to push his aura to its absolute limit to activate his super perception, the sixth sense. Faced with the boy's resistance, Bertmung curled his lips and sneered, "Well now, how much longer can you hold out?" Bertmung was on an entirely different level from him. Crash decided not to reveal all his cards, quietly letting the man grow smug and believe victory was assured until the very moment that would decide it all. Sensing the search team was surely about to arrive, "The search team's coming, you'd best disappear." However, all those threats were in truth merely a psychological ploy to intimidate his opponent. He strained with all his might to wield the phantom axe, countless blazing red axe blades raining down while Crash, still under the effect of echo resonance, struggled to move. He used his super perception to block that attack, but his body was still straining to the utmost. Witnessing that horrifying sight, Everless trembled in fear. Good heavens, at this rate he's going to die. Could this truly be the end meant for him? Watching from the sidelines, she broke out in a cold sweat. She wrestled fiercely with herself, wondering whether she should leap in to help. But the fear of the mad dog, the master of Bertmung, swarmed her mind. Everless knew well that if she killed Bertmung, that monster would hunt both her and Crash to the ends of the earth. No. Everless gritted her teeth and resolved. She told herself she might be a loner, but she was no ungrateful coward. She could not stand by and watch her benefactor die so wretchedly. Just as she was about to rush to his aid, the crow Crimson flew over in time to block her path and coldly ordered, "Hold on, don't interfere. We were a hair's breadth from a damsel saves hero moment." Crimson explained that Crash had chosen to fight this battle himself and asked Everless to place her trust in the one who had reclaimed her heart for her. He affirmed that Crash had the mettle to see it through to the end, then tossed out a coldly practical remark. "Besides, if he really does die, I'll just find a way to bring the corpse back to life." By now, Crash was utterly spent. He sank to his knees, bracing his sword against the ground for balance as blood kept trickling from the corner of his mouth. He whispered with broken breath, "I'm at my limit." I've been using the sixth sense to track Bertmung's movements, but Crash gritted his teeth as he realized his own limits. He had burned through so much aura that he could barely keep his eyes open, and from here on, he would have to wager his life on his own intuition. Without warning, a streak of axe swept past, startling Crash in terror, a feint. Before he could recover, the butcher Bertmung roared in a frenzy, "Take this axe and go rest in the underworld, my boy." An axe blow carrying destructive force came driving straight down at Crash's head in that razor's edge moment. In that life-or-death instant, a bitter memory returned. Long ago I realized I had no gift, that I was always weak. Crash told himself he was nothing like those prodigies out there, the ones who could openly overwhelm their foes with a fair and honorable blow, and so he had hidden his fangs until this very moment. Crash's eyes suddenly blazed with a deadly red as he formally activated the state, "Limit break, the fire-devouring gate." By using the Ignis flames, Crash recklessly converted all the world erosion energy stored in his body into raw power, forcing himself past every physical limit. Crash roared in utter agony, "I'll end this right here." The burst of power left Bertmung crying out in horror. What? He could no longer follow Crash's speed with the naked eye, thinking to himself that if he didn't dodge, he would surely die. Crash unleashed his supreme technique, the Phantom Mirage, a blazing slash that tore through space and struck straight at the butcher's body. But Crash clicked his tongue in regret upon seeing the result of the blow, off by a few millimeters, a top-grade slash wasted. That sound distorted his vision in the final second. Crash sensed the danger from Bertmung's noise just before a tremendous impact sent him flying, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. His sixth sense screamed in alarm as the erosion effect was fading, signaling there was only a single second left before the butcher's claws would crush his skull. Crash roared in utter fury, "I bought you a ticket to the underworld, not myself," then unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy to counterattack at once. In this life-or-death moment, Crash's focus reached its most absolute state. A blazing blue eye lit up with power, his whole body enveloped in a brilliant, deep blue radiance. The single decisive strike was unleashed, finishing off the enemy. With a thunderous boom, the battle was over, but the price he paid still stung. He had lost an arm, and his body was riddled with wounds. The strong can defeat their foes without breaking a sweat, but for one deemed weak to win, he must pay with his very blood and his own sacrifice. Crimson flew over and asked, "Satisfied now?" Crash could only give a faint laugh with broken breath. "I haven't settled the score with that house yet, but for now, let me sleep a bit." Then he collapsed utterly, his face falling against the cold ground. Crimson gave the order, "Let's go." A brilliant teleportation circle opened to carry the group back to the Blue Pine Pavilion Hall. Everless's giant carefully cradled both Crash and Bianca in its arms, quietly stepping into the spatial gate to leave the brutal snow mountains, recalling the memory from his past life when he met Bianca at the manor. If only I could show my feelings outwardly like that, then at least in my eyes this world would not be painted in shades of gray. Those were Bianca's secret thoughts as she sat across from Crash in a quiet space. Crash quietly observed her, a troubling question welling up in his heart between having emotions and being utterly without them, which would cause me more pain. He wondered if the stirrings of the soul were suddenly to awaken within her now. Would she be so overwhelmed that it cost her life? Bianca slowly lifted her eyes and spoke bitter words. "We're strangers now, so whatever becomes of me, surely you won't care." Crash gritted his teeth in tension, knowing well that this estrangement stemmed from the cruel, one-sided decisions of their families. The horrifying memory of the day the head of the Hardenhouse clan suddenly went mad came flooding back. He had slain his entire family with his own hands and then ended his own life, leaving behind a grisly scene. Bianca was the only one to survive that tragedy, thanks to the life-saving sacrifice of her second older sister, Jenica. Right after, the Van Heem house decided that an alliance by marriage with the Hardenhouse line no longer held any value, and they unilaterally annulled the engagement between Crash and Bianca. "So this place was prepared for us to say our final farewell," Crash said in a heavy voice. Bianca, too, admitted gloomily that perhaps it was so, and that they would never have the chance to meet again. But at once, a powerful surge of dark purple energy erupted from Crash. His gaze turned cold and sharp, and he growled, "I warned you. If you still wish to seek your own death, then there's nothing I can do." The black hat skill was activated, a colossal demonic mouth appearing and devouring the snow puppet entity that controlled Bianca. Having absorbed too much malevolent energy from the curse, the snow puppet entity was annihilated at once beneath Crash's hand, covered in magical seals. He looked at her and softly asked, "How do you feel now?" It was the first day in Bianca's life that she was freed from the snow puppet curse's control. She said with bitter sorrow, "This life truly is too cruel, Lord Crash." But at the very moment the lost emotions came rushing back, she also formally transformed into a monster amid the chains of fate. 3 years later, in the cold lands of Hardenhouse, the conflict still dragged on without end. 2 soldiers looked at each other wearily, and one said, "Fighting for 3 whole years, the pay is low and the odds of dying are high." The other bitterly replied that if not for the intervention of the Aphania Empire, their kingdom of Starin would have long since enjoyed peace. He held secrets that could shake the very foundations of the entire empire, forcing the North to send an envoy to stop the information from leaking. It was that very envoy who drove the Lord of Hardenhouse mad, leading to the slaughter of the clan and the fierce blaze of war as it raged now. People whispered to one another that after that incident, it was the white demon who killed the envoy, one of the 10 heavenly kings, in revenge, then withdrew into seclusion at the ice palace of the north. Amid the brutal battlefield, an earth-shattering explosion erupted right at the grain depot. The Starin soldiers guarding the place could not help but panic. What on earth are those Starin soldiers doing? Crash, now grown, with gray hair and bizarre tattoos creeping up his neck, calmly observed his opponent's opening. He lunged like a phantom through the snow, sending the guards crying out in alarm. "Over there, that's one of the demon faction. Never let your guard down." Crash gritted his teeth, his body slowly reaching its limit. "Damn it, I've overused the power of the curse far too much. Even a saintess could not heal him now. Play with fire and you suffer the consequences with no one else to blame." Standing before the fortified castle gate, Crash told himself he would surely have to rely on Bianca's help. He pounded on the wooden door and shouted, "Wife, open the door! Your husband's being chased and about to die." At once, a surge of deep blue energy erupted from within. Sharp spikes of ice suddenly stabbed up from the ground, finishing off the entire squad of soldiers chasing Crash in the blink of an eye. Looking at the corpses pinned to the ice pillars, Crash slowly turned his head. A figure with long white hair slowly emerged amid the ruins, and he murmured softly, "It's been a long time since we last met." But the sight before him left Crash utterly shaken. Bianca stood there, but a sword had pierced through her chest, fresh blood staining her pure white garments red. She called weakly, "Lord Crash." Crash rushed over in alarm to catch her collapsing body, Bianca. He realized in shock that this fatal sword stroke had been dealt by the daughter of the envoy from years past. With broken breath, Bianca repeated the question she had once asked him before the tragedy unfolded, having emotions and living without them. Have you ever wondered which state is more painful? Memories of that tragic day returned when her sister Jenica had held her tightly and confided that she did not truly hate her from the bottom of her heart. "I don't hate you, I only hate my own nature," the dying words of her sister Jenica echoed in Bianca's mind. While still in her soulless state, she had been unable to grasp what those words truly meant, for it was an emotion far too complex and full of contradiction. And so when the Hardenhouse clan, the place that had once made her suffer, was destroyed, she had felt not the slightest stir. Only after she came to know what emotion was did Bianca finally understand the words her sister had spoken long ago. That her sister had truly cherished her. Bianca buried her face and wept in belated regret. If only she could have developed feelings a little sooner, then everyone in the family might have been able to share their sorrows, and perhaps they could have sat down and talked together. The outcome might not have been as tragic as it was now. And what's more, as for Lord Crash, perhaps they too could have been together more fully. Bianca slowly slipped away, her face stained with blood and belated tears. In the haze of unconsciousness, a voice calling out, "Bianca," pierced through the darkness. Crash jolted awake in his infirmary bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages from the harrowing battle against the butcher. A small hand gently touched his, and Bianca, seated beside him, said softly, "I am still here, Lord Crash. You have finally come back to yourself." Crash looked around the opulent chamber and murmured, "This place, is it the Hardenhouse estate?" Bianca asked anxiously whether his arm still pained him greatly, but Crash only responded with a stern rebuke. "Climbing a mountain alone to play the hero, were you? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Bianca bowed her head and explained softly, "I only wanted to find the Varanduia snow mushroom to bring back for you." Crash fell silent before the girl's sincerity. He let out a quiet sound, then seemed to remember something. He extended his still bandaged hand and placed in hers a glittering snowflake-shaped snow mushroom. Bianca looked down at the bandaged hand and murmured, "I am sorry for allowing things to come to this." Despite his own body bearing numerous wounds, Crash offered a wry smile of reassurance. "Thank you. Because of this, I can now begin preparing the elixir." Bianca called his name quietly, "Lord Crash." She lowered her head and confessed a painful truth. "Even now, I remain someone without emotions. Although it is because you sacrificed yourself to save me that you ended up in this condition, I am unable to share in your joy, your anger, or your sorrow." Bianca gripped the hem of her garment, her heart heavy. At this very moment, I feel so utterly frustrated that I can no longer bear it. I have no wish to wear this expressionless face at times like this. My whole system needs rebooting. Deep within her heart, she longed to smile, to share in both Crash's sorrows and his moments of indignation. Yet she was afraid. I do not want you to lose your soul and your feelings the way I have. If you cannot smile, then I have no desire to smile alone. Seeing Bianca's melancholy, Crash offered gentle reassurance. Do not worry yourself over that. The curse's effect is halved for those who are not its primary target. Bianca looked up at him with her deep blue eyes, pleading earnestly, Lord Crash, please help me reclaim the emotions I have lost. A mysterious violet aura surged around Crash, and he responded with a confident smile. Even if you had not asked, I intended to do so regardless. At once, the magical lock belonging to the Black Hat skill appeared in radiant display with the inscription, Second Unsealing Condition. Become the most important person in Bianca's heart. The violet chains coiled tightly around her frozen heart began to crumble beneath an overwhelming force. Bianca stood dumbstruck, her eyes wide with astonishment as she felt something stir deep within her. Crash affirmed to himself that he had intended this from the very beginning. He smiled gently at the young woman before him. Bianca could no longer hold back. She buried her face in his chest and wept in great heaving sobs. Hot tears streamed down her face, shattering the layer of frost that had encased her for so long. And once the tears had fallen, the world seemed to bloom anew. Crash told himself that if this plan succeeded, her world would no longer be a single shade of gray. A vision of the future surfaced. Crash, holding Bianca in anguish within a scene of devastating sorrow. Bianca sobbed, her eyes blurred by the overwhelming emotions she had only just reclaimed after years of numbness. Seated beside her on the bed, Crash asked gently, Do you feel any better? Bianca wiped her tears and replied softly, Yes, thank you very much. Yet immediately after, her expression swiftly returned to its familiar coolness. Crash watched her quietly and thought to himself that she had been weeping like rain a moment ago, and now she was a block of ice again, her emotions returning at a remarkably slow pace. A knock at the door broke through the quiet. From outside, the voice of Jenica Hardenhouse called out, Crash, it is I, Jenica Hardenhouse. May I come in? Crash furrowed his brows in mild wariness. Jenica, is that you? Please enter. The moment Jenica stepped into the room, she faltered slightly upon seeing Bianca also present. Crash noticed Bianca repeatedly rubbing her eyes and asked with concern, Bianca, what has happened to your eyes? He then turned to Jenica and addressed her directly. So, what brings you here? Jenica hesitated and explained haltingly, Come for a meal, little sister. Do not look at me like that. It makes me uncomfortable. She went on to say that since Crash was still unable to move about freely, she would have food sent to his room shortly. Crash narrowed his eyes with suspicion. Is there something you need to discuss privately with your family? Jenica averted his gaze and merely bowed her head in reply. It is something like that. Crash noted to himself that she would not even look him in the eye. He recalled that in his previous life, Jenica had displayed this same demeanor before she apologized to Bianca. Perhaps this time she would offer that apology soon as well. Crash called out softly, Bianca. Meeting his betrothed's gaze directly, he offered careful counsel. Whether she apologizes is her own affair. Forgive her if you wish, or do not if you feel otherwise. He took her hand and made a promise. When the time comes, let us return home together. Bianca fell still, and a strange sensation rose up within her, causing her to let out a soft sound of quiet wonder. Flower petals seemed to drift through the air around her as Bianca raised a hand to touch her own face. A clumsy smile broke across her lips unexpectedly. She pressed 2 fingers gently to the corners of her mouth and felt the sensation of joy for the very first time. Within her heart, Bianca realized, right now my heart feels immensely happy. She then offered a farewell. With that, I shall take my leave. Bianca said goodbye and went to dine with her family. Crash waved and smiled softly in return. Of course, Take care and be at peace. But the instant her figure disappeared beyond the door, Crash's expression became sharp and cold. He called out, "Abelos, lend me a hand. Come quickly." A surge of crimson energy materialized as Crash issued his command to the enchanted mice. Slip in undetected and listen carefully to every word they say to Bianca. The surveillance running on mice gave a small nod and vanished into the shadows. Crash clenched his fist and growled in a low, threatening tone. "If those people dare utter a single word that offends Bianca, I will make certain they pay dearly for it." Witnessing this protective display, the Raven Crimson could not resist a cutting remark. "You barely have an arm left, yet you still have the presence of mind to fret over your betrothed. With a body in that state, you actually think you can steal immortality from me?" Crimson regarded Crash with undisguised mockery and added that those who turned back time truly were impossible creatures to deal with. Crash replied with utter composure, dismissing the outburst. "Stop working yourself into a fury over nothing. This wound will heal the moment the Holy Maiden applies her power." In the kingdom of Freeman, one of the 4 great powers, a Holy Maiden reigned with supreme divine power bestowed by the Creator. An absolute authority capable of returning the dead to life. The Wanheim clan would never in their lifetime spend a fortune inviting the Holy Maiden to heal a broken-down wretch like him. Crimson continued pouring cold water over Crash's hopes. In response to that contempt, Crash merely smiled. "Losing this arm? I'll simply replace it with something superior. What's there to worry about?" Crimson was taken aback as it grasped his true intention. "Replace the arm? Surely you do not intend to. Is that why you brought that young woman into your company?" Crash confirmed that recruiting Abelos had been precisely for this purpose. For someone who wielded control over life and death, reattaching an arm was a trivial matter. Abelos, though grumbling somewhat at the abruptness of the order, stated with confidence that for her, this was as easy as any light undertaking. Crimson shuddered at his calculated maneuvering. "You intend to use her down to her very last bit of labor, do you? Those who turn back time truly are frightening, two-faced creatures." Crash replied with indifference, saying it was merely an unforeseen circumstance that had cost him an arm. When Crimson pressed him about whose arm he intended to take, Crash declared coldly, "The finest sword arm there is. I shall borrow it for a while." Crimson was stunned, then erupted in a rage upon realizing Crash had long known that the sword demon was one of its own subordinates. He was a legendary master who had once shaken the world with a drawing technique capable of felling any opponent before their eyes could register the motion. What mattered most was that the sword demon was the subordinate Crimson Garden cherished and valued above all others, a figure into whom he had poured enormous effort over many long years. "Do you not always want me to grow stronger? Then nurture me as carefully as you did the sword demon." Crash smiled with deliberate provocation, driving Crimson into a fury. He roared that he had already passed on the secret sword art of Rotund to him. Crash acknowledged to himself that he understood perfectly the depth of feeling Crimson held for the sword demon and his other subordinates. He recognized Crimson Garden's vulnerability. Locating his true form was actually quite simple, since he perceived the world through the eyes of his servants. Crash understood that Crimson had unknowingly formed an emotional bond with them, a bond whose existence the creature had never even recognized within itself. "At present, we have the Holy Maiden's assistance on our side." Crash revisited Arthur's warning about a cruelty beyond measure, using healing arts to prolong torment, compelling servants to reveal their hiding places. He understood that this was the leverage with which to persuade Crimson. Though the sword demon had already departed this world due to old age, the essence of his sword technique remained intact, and Crimson would certainly remember every detail of it with perfect clarity. Crash went straight to the point. "If we graft the sword demon's arm onto my body, his legendary drawing technique will be given life once more. Could the sword demon himself not wish for a successor of this kind?" Before Crash's persuasive tongue, Crimson could only click in resignation, remarking that such eloquence was entirely wasted on someone not in the profession of selling insurance. After a period of deliberation, the Dark Raven requested 2 days to prepare and compose itself. Crash smiled with satisfaction. "My thanks, Crimson Garden." He looked at his bandaged arm and breathed a quiet sigh of relief that this matter had been settled for the time being. However, he began to worry about the Wanheim household's reaction and the safety of the steward Arius, knowing that the details of his stay at Harden House would eventually come to light. He reasoned that if the situation became too tense, he would simply tell Arius to let it go. They had never taken any notice of him in the first place. Yet lying in bed, an uneasy premonition continued to rise within Crash's heart. That premonition proved true at the very dining table of the Harden House clan, his sixth sense sharper than any signal. Mario Khan, the eldest son of the clan, was slamming his fist on the table and shouting at Bianca, demanding she surrender her position as betrothed to his younger sister Janica. The greedy man had realized Crash was no longer the useless wretch he had once been after bringing down the master swordsman, and now wished to turn him into the clan's most powerful asset. With his characteristically selfish nature, Mario declared that whatever he set his mind on, he would seize at any cost. Therefore, in this matter of the betrothal, I will not yield a single step. Bianca stood before Mario, her gaze carrying a determination none had seen from her before. She declared clearly that the one thing she would defend to the very end was her position as Lord Crash's betrothed. Mario erupted in fury and slammed the table again, hurling insults that she was a cursed wretch who would sooner or later be discarded and was unfit to bear such a responsibility. Janica could not endure her brother's cruelty and leaped to her feet in protest, but Mario dismissed her coldly. He pressed Janica to bear the burden of the betrothal herself if she felt guilty toward Bianca, insisting she think of the clan's interests. Bianca looked at the two of them, her heart cold. The rot in this household ran too deep. She would follow the path of her own choosing. She bitterly acknowledged that within the Harden House there had never truly been a place for her. Neither her father nor her elder brother had ever genuinely cared. As far as Bianca was concerned, her resolve would never waver. Whether cast out or stripped of her betrothal, she would follow Crash and remain by his side to the very end. Mario roared her name in fury, but an unexpected knock shattered the tense atmosphere. "I am occupied. Whatever it is, come back later," Mario shouted. Yet the door opened nonetheless. Crash stepped in calmly with an apology for the unannounced intrusion. He admitted to having inadvertently overheard certain things from all the way down the corridor. Very inadvertently, and very deliberately. Mario called out Crash Wanham's name in shock and advised him to remain lying down and rest, as his wound was not yet healed. Crash curved his lips and presented two contradictory rumors currently making the rounds. The first, Crash bravely saved his betrothed and slew the butcher, even at the cost of losing one arm. The second, the Harden House clan's defenses were so lax that they had been unable to prevent the infiltration of a known killer, placing a member of the Wanham family in mortal peril. Crash asked Mario which rumor proved more favorable, while the head of the household was absent. Mario broke into a cold sweat, trembling as he asked, "What exactly do you want?" Crash came directly to the point. "It is quite simple. Please allow Bianca the freedom to act as she wishes." He requested that Bianca herself decide whether to continue or dissolve the betrothal. Mario stood in silence before that proposition. Crash added a final word of firm assurance, that he would never abandon Bianca and cared not in the slightest about that wretched curse. Bianca looked at Crash with eyes full of emotion, while Mario could not conceal his astonishment at the profound bond between the two. "All right, I surrender. Just hurry up and take care of her for me." Mario ultimately relented, heaving a sigh of acceptance. Crash was not finished. He put forward one final request. There is still one last matter regarding my arm. Please treat it as though a clergyman retained by Harden House administered the treatment and saw to a successful recovery. Would that be agreeable? He further remarked with dry humor that this would spare the clan the expense of hiring a clergyman, a benefit to Harden House. Though Mario suspected Crash was scheming something, he had no choice but to agree, instructing him to report back with results. Crash offered his thanks and withdrew with Bianca. Watching the two of them depart, Janica remarked to her brother that Bianca had truly changed a great deal. Mario fell quiet in thought, and it even crossed his mind to simply have the two married outright and settle everything at once. Elsewhere, in the shadows of the Wanhem estate, a powerful man held a report concerning Crash. He called out the name of his youngest son in a tone laden with quiet mystery. 2 days later, on the wide practice ground of the Hardenhouse estate, Crash threw himself into training despite the grievous wounds still marking his body. He came to understand that reality was far more arduous than he had imagined. To unite the black hat technique with the sword demon's pinnacle drawing art, he was compelled to channel both aura and invasive poison blood into a single point simultaneously. Eyeing his arm as it radiated waves of blue-violet energy, Crash told himself that for now, with only one arm operable, he would press forward and test it by any means he could. Sweat drenched his face as Crash clicked his tongue. It seems my mind is still sluggish. Yet the one bright spot at this moment was that the snow doll continued to operate in a perfectly stable manner. Thanks to its presence, the violent surges of invasive poison blood had been completely suppressed. Beyond that, it allowed him to identify the fatal weaknesses of the combustion skill, the most formidable protective tool in his possession. In essence, the combustion technique made use of Ignis flame to incinerate the energy absorbed from the poison blood, enabling the body to break through and surpass ordinary limits. While it could generate maximum destructive force by using the invasive energy as fuel for the fire, the price to be paid was utterly catastrophic. Crash dropped to the ground, breathing in ragged bursts as he recognized that the moment the combustion effect ended, his entire body would fall into a state of complete immobility. Using this technique would turn his internal organs to charcoal. He thought with deep unease that his organs faced the threat of being incinerated if the skill was sustained for too long. Gazing up at the vast sky above, he yearned for the ability to control heat so that he might sustain his power for a greater span of time. Then, unbidden, a current of cold bearing the negative force of the moon's pale light surfaced in his mind. Amid roaring flames, the image of a figure swathed in bandages, blazing red hair, eyes cold as steel, appeared with an air of deep mystery. Crash smiled with quiet cunning as black feathers drifted down around him. So I have already identified my next target. It was the ancient divine technique known as the Lunar Shadow, the secret art of Fire Emperor Aslan Ygritte. His gaze blazed with resolute determination. He would wait until his arm had made a full recovery, and then he would set forth to claim that curse for his own. Crash stood before a towering ancient tree of grotesque shape. He asked quietly, "Is this the home of Abalast?" The Raven Crimson immediately confirmed that it was. Moments later, a young woman in maid's attire with long rabbit ears appeared and bowed respectfully. "It is a great honor to receive you, Lord Crash. The mistress is awaiting you inside." Catching sight of the charming rabbit ears of the servant from the 8th Division of the Death Corps, Crash could not help but remark in surprise that she had rabbit ears. Abalast's aesthetic sensibilities were rather unusual. He stepped inside and found the space entirely unchanged from his previous visit, suggesting that Abalast had used her power to connect multiple spatial dimensions together. The moment she saw him, Abalast cried out with great excitement, "Crash, you have arrived! Everything for the transplant is ready." Crash's gaze fell upon a withered, blackened arm resting on the table. "This is the sword demon's arm, is it not?" Looking at the precious object before him, he asked plainly, "Can the grafting be performed right now?" Abalast issued a stern warning with wide eyes. "It can be done, but you will certainly endure tremendous pain. If you are afraid, say so now." Seeing the 8th Division servant brandishing an enormous hammer, Crash could not suppress a shudder. "You intend to beat me to death with that?" Nevertheless, he swiftly composed himself. "I have long grown accustomed to pain." Abalast smiled with a sharp, challenging gleam. "Crying will do you no good, dear. Once you are on the table, there is no turning back." She commanded number 8 to bind Crash securely and bring forth the arm to commence the ritual. "Very well, then let us begin," Abalast called out. A torrent of blazing crimson energy erupted with fierce intensity, enveloping both Crash and the demonic arm. A bone-deep agony crashed over him, forcing Crash to clench down on a cloth to stifle his screams as sweat poured from his body. The process of restoration and fusion with the sword demon's arm unfolded in a state of intense strain until it was complete. Abalast concentrated with absolute focus for the final phase. Just one last step, connecting the nerves. Pulses of blue-white electricity fired repeatedly through Crash's body as the nerves began to be joined, causing his eyes to fly open in total shock. When the ritual was over, Abelas exhaled with profound relief. She looked at Crash with undisguised admiration. "You have done remarkably well. You endured without losing consciousness." Still drenched in sweat from the ordeal, Crash snapped impatiently. "Stop staring and remove these bindings at once." Number 8 apologized in a fluster and hastily removed the restraints binding him. Crash thought quietly to himself that he had held on to consciousness for a reason. His gaze fixed intently on the newly grafted arm, a darker-hued limb, sinewy and exuding an eerie aura. "New equipment just arrived. Let me fire it up and see what it can do." Immediately, a surge of violet-black energy coiled and expanded, enveloping the strange arm and causing Abelas to cry out in shock. "Oh! What on earth is that?" It was a ghastly sight, the muscles of the new arm convulsing continuously, radiating a pressure that was deeply unsettling. Crash focused with intense concentration. He knew that if he fell into unconsciousness, the arm, after absorbing the poison blood, would very likely lose control and run rampant. Therefore, he had to regulate the flow of aura himself, compelling it to adapt to the new body one increment at a time. After a period of tense struggle, the surge of energy gradually stabilized. Crash clenched his fist with deep satisfaction. At that moment, the Raven Crimson flew over and asked, "Well, is everything settled?" Crash sensed a perfect connection and replied, "Yes, the sensation is as though it were my own true arm." Crimson put forward an eager suggestion. "Since you are presently learning the drawing technique, why not test it a little and see?" Crash turned to Abelas and asked to borrow the training ground, but she immediately bristled. "I am nobody's servant." However, the moment Crimson casually mentioned searching for an ancient text on dueling techniques, Abelas's disposition reversed entirely. Stars sparkling in her eyes, she rushed forward, fawning. "Oh, Lord Crimson! Crimson, dearest!" The complete reversal left Crash at a loss for words. Truly, when passion is involved, pride becomes irrelevant. Abelas brightly ordered Number 8 to show his lordship the way at once. On the way to the training ground, Crimson asked in a measured tone, "How deep is your understanding of the Sword Demon's drawing technique?" Crash replied nonchalantly, "Well, I know only that it is extraordinarily powerful." He had not exactly applied himself to his studies in that past life. That artless answer sent Crimson into a fury. It erupted. "What is this? You carry the title of one who has turned back time, and with only that paltry knowledge, you dared ask me to give you the Sword Demon's arm? Heavens above." Crimson began to explain the fundamental distinction. While an ordinary drawing technique simply accumulates aura and releases it with maximum speed, the Sword Demon's technique occupied an entirely different plane of mastery. It divided the aura accumulated within into countless minute particles in order to generate an explosion of the highest possible destructive efficiency. Those dust-like aura particles would accelerate the explosion as the pressure within the blade's shell reached its peak, with such force that the sword itself could be shattered to splinters. "What I have just explained, have you grasped it at all?" Crimson asked after an extended lecture on theory. Answering that expectation, Crash simply acknowledged with total composure, "Truthfully, no." He concluded that listening to theory brought no practical benefit whatsoever, and so decided, "Theory gives me a headache. Let me simply swing a few strokes and see if anything comes of it." Crimson took flight, offering encouragement. "Very well. Entrust yourself to that arm. The sword strokes the Sword Demon has unleashed 10,000 times over must still reside within it." Crash focused with complete concentration, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. With a worthy teacher to guide him and the arm of the Sword Demon in his possession, he knew that every preparation had been made. What remained depended solely on his own will. This he told himself. He resolved to train relentlessly until he had achieved complete mastery over the Sword Demon's legendary drawing technique. Even if it meant swinging his blade 10,000 times, even if his body were to be broken in the effort, He was willing to pay that price in order to reach that supreme height of power. In the many days that followed, the training ground was shaken repeatedly by surging waves of deep blue aura erupting with savage force. Crash swung his sword tirelessly, producing slashes of terrifying speed. Yet number 8, standing watch nearby, poured cold water on his efforts with the remark, "I can still see the trajectory of your blade with the naked eye, my lord." Her words brought Crash to a halt, sweat running down his exhausted face as he recognized how vast the distance still was before he attained the realm of the invisible strike. He understood that the sword demon's drawing technique had to reach a speed entirely beyond the capacity of ordinary eyes to follow. To stand equal to the legend, Crash had to render his blade invisible in the eyes of his opponents. Speed at that level must come from aura, not from the hand alone. He gazed in quiet contemplation at his hand, which radiated a current of blue energy. Crash intended to return to the Chingsong Pavilion to continue deepening his training in other disciplines and strengthen his overall power as comprehensively as possible. He turned to thank number 8 for spending so many days training alongside him. In return, number 8 encouraged him to place greater trust in himself, noting that someone bearing a single-digit designation as she did had already attained the standing of a true sword master. Even so, the opponents I must face from here on are all those who stand far beyond the swordmaster level. Crash considered this in silence, then quietly offered his thanks to number 8. At that moment, Abalash appeared from around a corner. "Ah, why the sudden quiet? Are you finished?" He replied with composure that he was. "Yes, I was about to go find you, actually. Abalash, I will be returning to the Wanhem clan today." The news made Abalash start in surprise. She asked anxiously about her own situation. Crash explained, "There is nothing to be gained by you coming along. It would only draw unwanted attention. Stay here and keep to yourself." Abalash bowed her head and quietly acknowledged the truth. Apart from the Wanhem estate, the world beyond was filled with frightening people. Crash then issued a warning about the 5 elders, those who had in all likelihood already sensed something was amiss and might even move to detain her and make her a servant. "Therefore, may I ask for your help? There is something I wish to entrust to you." Standing before Abalash and number 8, Crash issued a firm request. "Please help me monitor the one known as Poison Fang and ensure he does not approach the building. His name is Wang Ye. You need only protect the safety of Clan Chief Dagrakan. That will be sufficient." Abalash was so startled her eyes went wide. "You want me to confront Poison Fang, one of the 10 great masters? That seems rather steep." She hesitated. "Well, I know it is far from easy." She paused, then steadied her resolve. "But if it is only a matter of protecting the clan chief, then I believe I am capable of bearing that responsibility." Crash smiled with quiet warmth. "Thank you. If you ever need anything in return, you have only to speak, and I will help." Watching the retreating figure of Crash, Abalash felt a flush creep into her face. She thought to herself that this man had made such a promise without even knowing yet what she would ask of him. Number 8 asked her mistress in worry whether things would be all right. Abalash considered for a moment. She admitted that in the past she would certainly have followed Crash, but if they remained close for too long, she feared she would begin confusing him with former companions from long ago. Furthermore, following Crash meant confronting exceedingly dangerous, invasive adversaries. Under those circumstances, this arrangement was truly for the best. Abalash smiled to herself and acknowledged that she had always been someone who preferred to stay quietly at home. Nevertheless, she resolved inwardly, "Even so, if a day ever comes when Crash is in mortal peril, I will repay this debt of gratitude without fail." A gleaming white carriage began to roll forward, carrying Crash away from that place, back toward his clan, as a blanket of white snow erased the world around them. "Welcome back, young Master Crash. It is a relief to see you return safely." Arius bowed respectfully upon seeing Crash carrying Bianca, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Crash asked quietly whether anything out of the ordinary had occurred during his absence. Arius reported that the main household had made inquiries about his whereabouts, but he had moved quickly to report that Crash was in the company of Lady Bianca. Since those at the main household had always looked upon Crash as a useless failure, the messenger had sent only perfunctory information their way, and had in fact laughed dismissively at everything associated with this place. Precisely because of that arrogance, the head of household had harbored no suspicion or reproach, and the negligent messenger was dismissed from service shortly thereafter. Crash spared no words of praise. "Well done. You have lived up to your name as my shield." Arius humbly deflected the compliment, but immediately delivered a piece of shocking news. The head steward would soon be coming in person to reassess Crash's capabilities. This individual commanded the entire corps of retainers within the Wanham household and held the authority to evaluate the direct bloodline members and report directly to the head of the clan. Confronted with the chief steward at the rank of an envoy, Crash thought quietly to himself that this was indeed a development of some considerable complication. Yet in order to claim the power of Fire Emperor Aslan, he understood that he had no choice but to borrow the strength of his clan. To claim something of great value, one must be willing to play the part convincingly. The time had come for Crash to demonstrate his true capabilities. "Are there any other matters?" Crash asked, still holding Bianca in his arms. Arius informed him of a message from Durling Danfarian. The man was pressing Crash to bring the materials over at once. Observing the image of Durling waiting in excited anticipation, Crash could only sigh. That one was always rushing about. He conveyed his thanks to Arius, but the elderly steward had one final important matter to report. "Lady Sarcloth has come to visit, my lord. More precisely, she is currently resting in your chambers." Instantly, a brilliant surge of violet-blue energy erupted from the balcony above. Sarcloth, the prodigy of the clan, flung herself down from the upper floor with an earth-shaking force. She landed with commanding grace, the great sword on her back radiating an overwhelming presence. The courtyard trembled in the most literal sense. Sarcloth smiled as she looked at her younger brother and spoke. "It has been quite a while, has it not, Crash?" Crash froze, cold sweat running down his face as his uneasy premonition became reality. He could only stammer, "Yes, sister." He had faced fearsome opponents without flinching, but none compared to this elder sister of his. Making me wait this long, I was very nearly done with patience. Sarcloth, fourth daughter of the Wanheim clan, smiled with a meaningful air as she watched Crash return. Crash, still holding Bianca in his arms, bowed his head in awkward reply. "I assumed there was still some time before you would arrive." Sarcloth curved her eyes in teasing challenge. "Oh, or perhaps you came home now precisely because you knew I had not yet arrived." Crash broke into a cold sweat and hurried to insist that was not what he had meant at all. Without warning, a terrifying wave of pressure radiated from Sarcloth, causing the air to solidify around them. Her eyes blazed with a dangerous light as she pressed, "Is that truly so?" Crash was rendered speechless, his heart pounding furiously before that overwhelming power. He wondered inwardly whether Sarcloth had already surpassed the level of Grand Master. But immediately after, she shifted to a cheerful tone, reaching out to pinch Bianca's cheek gently and telling him she had already heard everything, that Crash had fought to his very last breath to protect his betrothed. Sarcloth continued in a teasing vein, "Rest easy. I have no intention of stealing your beloved away, but it is all rather too sweet to bear." Crash watched his elder sister with a guarded gaze and explained that he had simply been surprised by her sudden appearance in his home. Crash's careless words instantly extinguished the smile on Sarcloth's lips. She narrowed her eyes and repeated the phrase with a dangerous edge. "Your home?" In an instant, she stamped her foot, shattering the ground and sending a violent tremor rippling out directly before the steward Ariad. Sarcloth declared coldly that this residence had always belonged to the Wanheim clan, and therefore was the shared home of them both. She feigned a wounded air, saying she had simply come home, only to be welcomed by her younger brother with such heartless indifference. Crash broke into a full sweat, thinking to himself that his sister and his mother were truly cast from the same mold, the slightest provocation, and they were ready to flatten everything in sight. He asked tentatively whether she was angry with him. Sarcloth at once reverted to her breezy manner, declaring that, as the person closest to him, she had felt hurt to be kept in the dark about so much. She went straight to the point. You can hide things from others, but not from me. You have made a leap in your power, have you not? Her elder sister's words left Crash stunned. He wondered whether Sarkloth had awakened the mind's eye, for she had perceived a tremendously dark and massive energy dwelling within Crash. Witnessing that terrifying perceptiveness, Crash shuddered as he understood why those hunting hounds had never been able to defeat his sister. He realized with profound shock that what Sarkloth had awakened was not an ordinary mind's eye, but a higher realm called the star's eye, one capable of seeing through the world via the light of the stars. Possessing a star's eye that could perceive the very erosion of the world, every illusion and deception an enemy conjured was rendered entirely useless and dispatched in an instant. That means she is already seeing through my true state at this very moment. Crash thought this as he acknowledged the power of Sarkloth's star's eye. He glanced at the dark violet flame flickering on his hand and asked Crimson, "Crim, how does my flame appear to the eyes of others?" The dark raven answered plainly that most people would perceive it as nothing more than a flame riddled with corrosive contamination. Crim added that in all the world, those capable of discerning the power of the devouring kind could be counted on one hand, unless they themselves were of that kind or deeply connected to it. It offered as an example the way Crash could see the stellar marks that appeared on the necks of its own subordinates to illustrate the point. Crash nodded in quiet reflection. So that is how it is. Crim went on to analyze the foundation of Crash's power, which was fundamentally distinct from its own nature. While Crim itself was the embodiment of the world's devouring force, Crash was merely weaving that devouring force into his own aura. For that reason, most people would assume he was bearing the weight of some terrible curse. Crash curved his lips into a thin smile, observing that nothing had changed from before the time reversal in that regard. Even with Crim's reassurance, Crash allowed himself no complacency while holding Bianca in his arms. He knew he had to play the part with great care. If the truth came to light, his elder sister would unmask him before he could blink. Sarkloth drew close and leaned in, her deep blue eyes boring directly into him with the remark, "You carry rather a great deal of equipment, do you not?" Crash replied with composure that he was merely attempting to try everything within his ability. Sarkloth broke into laughter, deciding that he was just as greedy as herself. And all things considered, Crash took after their mother the most. Sarkloth ordered him to leave Bianca in her room and follow her out to the training ground. Watching his elder sister radiate brilliant blue aura, Crash knew there was no escaping this. Sarkloth was firm. "I absolutely must assess your current level before I am satisfied." Standing face to face in the grand training ground, Crash marveled inwardly that before the regression, he had never once had the opportunity to cross swords directly with his sister, so vast had been the gap between their levels. Sarkloth took her stance, fully certain her younger brother had acquired a great many new techniques during this time. She pressed him in a low, measured tone. "Give it everything you have, forbidden techniques included. I will handle whatever you can bring." Crash gripped the training sword, his eyes burning with resolve. "Understood, sister." Yet the two of them stood motionless, neither making a move. His elder sister thought to herself that 3 minutes had passed, and her brother had still not drawn his sword. Not even aura was wrapping his body. She spoke up. "Why are you not attacking? Do not make your elder sister stand here all day." Without warning, she stamped the ground and lunged forward, the tip of her sword already before his eyes, yet his remained shut. He felt a burning heat roaring within his body, the combustion technique consuming the invasive power to shatter his limits. His eyes blazed open like two flames. His hand began to draw the sword. This single second of transcending limitation was all he had. He had to make it count. The blade released a terrifying surge of blade energy in the blink of an eye, causing even his elder sister to falter. A single resounding clash rang out as the two swords met directly. Crash had clearly poured everything into that first strike. On the second strike, aura burst from the blade's shell with tremendous force, shattering his sister's wooden training sword utterly. In that moment, his elder sister was compelled to materialize a sword of condensed aura, rather than allow that force to reach her directly. The mark of a swordsman who has attained the rank of Grand Master. To counter his sister, he was forced to unleash the Black Hat sword skill. The blade erupted from within his palm and had very nearly struck her true. In the end, this confrontation made clear they were not yet at the same level. Sarkloth realized in astonishment that while Crash had not been able to fully breach her aura barrier, that strike had truly reached her body. She stepped back, gazing at her younger brother, who was now rapidly nearing the edge of his strength, with eyes filled with complete disbelief. Sarkloth acknowledged inwardly that Crash was the first person ever to penetrate and pass through the flow of her power. The protective barrier was a special energy granted by the gods, a perfect boundary enveloping the body that those weaker than its bearer, and even those of equal standing, had never once managed to touch. And yet Crash had accomplished the unimaginable. Standing in the training ground, Sarkloth drew her presence inward. She reminded herself that she had held back, choosing at the final moment to use blade energy formed of aura rather than her true sword technique. Nevertheless, a shiver ran the length of the spine of the Wanheim clan's prodigy. She understood that if Crash's desperate all-or-nothing strike had truly landed cleanly, in that moment she might very well have lost her life, a thing that should have been utterly impossible against a grand master such as herself. After the bout, Sarkloth sought out the steward Arius within the estate grounds. She asked with concern, "Arius, Crash's arm has sustained no further injury, I hope?" Arius replied with respectful reassurance that his master was made of sterner stuff than that, and a few wounds like these amounted to nothing. By this time, Crash had already fallen entirely unconscious in his infirmary bed from sheer exhaustion following the fierce confrontation with his sister. Sarkloth settled the matter in her mind and confirmed the rumor. "I hear that Crash intends to enroll at the Rahin Academy. Is that correct?" Arius affirmed with certainty that it was true. Sarkloth curved her lips into a faint smile of anticipation, calculating quietly to herself. Only 3 weeks remain before the enrollment date. That should be time enough. As his elder sister, Sarkloth resolved to make her way to the Rahan Academy ahead of him and wait there to witness her younger brother's debut. Durling could not conceal his astonishment at Crash's speed of work. He had not expected anyone to complete it in such a short span of time. The efficiency of those who have turned back time truly was something else. Perched on Crash's shoulder, the Raven Crimson spoke up with a reminder. "Crash, ask whether there is a training ground available here. This elixir is best taken somewhere with ample space." Hearing this, Crash turned and made the request. "Durling, might I borrow the training ground for a moment?" Durling agreed with immediate enthusiasm, convinced it was the best option for that particular medicine. Crash was not entirely clear on what that phrase truly implied, but he made his preparations regardless. Having removed his outer garments, Crash sat cross-legged in the center of the wide training ground, thinking to himself that taking a divine elixir was all well and good. But the look on Crimson's face suggested there was something else at play. His skepticism showed plainly as he asked, "Just what exactly are you having me drink?" Crimson seemed taken aback and replied, "Wait, you are going to drink it without even knowing what it is. That elixir is called the Nine Dragons' Whale. According to legend, anyone who consumed this medicine would shed their old form after 9 screams of agony. It operated on a merciless principle, destroying the body and aura simultaneously to force the user to grow stronger, much as muscle must be torn apart before it can develop." Crimson fixed Crash with a deeply unsettling gaze, throwing down the challenge. "Have you not grown accustomed to pain? Simply endure all 9, and you will emerge transformed." Durling, standing nearby, could not help but break into a cold sweat at the sheer madness behind this elixir, while Crash sat quietly, waiting in stillness for the tempest about to descend. The heat began to spread through him. Crash offered a measured remark. "It feels as though a wave of fire is detonating inside me, but it has not yet reached the point of being unbearable. If it is only this hot, why bother wearing clothes?" This composed reaction caused Crimson to cry out in disbelief. "What is this?" Crash explained that while moments ago it had felt as though he were being consumed by fire, now it had settled into little more than a warm, comfortable heat. He mused calmly that he had likely been through something similar before, which was why it felt ordinary to him. Crimson shuddered, unable to trust its own perception. "What kind of life did you live in your previous existence for this to feel normal?" Crash replied with a secretive half-smile. "In a past life, I was the protagonist of an action story, you see. Witnessing Crash muttering to himself, Durling stared in bewilderment, wondering whether he was talking to the Raven or whether he himself was simply hallucinating as a side effect. Setting aside the murmurs around him, Crimson urged Crash on. Never mind that. Simply absorb as much as you can. The more completely you concentrate, the faster the absorption. Crash immediately closed his eyes and directed his full will toward fusing with the medicinal force. A burst of golden medicinal flame erupted without warning, enveloping his bare body. Crimson Garden August, manifesting in the form of a crimson spirit behind the Raven, watched in quiet assessment. Truly remarkable focus. This man endured the burning of his internal organs and the reconnection of his nerves without breaking. Someone this enduring could only be undone by sheer misfortune. He gazed intently at Crash and affirmed that, among all those who had turned back time he had ever encountered, Crash possessed the most iron will and the most ferocious single-mindedness. Crimson Garden observed Crash writhing under the force of the elixir and reflected, perhaps it is because he burns with such desperate desire to reach his goals that he disregards pain entirely. He concluded that even if Crash were to collapse, he would force him back onto his feet without fail. For that was the price of the contract forged between them. In the depths of his consciousness, Crash felt a staggering transformation taking place. The capacity of his aura, once barely the size of a small pool, had expanded into a vast and boundless lake. Before this, he had been able to refine only the quality of his aura through the secret arts of the Qingsong Pavilion. But the innate capacity of one's aura had always carried a fixed ceiling, and yet from the moment he consumed the Nine Dragons whale, Crash had leaped from intermediate expert to advanced expert in the blink of an eye. He told himself with quiet confidence, "This means I have finally taken my place alongside the true prodigies." Watching Crash step forth from the blazing golden flames, his deep blue eyes radiating commanding power, Crimson could only shake its head in wonder. This man's fortune and tenacity were simply extraordinary. It was astonished to see Crash use the Ignis flame itself to incinerate every impurity expelled from his body by the medicine. Crash dropped to one knee, breathing hard, sweat pouring from his body, but his gaze remained cold and steady as he looked toward the dark Raven. If I were not this unyielding, how would I ever stand against enemies stronger than myself? And among those enemies, you are counted as well. Crimson could only let out a single helpless sound before such incorrigible defiance. When Crash rose and straightened himself, he was surprised to find that everyone had been waiting for him all this time, and so he asked, "Done already? You have all been standing here waiting?" He woke to find an entire audience assembled. Durling explained that because Bianca had refused to leave his side by even a step, he had stayed to wait alongside her. Bianca flushed slightly and insisted in a quiet voice that a proper betrothed should always remain at her partner's side, truly devoted and not going anywhere. Crash gently ruffled her hair and told her that next time she should wait somewhere warm, a remark that filled Bianca with quiet happiness. She noticed that Crash seemed to have grown taller and that his clothes had become somewhat snug, a sign of his body's remarkable development. Witnessing this tender scene, Durling was struck by a reckless impulse, the notion of proposing to Sarcloth, which caused Crash to immediately radiate a dense and oppressive killing intent. "Are you in such a hurry to depart this world permanently that you would make me your brother-in-law?" Undeterred, Durling wore a crafty expression and muttered about turning Crash into his in-law, drawing from Crash the silent declaration that he would very much like to send this alchemist off to meet his end at the earliest opportunity. "Crash, you will be enrolling in the Rahan Academy next year, will you not?" Durling spoke up suddenly as he saw Crash resting after completing the absorption of the elixir's power. Crash replied with a straightforward sound of confirmation. At once, Durling declared cheerfully that he would attend ahead of him, purely because he wished to hear Crash call him senior with great dignity someday. Crash narrowed his eyes at the alchemist, thinking to himself that Durling had not attended the same year as Sarcloth, and that the Rahan Academy did not divide its students by year in the conventional sense. He replied with measured calm, "Yes, I know, it is not possible to advance without passing the required assessments, correct?" Durling was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Crash had already prepared so thoroughly for enrollment. He laughed with cheerful abandon, convinced this was a golden opportunity to remain close to both Crash and Sarcloth. Crash could not help but wonder, she is enrolling as well? I thought she intended to travel the world, preventing its erosion. Durling merely winked, saying it was simply his instinct telling him that Sarcloth would be enrolling that year. He threw his arms around Crash from behind and wheedled with exaggerated earnestness that he would therefore wait for him to enter the following year. I am terribly lonely, you know. Come quickly and catch up to me. Crash could only grimace in thinly veiled irritation at the overwhelming enthusiasm of his friend, while Bianca stood quietly observing from behind.